Something I didn't fail. The line that breaks him. Amelia whispered, half asleep. Dr. Wolf, are you sad? I froze. Just for a second. Then I pressed my cheek to her hair and whispered. No, little one. I'm just tired. But it wasn't true. I wasn't tired. I was grieving. For a child I never saved. For a child I never knew. For a child who never got to go home. And as I carried Amelia toward the exit, I whispered so quietly no one else could hear. I'm sorry. Not to her. To him. The boy in the dark. The boy I found too late. The boy who still follows me home. Chapter 184, Dr. Wolf's POV. The car ride that breaks him. Ruby helped me into the back seat, moving slowly so she wouldn't wake Amelia. But Amelia didn't stir. She was exhausted, the kind of exhaustion that only comes after terror. I sat down with her still in my arms, her head resting on my chest, her breath warm against my shirt. Ruby closed the door gently. And suddenly, the world felt too quiet. Too small. Too heavy. The engine started, and the hum of it vibrated through my bones, steady, constant, unforgiving. Ruby pulled out of the car park. And that was when it hit me. The sadness. The weight. The memory. All at once. The darkness in the window. The streetlights slid across the window like ghosts passing by. Every time the light hit Amelia's face, I saw another face instead. The boy. The one I found too late. The one I carried out of the building. The one who never opened his eyes. I blinked hard, but the image didn't go away. It never does. I looked down at Amelia, warm, alive, breathing, and my chest tightened so painfully I had to hold my breath. Because she felt exactly the same weight in my arms as he did. Exactly the same. And that broke me. Ruby sees it in the mirror. Ruby kept glancing at me through the rearview mirror. She didn't say anything. She didn't need to. She saw it. The way my jaw trembled. The way my eyes kept closing too long. The way my hand shook as I held Amelia's back. She saw me falling apart. Quietly. Silently. Completely. And she didn't try to stop it. She just drove. Because she knew I needed to break. I needed to feel it. I needed to let the sadness hit me before it swallowed me whole. The flashback hits harder in the dark. The car turned a corner, and the motion pulled me deeper into the memory. I was back in that corridor. Cold. Silent. Dust in the air. I saw the crates again. The small shoe. The stillness. I felt the boy's weight in my arms. Not heavy. Too light. Too light for a child. I remembered whispering I'm sorry into the dark. I remembered wishing he could hear me. I remembered wishing I had been faster. Better. More. And now, holding Amelia, I whispered it again. I'm sorry. Ruby heard it. She didn't turn around. But her hand tightened on the steering wheel. Amelia grounds him, without knowing. Amelia shifted in her sleep. Just a tiny movement. Her fingers curled tighter into my shirt. Her head pressed closer to my chest. And that tiny, unconscious gesture. It shattered me. Because she trusted me completely. And I didn't trust myself at all. A tear slipped down my cheek. Then another. Then more. Silent. Hot. Unstoppable. I didn't sob. I didn't shake. I just cried quietly, the way a man cries when he's been holding it in for too long. The way a man cries when he's carrying ghosts. Ruby's voice, soft, breaking too. After a long stretch of silence, Ruby spoke. Not loud. Not sharp. Just soft. Wolf, we're almost home. Her voice cracked on the word home. Because she knew what it meant to me. What it meant to Amelia. What it meant to the boy I couldn't save. I nodded, even though she couldn't see it. Okay, I whispered. But the truth was, I didn't feel okay. Not even close. The line that breaks the reader. I looked down at Amelia, safe, warm, alive, and whispered into her hair. I'm taking you home, Because he never got to go home. And that was the moment the sadness swallowed me whole. Not because of the boy I lost, but because of the girl I almost did. Chapter 185 Ruby's POV, pulling over because she can't watch him break. The road home was quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes every breath sound loud, every heartbeat feel heavy, every thought echo in the dark. I kept my eyes on the road, but the rearview mirror kept pulling me back. To him. To Dr. Wolf. To the way he sat in the back seat with Amelia asleep in his arms, holding her like she was the only thing keeping him from falling apart completely. And maybe she was. His face was turned toward the window, but I could see the tears. Not loud tears. Not shaking tears. The quiet kind. The kind that slip down a person's face because they've run out of ways to hold them in. The kind that break you just by watching. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. I couldn't watch him like this. Not him. Not the man who carried the weight of a dead child for years. Not the man who saved 6 others and still felt like he failed. Not the man who held Amelia like she was the last light in a world full of shadows. I couldn't watch him break in silence. So I pulled the car over. Ruby turns around. The tires crunched softly on the gravel at the side of the road. I put the car in park. And for a moment, I just sat there. Breathing. Trying not to cry myself. Then I turned around. He didn't look up. He didn't even notice we'd stopped. He was staring at Amelia, brushing a thumb over her hair, tears falling silently onto her shoulder. "Wolf," I whispered. He blinked, slow and tired, like he was waking from a nightmare he hadn't realized he was in. "Ruby." His voice was barely there. "We're pulled over," I said softly. "I couldn't keep driving. Not while you're like this." He looked down at Amelia again, his jaw trembling. "I'm sorry," he whispered. I'm trying to hold it together." "You don't have to," I said. "Not with me." The moment he breaks. He closed his eyes. And for the first time since I'd known him, he didn't fight it. He didn't swallow it down. He didn't hide behind strength or silence. He let himself break. Just a little. Just enough. His shoulders shook once, barely noticeable, but enough to make my heart crack. He whispered. "I keep seeing him, the boy, the one I didn't save." I felt my breath catch. "I know," I said. "Helen told me." He didn't look surprised. Just tired. So tired. "I carried him out," he whispered. "He was so light. Too light. And I keep thinking, if I'd been faster, if I'd been smarter." "Wolf," I said, my voice breaking, "you saved 6 children. 6. And Amelia. And so many others." He shook his head. "But not him." Ruby reaches for him. I reached back and put my hand on his knee. Warm. Steady. Human. "You're allowed to hurt," I said. "You're allowed to break. You're allowed to cry. You're allowed to feel everything you've been carrying alone." He looked at me then. Really looked. And I saw it. The grief. The guilt. The exhaustion. The love. The fear. The hope. All tangled together. All too heavy for one man. But he carried it anyway. Because that's who he was. Amelia moves and saves him again. Amelia shifted in his arms, still asleep. Her tiny hand reached up blindly and rested on his chest. Right over his heart. And something in him softened. Something in him steadied. Something in him came back. He pressed his cheek to her hair and whispered, "I'm here. I'm here. I'm here." Not to her. To himself. To the boy he lost. To the man he was trying to be. To the ghosts he carried. Ruby's final thought. I turned back to the wheel, wiping my eyes. I didn't start driving yet. I let him have this moment. Because he needed it. Because he deserved it. Because even heroes break. And sometimes, they need someone to pull over for them. Chapter 186 Amelia's POV, Waking to the Sadness. I woke up because something felt wrong. Not loud. Not scary. Just sad. A heavy kind of sad. The kind that makes the air feel thick. The kind that makes your chest feel tight even before you open your eyes. I blinked slowly. It was dark outside the car window. Streetlights slid past like slow, tired stars. And Dr. Wolf was holding me. But he wasn't warm like before. He wasn't steady like before. He was shaking. Just a little. Just enough for me to feel it. I lifted my head. Dr. Wolf. His eyes were red. His cheeks were wet. His breath was quiet and broken. He tried to smile at me. He really tried. But it didn't reach his eyes. Amelia sees the truth. I looked at Ruby in the front seat. She wasn't talking. She wasn't smiling. She was gripping the steering wheel so tight her knuckles were white. Her eyes were shiny too. Everyone was sad. Everyone except me. And that made me feel even worse. Dr. Wolf, why are you crying? I whispered. He closed his eyes like the question hurt. I'm okay, little one, he said softly. But his voice was cracked. Like something inside him had broken and he was trying to hold the pieces together with just words. No, you're not, I whispered back. He opened his eyes. And for the first time, I saw it. The sadness he tried to hide. The pain he carried. The hurt he didn't want me to see. It was all there. Right in his eyes. Amelia reaches for him. I put my hand on his cheek. His tears were warm. Did someone hurt you? I asked. He shook his head. No, sweetheart. Then why are you sad? He swallowed. Hard. Ruby looked at him in the mirror, her eyes soft and breaking too. He didn't answer. Not with words. But he pulled me closer. Held me tighter. Like he needed me. Like he needed someone to remind him he wasn't alone. So I wrapped my arms around his neck. I'm here, I whispered. Don't be sad. His breath hitched. Just once. But I felt it. The sadness in the car. The car was so quiet. No music. No talking. Just breathing. Sad breathing. Ruby wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Dr. Wolf pressed his face into my hair. And I realized something. Adults cry too. Even the strong ones. Even the ones who save people. Even the ones who hold you like you're the most important thing in the world. Especially them. Amelia's final thought. I didn't know what happened before I woke up. I didn't know why he was crying. I didn't know why Ruby looked like she was trying not to cry too. But I knew one thing. Dr. Wolf needed me. So I held him tighter. And whispered into his shoulder. I'm not going anywhere. And for the first time since I woke up. He breathed out. Like he'd been holding his breath for a very, very long time. Chapter 187, Dr. Wolf's POV. Home breaks him all over again. Ruby pulled the car into the driveway. The house was lit. Every light. Every window. Like the kids had been too scared to sit in the dark while waiting for me. My heart tightened so hard it hurt. Amelia was still in my arms, half asleep, her head resting on my shoulder. Her tiny hand was still gripping my shirt. Ruby turned off the engine. Wolf, we're home. Home. The word hit me like a punch. I swallowed, but the lump in my throat didn't move. Through the window, I saw them. My kids. All of them. Standing on the front step. Jake. Hope. George. Eli. Liam. Waiting. Watching. Worried. And the moment I saw their faces, I broke. He hands Amelia to Ruby. My breath hitched. My arms tightened around Amelia instinctively, not wanting to let her go, but knowing I had to. Ruby. My voice cracked. Can you take her? Ruby nodded immediately. Of course. I gently shifted Amelia into her arms. She blinked sleepily, confused, reaching for me for a second before settling against Ruby's chest. Ruby whispered to her. It's okay, sweetheart. He's right here. But I wasn't. Not really. Because the second Amelia left my arms, I ran. He runs to his kids. I didn't walk. I didn't breathe. I didn't think. I ran. Straight to them. Jake was the first to reach me. He threw his arms around me so hard it knocked the air out of my lungs. Dad. Then Hope. Then George. Then Eli. Then Liam. All of them. All at once. A pile of arms and tears and shaking breaths. I dropped to my knees on the pavement, pulling them all in, holding them like I'd been drowning and they were the air I needed. I love you, I choked out. I love you all so much. Jake's voice cracked. We love you too, Dad. Hope was crying. Liam was clinging to my shirt. Eli had his forehead pressed to my shoulder. George was holding onto my arm like he was afraid I'd disappear. And I held them tighter. Because I needed them. More than they knew. The kids asked what happened. Ruby walked up slowly, Amelia in her arms, her little head resting on Ruby's shoulder. The kids looked at her, eyes wide, scared, confused. Jake wiped his face. Ruby, what happened? Why's Dad crying? Hope sniffed. Is he hurt? George whispered. Is Amelia okay? Ruby knelt beside us, her voice soft but steady. We'll tell you later, she said gently. But right now, your dad just needs all of his kids. She looked at Amelia, brushing her hair back. And that means you too, Amelia. Amelia blinked, sleepy and confused. Me. Ruby smiled softly. Yes. You're Dr. Wolf's kid too. The moment that breaks him again. Amelia reached out from Ruby's arms. Dr. Wolf, can I hug you too? My chest collapsed. I opened my arms. She leaned into me, small and warm and trusting, and the other kids shifted to make space for her without hesitation. Like she'd always belonged. Like she'd always been one of them. And as I held all of them, every child I loved, every heartbeat that kept me going, I whispered, I'm home. But the truth was, they were my home. And I had never needed them more. Chapter 188, Dr. Wolf's POV, stepping inside, breaking again. The front door was open before I even reached it. My kids were still wrapped around me, Jake gripping my arm, Hope holding my hand, Eli pressed against my side, Liam hugging my waist, George clinging to my shirt like he was afraid I'd vanish if he let go. Ruby stood behind us with Amelia in her arms, watching with soft, worried eyes. I took a breath. A deep one. A shaky one. And stepped inside. The moment my foot crossed the threshold, something inside me shattered. The house feels too safe. The warmth hit me first. The smell of home, laundry powder, dinner leftovers, crayons, the faint scent of the lavender spray Hope uses on the sofa. It was too safe. Too gentle. Too normal. And after everything that happened tonight, after the flashbacks, after the boy I couldn't save, after holding Amelia through her terror, it was too much. My knees buckled. I caught myself on the wall, but barely. Jake gasped. Dad. Hope grabbed my arm. Daddy, what's wrong? I tried to speak. I couldn't. My throat closed. My chest tightened. My vision blurred. I wasn't in the house anymore. I was back in that corridor. Cold. Dark. Dust in the air. The boy's weight in my arms. Too light. Too still. Too late. He breaks in front of them. I pressed a hand over my mouth, trying to stop the sound that escaped. A broken, quiet sob. The kind I never let them hear. But tonight, I couldn't stop it. I slid down the wall, landing on my knees in the hallway. The kids crowded around me instantly. Jake's hands on my shoulders. Hope hugging my side. Eli climbing into my lap. Liam pressing his forehead to mine. George wrapping his arms around my neck. And Amelia, Ruby gently set her down, she toddled over, still sleepy, still confused, and climbed into my arms like she belonged there. Like she'd always belonged there. I held all of them. Every single one. And I cried. Not loud. Not wild. Not out of fear. Out of grief. Out of relief. Out of the unbearable weight of almost losing another child. The kids don't let go. Jake whispered. Dad, it's okay. We're here. Hope stroked my hair. We're safe. Eli hugged my chest. You came home. Liam wiped my cheek with his sleeve. Don't cry, Daddy. George whispered into my ear. We love you. And Amelia, tiny, warm, brave Amelia, put her hand on my face and whispered. I'm here. That was it. That was the moment I broke completely. Because she said it the same way the boy never got to. Ruby steps in. Ruby knelt beside us, her voice soft but steady. He just needs all of you right now, she told the kids. All of you together. She looked at Amelia. And that means you too, sweetheart. You're his kid now. Amelia blinked, then nodded, curling deeper into my arms. And the others didn't question it. They didn't hesitate. They just made room for her. Because they understood something I hadn't said out loud. I needed them. All of them. To survive this night. Dr. Wolf's final thought. I held my children every heartbeat, every breath, every tiny hand, and whispered into the middle of them. I'm home. I'm home. I'm home. But the truth was, they were the ones who brought me home. And without them, I don't know if I would have made it through the door. Chapter 189, Dr. Wolf's POV, the night that finally catches him. The house was quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that only comes after a storm, when everyone is safe, everyone is home, and everyone is pretending they're not still shaking inside. My kids were gathered in the living room, curled up together like a pack that refused to sleep until I did. I stood in the doorway, exhausted down to my bones. I'm going to bed, I said softly. They all looked up at once. Jake, Hope, Eli, George, Liam, and Amelia sitting between Hope and Eli like she'd always belonged there. Good night, Dad, they said together. Their voices were soft, careful, like they were afraid I might break again. I forced a smile. Good night. I kissed each of their heads, one by one, letting my lips linger just a second longer than usual. Because tonight, I needed that. I needed them. He goes to his room. I walked down the hallway, the weight of the day pressing on my shoulders like a mountain. When I reached my bedroom, I closed the door behind me and sat on the edge of the bed. The silence hit me first. Then the thoughts. Then the fear. What if I could stop them being harmed? What if I could protect them from everything? What if I could keep them safe forever? But I couldn't. And that truth hurt more than anything. I leaned forward, elbows on my knees, hands covering my face. And I whispered their names. One by one. Like a prayer. Like a promise. Like a plea. Hope, 4. Jake, 9. Eli, 6. Amelia, 7. George, 9. Liam, 10. Their ages echoed in my mind. Their birthdays. Their smiles. Their fears. Their laughter. Their tears. And the terrifying truth that they were all growing older 1 year at a time, and I couldn't stop the world from hurting them. I couldn't stop danger. I couldn't stop fear. I couldn't stop the past from haunting me. But I could love them. I could hold them. Protect them. Fight for them. Be there for them. Even when I was breaking. Especially then. The final thought before sleep. I lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, whispering their names again. Not out of fear this time. Out of love. Out of gratitude. Out of the desperate hope that tomorrow would be kinder. And as my eyes finally closed, one last thought drifted through my mind. I couldn't save every child in the world. But I will never stop trying to save mine. Chapter 190, Ruby's POV, keeping him safe while he sleeps. The house had finally gone quiet. The kids were in their rooms, not sleeping, not really, just waiting. Waiting for the house to feel normal again. Waiting for their dad to breathe without shaking. I waited too. I waited until the hallway lights dimmed, until the house settled, until the soft creaks of the floorboards told me he'd finally lain down. Then I went to check on him. Ruby sees him asleep. I pushed the bedroom door open just a little. And there he was. Dr. Wolf. Asleep on top of the blankets, still in his clothes, curled slightly on his side like someone who didn't trust the world enough to fully rest. His face was turned toward the wall. His eyelashes were wet. He had cried himself to sleep. My chest tightened. Not with fear. With heartbreak. Because he never let anyone see him like this. Not the kids. Not Helen. Not even me. But tonight had broken him in ways he couldn't hide. I stepped inside quietly. She gets into bed to keep him safe. I didn't wake him. I didn't speak. I just slipped onto the bed beside him, gently lifting the blanket and pulling it over both of us. He didn't stir. But when I rested my hand lightly on his back, he exhaled. A long, shaky breath, the kind someone only lets out when they finally feel safe. I moved closer, wrapping an arm around him from behind, holding him the way he had held Amelia earlier. Strong enough to protect. Soft enough not to scare. Warm enough to remind him he wasn't alone. You're safe, I whispered into the dark. You're home. One by one, the kids come in. It started with a tiny creak in the hallway. Then another. Then a soft whisper. Ruby. Is Dad okay? Jake. Then Hope. Then Eli. Then George. Then Liam. And Amelia, rubbing her eyes, holding her stuffed fox. They all peeked into the room. They saw him sleeping. They saw me holding him. They saw the sadness still clinging to him even in dreams. And without a word, they climbed onto the bed. One by one. Jake curled up on his dad's other side. Hope nestled against his legs. Eli tucked himself under his arm. George lay across the foot of the bed like a guard dog. Liam rested his head on the pillow beside him. And Amelia climbed onto his chest, small and gentle, her hand resting over his heart. The bed was crowded. Warm. Soft. Full. A pile of children and love and safety. A pack. His pack. When he wakes, he won't be alone. I looked at all of them, their sleepy faces, their worried eyes, their tiny hands reaching for him even in their dreams. And I knew. When he wakes up, he won't wake up to fear. He won't wake up to memories. He won't wake up to the boy he lost. He'll wake up to this. To his kids. To his family. To the people who love him more than anything. He'll wake up safe. Because we're all here. Every single one of us. And tonight, we're keeping him safe. Chapter 191, Dr. Wolf's POV, Waking Surrounded. I woke slowly. Not because I was rested. Not because the night had been kind. But because something warm, something heavy, something alive, was pressed against me on every side. For a moment, I didn't know where I was. Then I opened my eyes. And the breath left my chest. He wakes to his pack. Jake was curled against my right side, his small hand gripping my shirt like he'd been afraid I'd disappear. Hope was tucked against my legs, her head resting on my knee. Eli was under my arm, his cheek pressed to my ribs. George was sprawled across the foot of the bed like a loyal guard dog. Liam was on the pillow beside me, one hand resting on my shoulder. And Amelia. Amelia was asleep on my chest. Her tiny hand over my heart. Right where it hurt the most. Right where it healed the fastest. Ruby was behind me, her arm around my waist, holding me steady like she'd been afraid I'd fall apart again. I didn't move. I couldn't. Because the moment I realized what they'd done, I broke. But not the way I had last night. Not with fear. Not with grief. Not with guilt. This time, I broke with love. The tears come quietly. A tear slipped down my cheek. Then another. Not from sadness. From the overwhelming, unbearable truth that I was surrounded by every child I loved. Every heartbeat I fought for. Every reason I kept going. Every piece of my world. They had come to protect me. To keep me safe. To make sure I didn't wake up alone. I pressed a hand over my mouth, trying not to wake them with the sound of my breathing. But Ruby stirred behind me. Wolf, she whispered softly. I swallowed hard. I'm okay, I whispered back. But my voice cracked. And she knew. She always knew. Ruby speaks softly. She brushed her thumb across my back. They all came in on their own, she whispered. They were worried you'd wake up scared. I closed my eyes. Scared. My children had come to protect me from fear. Not the other way around. Ruby continued. They wanted you to feel safe when you opened your eyes. My chest tightened. Because I did. For the first time in a long time. I felt safe. Truly safe. He holds them all. I shifted just enough to wrap my arms around as many of them as I could without waking them. Jake murmured in his sleep. Hope snuggled closer. Eli sighed softly. George kicked once and settled. Liam rested his head on my shoulder. Amelia curled deeper into my chest, her hand still over my heart. And Ruby whispered, "You're not alone." "Not anymore." I nodded, tears slipping silently into my pillow. "I know," I breathed. "And I meant it." Dr. Wolf's final thought. I looked at each of them, my children, my family, my pack, and whispered so quietly only the morning could hear. "You saved me. Not last night. Not today. Always." And when I finally closed my eyes again, I didn't dream of the boy I lost. I dreamed of the children I still had. Chapter 192, Ruby's POV, watching him sleep peacefully. The room was still. The kind of stillness that only comes after a night that nearly broke everyone in it. The kind of stillness that feels sacred, like if you breathe too loudly, it might shatter. Dr. Wolf lay in the center of the bed, surrounded by his children like a fortress of small, warm bodies. Jake curled at his side. Hope tucked against his legs. Eli under his arm. George sprawled at the foot of the bed. Liam on the pillow beside him. Amelia asleep on his chest, her tiny hand resting over his heart. And me. I was behind him, my arm around his waist, holding him steady. For the first time in years. He was sleeping peacefully. No nightmares. No shaking. No whispered apologies to ghosts. No flinching at shadows. Just breathing. Slow. Soft. Safe. Ruby watches him carefully. I watched the rise and fall of his chest. I watched the way his fingers twitched when Amelia shifted. I watched the way his face softened, the lines of pain easing, the tension melting away. He looked younger like this. Not the man who carried the weight of every child he couldn't save. Not the man who fought monsters in the dark. Not the man who broke down in the hallway last night. Just a father. A tired, gentle, hurting father who finally felt safe enough to rest. And it made my chest ache in the best and worst way. The kids keep him safe in their sleep. Jake's hand was still gripping his shirt. Hope had her cheek pressed to his knee. Eli was tucked so close it was like he was trying to climb inside his ribs. George had one foot resting on his ankle, like a silent guard. Liam's head was on his shoulder, breathing in sync with him. And Amelia. Amelia's hand never left his heart. They didn't know what they were doing. Not consciously. But their bodies knew. Their hearts knew. Their instincts knew. They were keeping him safe. The way he had kept them safe their whole lives. Ruby's quiet realization. I brushed a hand gently through his hair. He didn't stir. He didn't tense. He didn't flinch. He just breathed. And I realized something that made my throat tighten. He had never slept like this before. Not with peace. Not with softness. Not with safety. But tonight, surrounded by his children, held by the people who loved him most. He finally let go. He finally rested. He finally believed, even if only in sleep, that he wasn't alone. Ruby's final thought. I whispered into the quiet. "You're safe, Wolf. We've got you." Because tonight wasn't about him protecting them. Tonight was about them protecting him. And when morning came, he would wake up surrounded by love. Not ghosts. Not memories. Not fear. Just his family. His pack. His home. Chapter 193, Amelia's POV. Saying I love you, Dad, for the first time. I woke up slowly. Not scared. Not shaking. Not running. Just waking. The morning light was soft on my face, warm like a blanket. I blinked and lifted my head, and the first thing I saw was him. Dr. Wolf. Asleep. Peacefully. His face wasn't tight anymore. His eyebrows weren't pulled together. His breathing wasn't fast or shaky. He looked calm. Safe. Happy. And Ruby was beside him, her arm around his waist, her cheek resting gently against his shoulder. She looked peaceful too, like she'd stayed awake half the night making sure he didn't fall apart again. I looked at both of them. And something inside me felt warm. Warm in a way I'd never felt before. Amelia wants to hold him. I wanted to crawl right into his arms. I wanted to hug him. I wanted to feel his heartbeat again. But then something hit me. A memory. A bad one. The men. The fear. The dark. The way I thought no one would come for me. My chest tightened. But then I looked at him again, at his soft face, at the way he held Jake and Eli even in his sleep, at the way his hand rested protectively near where I had been lying. And I realized something. Something big. Something that made my heart feel too full. She realizes the truth. Dr. Wolf wasn't like them. He wasn't like anyone who had ever hurt me. He wasn't like anyone who had ever left me. He wasn't like anyone who ever made me feel small or scared. He was different. He was safe. He was gentle. He was strong. He was mine. He is my new dad. The thought felt strange, but right. So right it made my eyes sting. So right it made my chest feel warm. So right it made me smile. She gets into bed properly. I crawled gently between him and Ruby, careful not to wake them. Ruby opened her eyes just a little and smiled softly. "Morning, sweetheart," she whispered. I nodded and whispered back. "I want to stay here." Ruby brushed my hair back. "You can. This is your family now. My family. My dad. My brothers. My sister. Ruby. All of them." I felt something inside me open, like a door I didn't know was locked. I curled into Dr. Wolf's side, resting my head on his arm. And then, I said it. The words I'd never said to anyone before. Words that felt too big for my mouth but perfect for my heart. "I love you, Dad." He smiles in his sleep. He didn't wake. But he smiled. A soft, warm, real smile. Like he heard me. Like he felt it. Like those words reached the part of him that had been hurting for so long. I covered my mouth with my hand, surprised. He smiled because of me. Because I called him Dad. And for the first time in my whole life, I felt happy. Really, truly happy. Because I finally had a family. The best family ever. Chapter 194, Ruby's POV, the promise she makes in the quiet. Amelia's tiny voice drifted across the room like a feather. "I love you, Dad." I froze. Not because it was loud. Not because it was surprising. But because it was the first time she'd ever said it. And Dr. Wolf, exhausted, broken, healing, smiled in his sleep. A real smile. Soft. Warm. Full of something he hadn't felt in years. Hope. I didn't say anything. I didn't want to break the moment. I didn't want Amelia to feel watched or embarrassed. I just watched her curl into him, watched her tiny hand rest over his heart, watched her eyes close with a peace she'd never known before. And I thought, he needed that more than he'll ever admit. Ruby thinks about everything he's been through. I looked at him, really looked. At the man who carried the weight of a dead child for years. At the man who saved 6 others and still felt like he failed. At the man who broke down in the hallway last night because he couldn't bear the thought of losing another child. At the man who loved so fiercely it hurt him. He had been through too much. More than anyone should. And he still kept going. Still kept loving. Still kept protecting. Still kept fighting. But he carried that boy with him, the one he couldn't save, like a shadow he couldn't escape. And I knew what I had to do. Ruby makes a decision. I looked at him sleeping peacefully for the first time in years. And I made a promise. Not out loud. Not to him. Just to myself. I'm going to help him heal. Not by telling him to forget. Not by pretending it didn't happen. Not by pushing him to move on. But by giving him something he's never had. Closure. I whispered to myself. I'm going to find that boy. Not to reopen the wound, but to close it. To give that child a name. A face. A smile. To give Wolf something real to hold on to instead of guilt. A picture. A memory. A truth. Something that says, he mattered. And then another thought came, softer, but just as important. I'm going to find the children he saved. The 6 he carried out. The ones who lived because of him. The ones who owe their whole futures to the man sleeping beside me. I'll find them. I'll ask them for a picture. And I'll ask them to write him a letter. A thank you. A memory. A reminder. Something he can hold when the nightmares come. Something that proves he didn't fail. Something that proves he saved lives. Something that proves he is good. Ruby's final thought. I looked at him again, surrounded by his children, Amelia curled into his chest, peace finally settling over him like a blanket. And I whispered into the quiet. I'm going to fix this for you, Wolf. I promise. Because he saved them. And now, I'm going to save him. Chapter 195 Ruby's POV, telling him what he deserves to hear. Morning came slowly. The kind of soft, golden morning that makes the house feel warm and safe, the kind of morning Dr. Wolf hadn't had in years. One by one, the kids woke up first. Jake rubbing his eyes. Hope stretching like a kitten. Eli yawning so big his whole face scrunched. George stumbling out of bed half asleep. Liam already asking what's for breakfast. And Amelia, quiet, smiling, holding her stuffed fox. They all padded into the front room together, like a little parade of sleepy wolves. I stayed. I stayed right beside him. I wasn't leaving until he woke up. Not after last night. Not after everything he carried. Not after the way he finally slept, peaceful, safe, surrounded. I watched him breathe. Slow. Steady. Alive. 10 minutes later, his eyes opened. Soft. Confused. Gentle. He blinked at me. Ruby, what time is it? Morning, I whispered. The kids are in the front room. He nodded, rubbing his eyes. But before he could sit up, I touched his arm. Wolf, there's something you need to know. He looked at me, tired but listening. And I told him. Ruby tells him what Amelia said. Last night, I said softly, after you fell asleep. Amelia woke up. His breath caught. He didn't speak. He didn't blink. He just waited. She crawled between us, I continued, and she looked at you like you were the safest thing in the world. His eyes softened. But I wasn't done. And then she said it, I whispered. She said, I love you, Dad. His whole face changed. Like the words hit him straight in the heart. Like something inside him cracked open, not from pain this time, but from something warm and overwhelming. He swallowed hard. She called me Dad? I nodded. It was like she's always said it, I told him. Like it was the most natural thing in the world. He covered his mouth with his hand. Not to hide sadness. To hide the way he was smiling so hard it hurt. A smile full of disbelief. A smile full of healing. A smile full of love he didn't know how to hold yet. A smile he deserved. Ruby's final thought. I watched him breathe in, shaky and full. I watched him blink away tears that weren't from pain this time. And I thought. This is the beginning of him healing. Not because he's strong. Not because he's brave. Not because he survived the night. But because a little girl, a girl who had every reason to fear the world, looked at him and said, I love you, Dad. And he believed it. Chapter 196 Dr. Wolf's POV. Hearing Dad breaks him in the best way. Ruby's voice was soft when she said it. Almost too soft. Like she was afraid the words might shatter me if she spoke them too loudly. Wolf. Amelia said something last night. Something you need to know. I sat up slowly, still half asleep, still wrapped in the warmth of the blankets and the faint scent of my children who had slept all around me. My chest felt lighter than it had in years. But Ruby's eyes, they held something heavy. Something important. What did she say? I whispered. Ruby took a breath. And then she told me. Amelia said, "I love you, Dad." The world stopped. Everything inside me stopped. My breath. My heartbeat. My thoughts. Everything. The words hit him like light. She called me Dad? I asked, barely able to get the words out. Ruby nodded. It sounded like she's been saying it her whole life. I pressed a hand to my mouth. Not to hide sadness. To hold in the sound that almost escaped a broken, joyful, disbelieving laugh. My eyes burned instantly. Not with pain. With something I hadn't felt in so long I barely recognized it. Happiness. Real happiness. The kind that fills your chest until it aches. The kind that feels like sunlight after years of rain. The kind that makes you realize you're not alone anymore. He breaks, but not from pain. I leaned forward, elbows on my knees, hands shaking. She called me Dad, I whispered again, as if saying it twice would make it real. Ruby nodded, smiling softly. She meant it, Wolf. You should have seen her face. I closed my eyes. And the tears came. Not the silent, haunted tears from last night. Not the grief-soaked tears from the memories. Not the broken tears from the boy I couldn't save. These tears were different. Warm. Soft. Healing. Because a little girl, a girl who had every reason to fear the world, looked at me and saw safety. Saw love. Saw a father. Me. He realizes what it means. I wiped my face, but the tears kept coming. She trusts me, I whispered. She really trusts me. Ruby touched my arm gently. She doesn't just trust you, Wolf. She loves you. I swallowed hard. Because I knew what that meant. It meant she wasn't alone anymore. It meant she wasn't scared anymore. It meant she had a home, a family, a future. And it meant I had another child to protect. Another heartbeat to fight for. Another reason to keep going. The moment that breaks him open. I looked at the doorway where the kids had disappeared earlier. Jake. Hope. Eli. George. Liam. And now Amelia. My family. My pack. My world. And I whispered, voice shaking. I'm her dad. Ruby nodded. You are. And that was it. That was the moment everything inside me cracked open, not from pain, but from love so big it scared me. Love I didn't think I deserved. Love I didn't think I'd ever feel again. Love that healed places inside me I thought were gone forever. Dr. Wolf's final thought. I stood up slowly, wiping my face, breathing in deeply. I need to see them, I said. Ruby smiled. They're waiting for you. And as I walked toward the front room, toward my children, I whispered to myself. She called me Dad. And for the first time in years, I felt whole. Chapter 197, Dr. Wolf's POV, whispering back. The house was quiet. The kind of quiet that feels warm, not empty, the kind that only happens when every child in the house is safe, fed, and loved. I walked into the front room, still feeling the echo of Ruby's words in my chest. She called me Dad. I didn't know how to hold that feeling. It was too big. Too soft. Too precious. The kids were all on the sofa, half watching cartoons, half waiting for me. But Amelia, she was sitting a little apart from the others, hugging her stuffed fox, her legs tucked under her like she wasn't sure if she should join in or stay quiet. She looked up at me. And her eyes, those small, brave, wounded eyes, softened. I walked over slowly. Not wanting to scare her. Not wanting to rush her. Not wanting to break the moment. I knelt down beside her. She blinked, shy and unsure. And I leaned in close. He whispers back. I brushed a strand of hair from her face and whispered into her ear. I love you too. Her breath caught. Her eyes widened. And then, slowly, carefully, she smiled. A real smile. A smile that didn't hide fear. A smile that didn't hide pain. A smile that didn't hide the past. A smile that belonged to a child who finally felt safe. She leaned forward and wrapped her arms around my neck. Not tight. Not desperate. Just trusting. And I held her. Gently. Carefully. Like she was something precious. Because she was. He feels it fully. As I held her, something inside me shifted. Something heavy loosened. Something dark faded. Something broken began to mend. Because hearing her say Dad last night had cracked me open. But whispering I love you too back to her? That healed me. More than sleep. More than rest. More than anything else could. She pulled back just enough to look at me. You smiled, she whispered. I nodded. You made me smile. Her cheeks flushed pink. And she whispered. I'm glad you're my dad. My chest tightened, not with pain, but with love so strong it almost hurt. The other kids notice. Jake nudged Hope. Hope nudged Eli. Eli nudged Liam. George just stared with a soft grin. They all saw it. They all felt it. Their dad, the man who carried the weight of the world, was smiling. Really smiling. For the first time in a long, long time. And Amelia was the reason. Dr. Wolf's final thought. I lifted Amelia gently and sat with her on the sofa, the other kids crowding around us like a pack closing in to protect its newest member. And I whispered, not to her this time, but to myself. This is my family. This is my home. This is the moment everything changed. Chapter 198, Amelia's POV, Safe with Dad. When Dad whispered I love you too in my ear, something inside me felt warm. Warm like sunlight. Warm like blankets fresh from the dryer. Warm like the feeling I used to pretend I had when I was scared and alone. But this time, it was real. I stayed close to him on the sofa, my legs tucked under me, my head resting against his arm. I could hear his heartbeat, slow, steady, calm. Not fast and scared like last night. Not shaky. Not hurting. Just safe. And for the first time ever, I felt safe too. She watches him carefully. Dad didn't talk much. He didn't need to. He just sat with us, with all of us, while the morning light filled the room. Jake leaned against his shoulder. Hope sat on his lap. Eli kept poking his side to make sure he was real. George lay across his feet. Liam sat beside him like a guard. And me. I stayed right next to him. Because that's where I wanted to be. Because that's where I belonged. She feels something new. I looked up at him. His eyes were soft. His smile was small but real. His breathing was calm. He looked happy. And that made me feel something I'd never felt before. Safe. Loved. Wanted. I hugged his arm tighter. He looked down at me and smiled again, the kind of smile that makes your chest feel warm and your eyes feel shiny. He didn't say anything. He didn't have to. I could feel it. I could feel that he loved me. She realizes she's not alone anymore. I thought about the men. The shouting. The fear. The dark. But it didn't hurt as much now. Because I wasn't there anymore. I was here. With him. With Ruby. With Jake. With Hope. With Eli. With George. With Liam. My family. My pack. My home. I leaned my head against Dad's arm again and whispered so quietly only I could hear it. I'm safe. And for the first time ever. I believed it. Chapter 199, Dr. Wolf's POV, The phone call that changes everything. The day had been calm. The kids were playing. Amelia was glued to my side. Ruby was watching all of us with that soft, protective look she gets when she's planning something. For the first time in a long time, the house felt normal. Safe. Then my phone rang. A number I didn't recognize. I answered anyway. Dr. Wolf speaking. And the moment I heard her voice, sharp, angry, cold, my stomach dropped. The woman on the phone. How dare you, she snapped. You had no right to take Amelia from the facility. None. I closed my eyes. I knew this was coming. I took her because she was terrified, I said calmly. She begged me not to leave her there. She said people were coming into her room at night. She was unsafe. I don't care, the woman spat. You bring her back now or I will call the police and report you for kidnapping. My jaw tightened. I looked across the room at Amelia sitting on the floor with Hope, drawing pictures of wolves and hearts. She was smiling. A real smile. A safe smile. And I knew my answer instantly. I will never bring her back, I said quietly. Fine, she snapped. I'm reporting you for kidnapping. Do it. She hung up. The room felt colder. He calls Ruby immediately. Ruby, I said, my voice low. She looked up instantly, she always knows when something's wrong. Come with me. She stood without hesitation. We stepped into the hallway, away from the kids. What happened? She whispered. I took a breath. The woman from the facility called. She's reporting me for kidnapping Amelia. Ruby's eyes widened, not with fear, but with anger. What? After everything that happened to her? She didn't care, I said. She didn't listen. She just wants Amelia back there. Ruby shook her head, furious. She's not going back. Ever. I know, I said. And the kids didn't hear any of it. Ruby nodded. Good. They don't need that fear. I leaned against the wall, rubbing my face. I'm not losing her, Ruby. I'm not letting anyone take her. Ruby stepped closer, her voice steady and fierce. You won't. We'll fight this. Together. Dr. Wolf's final thought. I looked back toward the living room. Amelia was laughing. Laughing. Something she hadn't done in days. And I whispered to myself. They'll have to go through me. Because she wasn't just a child I rescued. She was my daughter now. And I would protect her with everything I had. Chapter 200 Ruby's POV, Preparing for What's Coming. The moment Wolf told me what the woman said on the phone, something inside me snapped into place. Not fear. Not panic. Not doubt. Resolve. Pure, sharp, unshakable resolve. Because I knew exactly what was coming. And I knew exactly what we needed to do. But first, I looked at him. He looked tired. Not the kind of tired sleep fixes, the kind that comes from fighting battles alone for too long. And I thought, not anymore. He's not facing this alone anymore. Ruby takes a breath and thinks clearly. I stepped closer to him, lowering my voice so the kids wouldn't hear. Okay, I said softly. Listen to me. We need to prepare. He nodded, jaw tight, eyes full of worry he was trying to hide. She's going to report me, he whispered. They'll come for her. No, I said firmly. They'll try. But they won't succeed. Because I wasn't letting them. None of us were. She starts planning immediately. I crossed my arms, thinking fast. We need evidence, I said. Everything Amelia told us. Everything she went through. Every bruise, every fear, every detail. Wolf swallowed hard. She was terrified there, he whispered. She begged me not to leave her. Exactly, I said. And we're going to prove why. I wasn't scared of the woman on the phone. I wasn't scared of the facility. I wasn't scared of the police. I was scared of one thing only. Amelia going back. And that wasn't happening. Ruby's determination hardens. I looked him straight in the eyes. You did the right thing, I said. You saved her. And now we're going to protect her. He nodded, but his hands were shaking. So I took them in mine. Wolf, we're ready for this. You're not alone. I'm with you. The kids are with you. Amelia is with you. He breathed out slowly. Thank you, he whispered. But I wasn't done. Ruby's plan begins. We're going to gather everything, I said. Her story. Her drawings. Her fear. Her nightmares. Her words. Everything. And then, he asked. And then, I said, we're going to fight. Because I wasn't just protecting Amelia. I was protecting him too. The man who had carried too much pain for too long. The man who finally smiled this morning. The man who finally heard a child call him dad again. No one was taking that away. Not now. Not ever. Ruby's final thought. I looked toward the living room where the kids were laughing, Amelia's voice the brightest of all. And I whispered to myself, let them try. We're ready. Because this family wasn't breaking. Not today. Not tomorrow. Not ever. Chapter 201, Dr. Wolf's POV, the second call. The phone rang again. Same number. Same cold feeling in my stomach. I answered. Dr. Wolf speaking. A sharp voice snapped back. It's me, the social worker. I closed my eyes. Of course it was. She tries to threaten him. You do realize, she said, you had no right to remove Amelia from the facility. You must bring her back immediately. I kept my voice calm. Who exactly are you? I told you. I'm the social worker assigned to her case. I nodded slowly, even though she couldn't see it. Then you should know, I said, if you try to take her from this home, you will be the one getting fired. She scoffed. And why is that? Dr. Wolf tells her the truth. Because my job, I said, voice low and steady, is a lot higher than yours. I don't need permission from anyone to remove a child from danger. She went silent. I continued. But if you remove a child from their home, you need permission from multiple departments. You need paperwork. You need approval. You need evidence. I paused. And you have none. Her voice cracked with anger. You think you're above me? No, I said. I'm above your entire department. She hated that. I could hear it in her breathing. She threatens the police. Fine, she snapped. If you won't bring her back, I'm calling the police. I'm reporting you for kidnapping. Okay, I said calmly. You don't care? No, I said. Because I know the law. And I know my job. And I know you're wrong. She growled something under her breath and hung up. I lowered the phone slowly. My heart wasn't racing. I wasn't scared. I was angry. And protective. And ready. He calls Ruby immediately. Ruby, I said, stepping into the hallway. She came instantly. What happened? The police are coming. Her eyes widened. Because of Amelia? Yes. She didn't panic. She didn't freeze. She nodded once, sharp, focused. What do you need me to do? Get the kids out, I said. Take them somewhere safe. Somewhere quiet. I don't want them seeing any of this. Ruby didn't argue. Okay, she said. I'll take them now. I touched her arm. Ruby, don't tell them anything yet. They don't need fear. Not today. She nodded again. I know. I'll keep them calm. Dr. Wolf's final thought. As Ruby gathered the kids quietly, Amelia holding her hand, I stood in the hallway alone. Waiting. Ready. And I whispered to myself. They're not taking her. Not while I'm breathing. Because she wasn't just a child I rescued. She was my daughter. And I would fight the whole world for her. Chapter 202, Ruby's POV, Getting the Kids Out. The moment Wolf said the police are coming, something inside me snapped into focus. Not fear. Not panic. Just action. Because when it comes to these kids, our kids, I don't freeze. I move. I nodded once. Okay. I'll get them out. Wolf looked at me with that mix of worry and trust he only ever shows when things are serious. Don't tell them what's happening, he said quietly. They don't need that fear. I know, I whispered back. I've got them. And I meant it. Ruby moves fast, calm, not scared. I walked into the front room with a smile so natural none of them suspected a thing. All right, pack, I said cheerfully, clapping my hands once. Who wants to go out for a little adventure? 6 heads turned. Jake raised an eyebrow. Hope gasped like I'd offered her a unicorn. Eli jumped up instantly. George squinted suspiciously. Liam shrugged like he was ready for anything. And Amelia, she looked at me with those big eyes, trusting me completely. Where are we going? Jake asked. Somewhere fun, I said. Somewhere safe. I didn't let my voice shake. I didn't let my eyes drift toward the door. I didn't let them see the tension in my shoulders. I just smiled. Because they needed calm. And I could give them that. She packs them up quickly. Shoes on, I said. Grab your coats. Bring your favorite toy if you want. They scattered like excited puppies. Perfect. The faster they moved, the less time they had to notice anything was wrong. I grabbed a bag, snacks, water, wipes, a blanket, Amelia's fox, Hope's crayons, Eli's inhaler, George's headphones, Liam's book, Jake's hoodie. Everything they might need. Everything that said normal outing. Not run from the police. Ruby checks on Wolf before leaving. I stepped back into the hallway. Wolf was standing there, shoulders tense, eyes dark with worry. They're ready, I said softly. He nodded. Thank you. I touched his arm. You're not alone in this. I'll keep them safe. He swallowed hard. I know. I looked at him for a moment, really looked. This man had saved so many children, carried so much pain, fought so many battles. And now he was facing another one. But not alone. Never alone again. She gets the kids out. All right, pack. I called. Let's go. They came running, laughing, excited. Amelia slipped her hand into mine. Is Dad coming? She asked. Not right now, I said gently. He's sorting something out. We'll see him soon. She nodded, trusting me completely. And that trust made my chest ache. I opened the door, ushered them out, and walked them down the street away from the house, away from the danger, away from the fear they didn't know was coming. I didn't look back. Not because I didn't care, but because I trusted Wolf. And he trusted me. Ruby's final thought. As we turned the corner, I whispered to myself. Let the police come. He'll handle them. And I'll protect the kids. Because this family doesn't break. Not today. Not ever. Chapter 203, Dr. Wolf's POV. When the police arrive. The house felt too quiet. Ruby and the kids were gone, safe, hidden, protected, just like I needed them to be. And I stood alone in the hallway, the weight of the coming storm pressing down on my shoulders. Then I heard it. A car door. Another. Boots on gravel. Voices outside. They were here. I didn't panic. I didn't shake. I didn't run. I straightened my back, rolled my shoulders, and walked toward the front door. Because I wasn't afraid. Not anymore. Not when my daughter needed me. The knock. 3 sharp knocks. Authoritative. Impatient. Expected. I opened the door. 2 officers stood there, one older, one younger. Both serious. Both tense. Dr. Wolf, the older one asked. Yes. We received a report of a child being taken from a care facility without permission. I nodded slowly. I know. The younger officer shifted uncomfortably. He recognized me, I could see it in his eyes. The name. The reputation. The cases I'd worked. The authority I carried. But I didn't use that yet. Not until I needed to. He stays calm. Sir, the older officer continued, we need to ask you some questions about a girl named Amelia. My chest tightened, not with fear, but with protectiveness. She's safe, I said. She's with my family. Dr. Wolf, the younger officer said carefully, the social worker claims you removed her without legal authority. I looked him dead in the eyes. I removed her because she was in danger. The older officer frowned. What kind of danger? I stepped aside just enough for them to see the empty living room, toys, blankets, drawings, the life of a child who finally felt safe. She told me men were entering her room at night, I said quietly. She begged me not to leave her there. She was terrified. The officers exchanged a look. A serious one. A worried one. A we might have been lied to one. He uses his authority. I folded my arms. And before you ask, yes, I had the authority to remove her. The older officer raised an eyebrow. According to the social worker. She's wrong, I cut in. And she knows she's wrong. The younger officer swallowed. Sir, what exactly is your position? I stepped forward, voice low and steady. My job outranks hers. I don't need permission to remove a child from immediate danger. She does. Silence. Heavy. Tense. Shifting. The older officer finally nodded. All right. We're going to need to verify that. You do that, I said. I'll wait. They step aside to make calls. They moved back toward their car, speaking quietly into radios, checking databases, confirming everything. I stood in the doorway, arms crossed, heart steady. Because I knew the truth. I knew the law. And I knew I had done the right thing. Dr. Wolf's final thought. As the officers talked, I whispered to myself. You're safe, Amelia. I won't let them take you. Not today. Not ever. Chapter 204, Police POV, realizing who he really is. The officers stood beside the patrol car, waiting for the system to finish loading Dr. Wolf's credentials. Then the screen flashed red. Not yellow. Not orange. Red. The older officer stiffened. Oh no. The younger officer frowned. What does red mean? The older officer swallowed. It means we're dealing with someone way above our clearance level. He scrolled further and his face went pale. They read his file and everything changes. The younger officer leaned over his shoulder. What does it say? The older officer whispered. He outranks us. The younger officer blinked. Outranks, the police? No, the older officer said. He outranks all police. The younger officer stared. All. He turned the screen so the younger officer could see. And the younger officer's jaw dropped. Wait, is that Dr. Wolf? The older officer nodded slowly. The one who works above National Child Protection Units. The one who has emergency authority to remove ANY child from danger. The one who can override social workers, police, even judges. The one who reports directly to international safeguarding boards. The younger officer whispered. That's why the system flashed red. They realized the truth. The older officer kept reading. Oh my God. What now? The younger officer asked. He has global clearance. He can go anywhere. Any country. Any facility. Any home. The younger officer blinked hard. So his, higher than us? The older officer shook his head. His higher than the chief. Higher than the commissioner? Higher than the commissioner, the older officer confirmed. The younger officer swallowed. Higher than the king? The older officer nodded slowly. Yes. And the prime minister? Yes. The younger officer stepped back like he'd been hit. So if we touch him? We're finished, the older officer said. One phone call from him and we're fired instantly. The younger officer stared at the house. And the social worker tried to report him? The older officer sighed. She has no idea who she's dealing with. They approach him again, with respect. They walked back toward the house, not with suspicion, not with authority. But with respect. Deep, serious respect. Dr. Wolf stood in the doorway, calm and steady. Officers, he said. The older officer cleared his throat. Sir, we've reviewed your credentials. A pause. A long one. Then. We understand now. The younger officer nodded quickly. You acted within your authority. Completely. And we cannot interfere with your decisions. The older officer added. You outrank every officer in this region. We're not here to challenge you. Dr. Wolf simply nodded. Good. Police POV final thought. As they walked back to the car, the younger officer whispered. We almost arrested the man who outranks the entire police force. The older officer shook his head. We're lucky he's on the side of the children. They drove away with one clear truth. Dr. Wolf wasn't someone to question. He was someone to follow. Chapter 205, Dr. Wolf's POV, Calling Ruby. The police car had barely turned the corner when I closed the front door and let out a long, shaking breath. Not fear. Not relief. Something in between. They knew who I was. They understood. They backed off. But Ruby didn't know that yet. And she had all 6 kids with her, including Amelia, probably wondering why I sent them away so suddenly. I pulled out my phone and dialed her number. She answered on the first ring. "Wolf. Are you okay?" Her voice was tight, calm for the kids, but worried underneath. I leaned against the wall, letting my shoulders finally drop. "It's safe," I said quietly. "They're gone." I heard her exhale a soft, shaky breath she'd been holding. "What happened?" she asked. "He tells her the truth. They ran my credentials," I said. "And once they saw who I was, they backed off immediately." Ruby didn't speak, waiting. "They realized I outrank every officer in this region," I continued. "They can't touch me. They can't touch Amelia. Not legally. Not professionally." Ruby let out a breath of relief. "So they're not coming back?" "No," I said. "They know better now." Ruby softens when she hears his voice. I could hear the kids in the background, Hope giggling, George complaining about walking, Liam asking for snacks, Jake trying to keep them all in line. And Amelia. I could hear her too. Quiet. Close to Ruby. Safe. Ruby lowered her voice. "Wolf, you did it. You protected her." I closed my eyes. "I'll always protect her." "I know," Ruby whispered. "And she knows too. He asks her to come home. Bring them back," I said softly. "It's safe now. I want them home." Ruby smiled, I could hear it in her voice. "We're on our way." "And Ruby?" "Yeah. Thank you," I said. "For getting them out. For staying calm. For trusting me." She laughed quietly. "Always." Dr. Wolf's final thought. I hung up and looked around the quiet house. In a few minutes, it would be full again, full of noise, full of laughter, full of life. Full of my family. And I whispered to myself. "They're safe. They're coming home." For the first time all day. I felt like I could breathe. Chapter 206, Dr. Wolf's POV, When They Come Home. The house was quiet again. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that only happens when the people you love most are somewhere else, safe, but not with you. I stood in the hallway, listening for the sound I'd been waiting for. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Small ones. Fast ones. And Ruby's voice, soft but steady. "All right, pack, we're home." My chest loosened. I walked toward the front door and opened it just as they reached the steps. All 6 kids. Ruby behind them. Amelia in front, her little hand still wrapped around Ruby's fingers. The moment she saw me, she let go. She ran. He kneels down instantly. I dropped to my knees before she even reached me. Not because I had to. Because I wanted to meet her at her height. Because she deserved that. Because she was my daughter now. She threw herself into my arms with a force that nearly knocked me back. Her arms wrapped around my neck. Her face buried in my shoulder. Her breath shaking with relief. "I missed you," she whispered. I closed my eyes and held her tight. "I missed you too." The other kids gather around. Jake stood beside us, smiling with relief. Hope leaned against my arm. Eli hugged my side. George sat on my foot like he always did. Liam pressed his forehead to my shoulder. My whole pack. My whole world. All around me. Safe. Home. He holds Amelia a little longer. Amelia didn't let go. Not for a long time. Her tiny hands clung to my shirt like she was afraid I'd disappear if she loosened her grip. "I thought something bad happened," she whispered. I shook my head gently. "No, sweetheart. Nothing bad happened. I just needed to make sure everything was safe for you." She pulled back just enough to look at me. Her eyes were shiny. "Are you okay?" I smiled, a real one. "I am now." Ruby watches quietly. Ruby stood by the door, arms crossed, eyes soft. She didn't interrupt. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. She just watched, proud, relieved, protective. And I mouthed a silent thank you to her. She nodded. Dr. Wolf's final thought. I lifted Amelia into my arms and stood, the other kids crowding around me like a shield. My family. My pack. My reason. And as I carried Amelia inside, her head resting on my shoulder, I whispered into her hair. You're safe. You're home. And no one is ever taking you away. She nodded against me. I know, Dad. And that word, Dad, healed something inside me all over again. Chapter 207, Ruby's POV, searching for the boy and the others. When the kids were finally settled, Amelia curled into Wolf's side, the others sprawled across the sofa like sleepy puppies. I slipped quietly into the hallway. Not to rest. Not to breathe. Not to calm down. To start what I promised myself I would do. To help him heal. To find the boy he lost. And the children he saved. Because Wolf carried all of them inside him, the living and the gone, and I was done watching him hurt alone. She starts with the boy. I sat at the small desk in the corner, opened my notebook, and wrote one word at the top. Him. The boy he couldn't save. The boy who haunted him. The boy whose name he never spoke. I didn't know where to start. But I knew why. Because Wolf needed closure. Because he needed to know that boy mattered. Because he needed to see the smile he remembered, the one he couldn't save. I whispered to myself. I'm going to find him. I opened my laptop and began searching through old reports, archived cases, missing persons lists, emergency call logs, anything connected to the estate, the fire, the rescue. Every detail Wolf had ever mentioned echoed in my mind. A boy. Alone. Scared. Trapped. And Wolf carrying that guilt like a scar. I wasn't letting him carry it alone anymore. She moves on to the children he saved. When the search for the boy hit a dead end for the night, I turned to the other names. The 6 he saved. The 6 who lived because of him. The 6 who owed their futures to the man sleeping in the next room. I wrote another heading. The 6. I remembered their faces from the old photos. I remembered the way Wolf talked about them, quietly, like he wasn't allowed to feel proud. I searched for them one by one. Some had moved. Some had changed names. Some had families now. But they were alive. Alive because of him. And I whispered. I'm going to find them too. Not to drag them back into the past. Not to reopen wounds. But to give Wolf something he never got. Thank you. A letter. A picture. A memory. A reminder that he didn't fail, he saved lives. Ruby's determination hardens. I leaned back in the chair, rubbing my eyes. This wasn't going to be easy. But nothing worth doing ever is. And Wolf. He was worth everything. I looked toward the living room, where he sat with Amelia asleep on his chest, the others curled around him like a pack protecting their leader. And I whispered. I'm going to fix this for you. Not because he asked. Not because he expected it. But because he deserved it. Because he had spent his whole life saving children. And now it was time someone saved him. Ruby's final thought. I closed the laptop gently. Tomorrow, I would dig deeper. Tomorrow, I would find the boy. Tomorrow, I would track down the 6. But tonight. Tonight I made a promise. I will find them. I will bring you their stories. I will bring you peace. Because he wasn't alone anymore. Not in this fight. Not in this family. Not in this world. Chapter 208, Ruby's POV. The first clue, estate case. I focused on the right case this time, the estate case, the one that tore Wolf apart, the one he remembered while holding Amelia, the one where he saved 6 children, and lost one. I typed in the estate address. The date. The emergency response code Wolf had whispered once, half asleep, when the nightmares came. The system hesitated. Then a file appeared. Old. Damaged. Nearly erased. But real. She finds the boy's record, the one Wolf carried out. The file opened with a cold, heavy line. Male child, approximate 9 years old, deceased on scene. My breath caught. This was him. The boy Wolf carried out of the building. The boy whose small body he held against his chest. The boy whose death still lived behind Wolf's eyes. I scrolled. Found in lower corridor, collapsed structure. Cause of death, smoke inhalation, blunt trauma. I covered my mouth. Oh, Wolf. He had told me the truth. He had remembered it exactly. He had carried this alone for years. The line that breaks her. At the bottom of the report, one final note. Child was found shielding another younger child with his body. Tears blurred my vision. He died protecting someone else. He died brave. He died trying to save another child. Just like Wolf always said. This wasn't just a victim. He was a hero. A child hero. And Wolf had never forgiven himself for not reaching him sooner. Ruby realizes the weight Wolf carries. I leaned back, wiping my eyes. This wasn't a mystery to solve. This wasn't a missing child to find. This was grief. Old grief. Deep grief. The kind that shapes a man. The kind that shaped Wolf. And now I understood why he held Amelia so tightly. Why he shouted at the officers. Why he refused to let her go. He had lost one child. He would not lose another. Ruby's final thought. I closed the file gently, like it was something sacred. Tomorrow, I would tell him. Not to hurt him. Not to reopen wounds. But because he deserved to know. The boy he lost died a hero. And Wolf did everything he could. I whispered into the quiet room. I found him, Wolf. And he mattered. Chapter 209 Ruby's POV, struggling with telling him, estate case canon. I closed the file and pushed the laptop away like it burned. Because now I knew the truth. Not the softened version. Not the rumor. Not the legend. The truth Helen carried alone. The truth Wolf never heard. The truth that would break him if I said it out loud. The boy, the one Wolf found behind the crates, the one he apologized to. He had been dead 2 days before Wolf even reached the estate. 2 days. 2 days of Wolf blaming himself for something he never had a chance to change. 2 days of guilt that didn't belong to him. 2 days of pain he carried like a wound that never healed. And now I had to decide whether to tell him. She looks at him and her heart breaks. I turned my head toward the living room. Wolf was sitting on the sofa, Amelia asleep on his chest, her tiny hand curled into his shirt like she never wanted to let go. The others were draped around him like a pack guarding their alpha. He looked peaceful. For the first time today, peaceful. And I felt something inside me twist painfully. How do I tell him? How do I say the words that will reopen the deepest wound he has? If I told him now, he'd break. He'd blame himself anyway. He'd think he should have arrived sooner. He'd think he should have known. Even though the truth was simple. He never had a chance. The boy was already gone. Wolf didn't fail him, he just found him too late. Ruby's thoughts spiral. I imagined the conversation. Me sitting beside him. Him looking at me with those tired, gentle eyes. Me saying, Wolf. I found the file. And then. He died 2 days before you got there. I imagined the way his face would fall. The way his shoulders would tense. The way he'd look away so the kids wouldn't see him break. I couldn't do that to him. Not tonight. Not when he finally looked calm. Not when Amelia was safe in his arms. She makes a hard choice. I closed the laptop softly. Not to hide the truth. Not to avoid it. But because tonight wasn't the night. He deserved one night of peace. One night without guilt. One night without ghosts. I whispered into the quiet. I'll tell you, Wolf, but not tonight. Not when you're finally breathing again. Ruby's final thought. I walked quietly into the living room and sat beside him. Not to speak. Not to confess. Just to be close. Just to be ready. Just to make sure he wasn't carrying the world alone anymore, even if he didn't know it yet. Because when the moment came, I would be right there beside him. And Chapter 210 Ruby's POV. How the boy really died. I wasn't ready for what I found next. I thought the file was finished. I thought I had seen the worst of it. But then I opened the incident notes, the ones hidden behind a restricted tab, the ones Helen must have buried on purpose. And the truth hit me like a punch to the chest. Not smoke inhalation. Not collapse injuries. Violence. Deliberate. Cruel. Punishing. I covered my mouth as the words blurred. Injuries consistent with repeated blunt force trauma. Likely inflicted 48 to 72 hours before rescue. My stomach twisted. They didn't just leave him. They killed him. Ruby reads the part that breaks her. Another line. Shaking. Barely readable. Cause of assault. Child attempted to remove other minors from holding area. I froze. He wasn't hiding. He wasn't cowering. He wasn't waiting to be saved. He was trying to save the others. He tried to get them out. He tried to lead them away. He tried to be brave. And they caught him. They beat him until he couldn't stand. Until he couldn't breathe. Until he couldn't protect anyone anymore. And then they threw him back into the room with the other children. The same room Wolf found them in. The same room where 6 survived. The same room where 1 didn't. Ruby realizes the truth the kids never spoke. The 6 children Wolf saved, they were there. They saw him fall. They saw him try. They saw him protect them. But they were too young. Too scared. Too traumatized to speak. They thought he was sleeping. They didn't know he was gone. Not until Wolf found him. Not until Wolf knelt beside him and apologized. Not knowing the boy had died a hero. Ruby finds his name. At the bottom of the file, half erased, barely readable. Name, Daniel. I whispered it out loud. Daniel. The boy Wolf never forgot. The boy he carried in his nightmares. The boy he apologized to. The boy he thought he failed. But Daniel didn't die because Wolf was too late. Daniel died because he was trying to save the others. He died brave. He died fighting. He died protecting the children Wolf would later carry out alive. Daniel saved them first. Wolf saved them second. They saved them together. Ruby's final thought. I wiped my eyes, shaking. Wolf needed to know this. Not to hurt him. Not to break him. But because Daniel deserved to be remembered for what he was. A hero. A protector. A child who fought for others until his last breath. And Wolf deserved to know. He didn't fail Daniel. Daniel saved the children before Wolf ever reached them. I whispered into the quiet. I'll tell you, Wolf, and you'll be proud of him. So proud. Chapter 211. Ruby tells him the truth. I sat beside him on the sofa, laptop still open on my knees. The kids were asleep. The house was quiet. And Wolf. Wolf looked peaceful for the first time all day. But I couldn't hold it anymore. Wolf, I whispered. He opened his eyes instantly, sensing something was wrong. What is it, Ruby? My throat tightened. I found something, about the estate case. His whole body went still. Not tense. Not angry. Just, bracing. Tell me, he said softly. I turned the laptop toward him. I found out how the boy died. His breath caught. He didn't look away. He didn't flinch. He just waited. So I told him. Wolf, he didn't die from smoke. He didn't die from the collapse. He died because he tried to get the other kids out. Wolf's eyes widened, slowly, painfully. He tried to save them, I whispered. And the traffickers caught him. They beat him. They left him in the same room as the others. Wolf's jaw trembled. He died protecting them, Wolf. He died a hero. He closed his eyes, a single tear slipping down his cheek. Why didn't Helen tell me? He whispered. I swallowed. I don't know. But we're going to find out. He nodded once. Call her. Chapter 212. The Call to Helen. I dialed Helen's number. She answered on the second ring. Ruby. It's late. Wolf leaned forward, voice low and steady. Helen. Put me on speaker. There was a pause. Then a click. Wolf, what's going on? He didn't shout. He didn't accuse. He didn't break. He just asked. Why didn't you tell me how the boy died? Silence. A long, heavy silence. Then Helen exhaled shakily. You found the file. Yes, Wolf said. And I want the truth. All of it. Helen's voice cracked. Wolf. I didn't tell you because you were already broken. You blamed yourself for not saving him. If I told you he died trying to save the others, you would have blamed yourself even more. Wolf's hands curled into fists. I deserved to know. I know, Helen whispered. But I was trying to protect you. And the children you would save in the future. Wolf's voice softened, but it hurt more than shouting. You should have trusted me. Helen's breath hitched. I'm sorry, Wolf. I thought I was doing the right thing. But I should have told you. I should have told you years ago. Wolf wiped his face with the back of his hand. What was his name? He asked quietly. Helen hesitated. Then. Daniel. Wolf closed his eyes. Ruby took his hand. Helen whispered. He died a hero, Wolf. And the 6 children you saved, they survived because of him. Wolf's voice broke. I should have been there sooner. No, Helen said firmly. You saved the ones he protected. You finished what he started. Chapter 213. After the call. Wolf hung up the phone and sat in silence. Ruby didn't speak. She didn't push. She didn't try to fix it. She just held his hand. Finally, Wolf whispered. Daniel. I won't forget him again. Ruby leaned her head on his shoulder. You never did. Wolf nodded slowly. And now? I want to find the 6 survivors. I want to know what they remember. I want to know what Daniel did for them. Ruby smiled softly. I'll help you. Wolf looked at her with gratitude and pain mixed together. Thank you, Ruby. She squeezed his hand. We'll do it together. Chapter 214. Dr. Wolf's POV. Remembering Daniel. Ruby's words were still echoing in my head long after the call with Helen ended. Daniel. His name was Daniel. I sat there in the quiet living room, the kids asleep upstairs, Ruby beside me, her hand still wrapped around mine. And suddenly, I wasn't in the living room anymore. I was back in the estate. Back in the smoke. Back in the dark. Back in the cold concrete corridors where children whispered instead of cried. Back where I found him. The memory he never spoke aloud. I remember the moment I saw him. Not the sound. Not the smell. Not the fear. The stillness. Children move. Children breathe. Children tremble. But he didn't. He was curled behind the crates, arms wrapped around his stomach like he was trying to hold himself together. I knelt beside him. I touched his shoulder. Cold. Too cold. I whispered. Hey, hey, little one. I'm here. But he didn't move. He didn't answer. He didn't breathe. And I felt something inside me break. The part he never told anyone. I lifted him gently. He was so light. Too light. His shirt was torn. His ribs bruised. His face swollen. I didn't need a medic to tell me what happened. Someone hurt him. Someone hurt him badly. Someone hurt him because he tried to save the others. I held him against my chest. And I apologized. Not because I failed him. Not because I was too late. Not because I wasn't strong enough. I apologized because he died alone. Because he died scared. Because he died trying to protect children who were still alive. Because he deserved better. The moment Wolf breaks in the present. Ruby squeezed my hand gently. Wolf, talk to me. I swallowed hard. I remember carrying him out, I whispered. I remember thinking, if I had just gotten there sooner. Ruby shook her head. No. Wolf. He died 2 days before you arrived. You couldn't have saved him. I closed my eyes. But he tried to save them, I said. He tried to get them out. He took the punishment meant for them. Ruby nodded, tears in her eyes. He was a hero, Wolf. Just like you. I shook my head. No. He was braver than I ever was. The realization that changes him. I looked at Ruby. Daniel saved them first, I whispered. I saved them second. Ruby smiled softly. You finished what he started. I felt something shift inside me. Something heavy. Something painful. Something that had been sitting on my chest for years. Guilt. And for the first time, it loosened. Just a little. Dr. Wolf's final thought. I whispered Daniel's name again. Not with guilt. Not with shame. Not with failure. With respect. With grief. With pride. Daniel. I won't forget you. Not ever. Ruby leaned her head on my shoulder. We'll find the other kids, she said softly. We'll ask them what they remember. We'll make sure Daniel's story is told. I nodded. Together. And for the first time since the estate, I felt like I could breathe. Chapter 215 Ruby's POV, Searching for the Survivors. The moment Wolf whispered Daniel's name, something inside me shifted. Not fear. Not sadness. Purpose. Daniel saved those children first. Wolf saved them second. Now it was my turn to do something for both of them. I opened my laptop again. Ruby? Wolf asked softly. I looked at him. I'm going to find them, I said. The 6 survivors. The ones Daniel protected. The ones you carried out. Wolf didn't speak. He just nodded, slow, heavy, grateful. So I started. The first step, the records. I typed in the estate case number. The system loaded slowly, like it didn't want to remember. 6 names. 6 children. 6 lives Daniel fought for. 6 lives Wolf saved. But the files were old. Some were sealed. Some were redacted. Some were missing entirely. I whispered. Come on, give me something. And then a spark. A trace. A lead. One of the children had been moved to a foster home 2 towns over. Another had been adopted abroad. A third had changed their name at 16. They were scattered. Hidden. Protected. But not lost. Not to me. The second step, the clue Daniel left behind. I clicked on the youngest child's file, the one Daniel shielded with his body. A note popped up. Child reported that an older boy told them to hide and stay quiet. My breath caught. That was Daniel. Even dying, even beaten, even terrified. He still protected them. I whispered. I'll find them, Daniel. I promise. The third step, the hardest part. I turned to Wolf. He was watching me, eyes tired but steady. Wolf, I said gently, I'm going to contact them. All 6. I'm going to ask what they remember. He swallowed. And if they don't want to talk? Then we respect that, I said. But if they do, they can tell us what Daniel did for them. Wolf closed his eyes. And maybe, I added softly, they can write you a letter. Or send a picture. Something to show you they're alive. That they're okay. That you saved them. His breath shook. You do that for me? No, I said, taking his hand. I'm doing it for you and Daniel. The fourth step, the first survivor. A name lit up on the screen. A girl. Now 21. Living in Manchester. A survivor of the estate. One of Daniel's kids. One of Wolf's kids. I clicked her contact information. A phone number. An email. A social worker's note. Child remembers an older boy who tried to help them escape. My heart pounded. Wolf, I whispered, she remembers him. He covered his mouth with his hand. Ruby, please, find her. I nodded. I will. Ruby's final thought. I looked at the list of names. 6 children. 6 stories. 6 pieces of Daniel's legacy. And I whispered. I'm going to bring them home to you, Wolf. Not physically, but in the only way that matters. Their voices. Their memories. Their gratitude. Their truth. And Daniel's story, the real one, would finally be told. Chapter 216 Ruby's POV. Contacting the first survivor. The name on my screen felt heavier than anything I'd read all night. Maya Thompson, age 21, Manchester. One of the 6. One of Daniel's kids. One of Wolf's kids. I stared at her contact details, my heart thudding. This wasn't research anymore. This was real. This was the moment everything changed. Wolf sat beside me, silent, waiting, bracing. He didn't rush me. He didn't push. He just said, quietly, "Whenever you're ready." I nodded. And I clicked call. The phone rings. 1 ring. 2. 3. My stomach twisted. What if she didn't answer? What if she didn't remember anything? What if she didn't want to talk about the estate ever again? Then, a soft voice. "Hello." I swallowed. Hi, is this Maya Thompson? A pause. Yes. Who's calling? I looked at Wolf. He nodded. My name is Ruby. I'm calling about the estate case. From when you were a child. Silence. A long, heavy silence. Then Maya inhaled sharply. Oh my God, is this about him? My breath caught. Who? I whispered. The man who carried us out, she said. The one who saved us. The one we never got to thank. Wolf covered his mouth with his hand, eyes shining. I steadied my voice. Yes. Him. Dr. Wolf. Maya's voice cracked. I remember him. Ruby asks the question that matters. Maya, I said gently, I'm trying to piece together what happened. Not the official version. The real one. Another pause. Then Maya whispered. You found out about Daniel, didn't you? Wolf froze. I closed my eyes. Yes, I said softly. I know what he did for you. I know how he died. Maya sniffed quietly. He saved us. He told us to hide. He told us not to make a sound. He told us he'd get us out. Her voice trembled. And then they found him. Wolf's shoulders shook. I reached for his hand. Maya remembers Daniel. He was the bravest of us, Maya said. He was only 9, but he acted like he was 20. He tried to get the younger ones out first. I felt tears sting my eyes. Maya, would you be willing to talk to Dr. Wolf? He's here with me. Silence. Then. Yes. Please. I've waited years to tell him thank you. Wolf's breath hitched. I handed him the phone. Dr. Wolf speaks to a survivor. Hello, he whispered. A soft gasp. It's you, Maya said. I remember your voice. Wolf closed his eyes. I'm glad you're alive, he said, voice breaking. I'm alive because of Daniel, she replied. And because of you. Wolf shook his head. No. Daniel saved you. And you saved the rest of us, Maya said firmly. You carried us out. You held us. You told us we were safe. You stayed with us until the ambulances came. Wolf's tears fell silently. Thank you, he whispered. No, Maya said. Thank you. Ruby's final thought. When the call ended, Wolf sat there in stunned silence. Not broken. Not haunted. Changed. Something inside him had shifted, something heavy finally lifting. I closed the laptop gently. That's one, I whispered. 5 more to go. Wolf nodded, wiping his eyes. Let's find them all. And we would. Together. Chapter 217 Maya's POV, Remembering Daniel. I didn't expect the call. I didn't expect his voice. And I definitely didn't expect the memories to hit me so hard I had to sit down. But the moment Ruby said his name, Dr. Wolf, everything came back. Not the fear. Not the darkness. Not the estate. Daniel. The boy who saved us before anyone else ever came. The first memory, his voice. I remember his voice before I remember his face. Soft. Shaky. Trying to sound brave even though he was terrified. Stay behind me, he whispered. Don't make a sound. I'll get you out. I was only 6. I didn't understand what was happening. But I understood him. He was the only one who wasn't crying. He was the only one who stood up. He was the only one who tried. The second memory, the plan. Daniel had a plan. He always had a plan. He waited until the guards were shouting at each other. He waited until the door wasn't fully locked. He waited until the younger kids were asleep so they wouldn't panic. Then he whispered, "Tonight. We're leaving tonight." I remember grabbing his sleeve. "What if they catch us?" He smiled at me, a small, brave, heartbreaking smile. "Then they'll hurt me, not you." I didn't understand what that meant. Not until later. The third memory, the moment everything went wrong. We made it to the hallway. We were so close. Daniel was holding the youngest boy's hand. I was holding Daniel's shirt. The others followed quietly behind. Then the door slammed open. The guards saw us. Daniel pushed us back into the room. "Hide," he shouted. "Hide now." We scrambled behind the crates. But Daniel didn't hide. He stepped forward. "It was me," he said. "I opened the door. I tried to get them out. It was me." He took the blame. He took everything. I still hear the sound of the first hit. I still hear him cry out. I still hear him whisper, "Don't come out. Don't move. Don't let them see you." And we didn't. We stayed hidden. Because he told us to. Because he saved us. The fourth memory, after. When they threw him back into the room, he didn't move. I crawled to him. "Daniel." I whispered. He didn't answer. His hand was cold. I shook him. "Daniel, wake up. Please wake up." But he didn't. I didn't understand death then. I just thought he was sleeping. Sleeping too deeply. Sleeping too long. I didn't know he was gone. Not until Dr. Wolf found him. Not until I saw the look on Wolf's face, the look of a man who had seen too much loss. The fifth memory, Dr. Wolf. I remember him lifting Daniel gently. Like Daniel was made of glass. Like he was something precious. He whispered something I couldn't hear. But I knew it was an apology. And I knew he meant it. He carried Daniel out first. Then he came back for us. He carried me. He held me close. He told me I was safe. And for the first time in days, I believed it. Maya's final thought. When Ruby asked if I remembered Daniel, I almost couldn't speak. But I do. I remember everything. Daniel wasn't just a boy who died. He was the reason I'm alive. He was the reason the others survived. He was the reason Dr. Wolf found us in time. He was our hero. And now that Ruby and Wolf know the truth, maybe Daniel can finally rest. Chapter 218, Ruby's POV, contacting the second survivor. The moment the call with Maya ended, Wolf sat there in stunned silence, not broken, not haunted, but changed. Something inside him had shifted, and I wasn't going to let that momentum fade. "One down," I whispered. "5 more to go." Wolf nodded, wiping his eyes. "Let's keep going." So I opened the laptop again. And there it was, the next name on the list. Elias Carter, age 22, Bristol. One of Daniel's kids. One of Wolf's kids. My heart thudded. "Ready?" I asked. Wolf didn't speak. He just reached out and rested his hand on my shoulder. I took a breath. And I clicked call. The phone rings. 1 ring. 2. 3. Then a voice, deeper, older, but trembling slightly. "Hello." I swallowed. Hi, is this Elias Carter?" A pause. "Yes." "Who's calling?" I glanced at Wolf. He nodded again, steady, bracing. "My name is Ruby. I'm calling about the estate case, from when you were a child." Silence. A long, heavy silence. Then Elias exhaled sharply. "Is this about the man who carried us out?" Wolf's breath hitched. I steadied my voice. "Yes. Dr. Wolf is here with me." Another silence, but this one felt different. Like someone trying not to cry. "I remember him," Elias whispered. "I remember everything. Ruby asks the question that matters." Elias, I said gently, I'm trying to understand what happened. Not the official version. The real one. His breathing changed, shaky, uneven. You found out about Daniel, didn't you? Wolf froze beside me. I nodded, even though he couldn't see it. Yes. We know what he did. We know how he died. Elias sniffed quietly. He saved us. He told us to hide. He told us not to move. He told us he'd get us out. His voice cracked. And then they found him. Wolf's shoulders shook. I reached for his hand. Elias remembers Daniel. He was the oldest, Elias said. He was only 9, but he acted like he was our big brother. I felt tears sting my eyes. He tried to get us out, Elias continued. He opened the door. He told us to run. He pushed us behind the crates when the guards came. His voice broke completely. He took the beating meant for us. Wolf covered his mouth with his hand. He saved us, Elias whispered. And you saved us after. Ruby offers the phone. Elias, I said softly, Dr. Wolf would like to speak to you. If you're okay with that. A shaky breath. Yes. Please. I've wanted to thank him for years. I handed Wolf the phone. Dr. Wolf speaks to the second survivor. Elias. Wolf whispered. A soft gasp. It's you, Elias said. I remember your voice. Wolf closed his eyes. I'm glad you're alive. I'm alive because of Daniel, Elias replied. And because of you. Wolf shook his head. No. Daniel saved you. And you carried us out, Elias said firmly. You held us. You told us we were safe. You stayed with us until the ambulances came. Wolf's tears fell silently. Thank you, he whispered. No, Elias said. Thank you. Ruby's final thought. When the call ended, Wolf didn't speak. He didn't need to. I closed the laptop gently. That's 2, I whispered. 4 more to go. Wolf nodded, wiping his face. Let's find them all. And we would. Together. Chapter 219 Elias's POV, The Last Moments with Daniel. I haven't spoken about that night in years. Not to my foster parents. Not to therapists. Not to anyone. But when Ruby called, and when I heard Dr. Wolf's voice again, the memories came back like a door unlocking. Not the whole estate. Not the fear. Not the darkness. Just Daniel. The last moments I ever saw him alive. The moment before everything went wrong. We were all huddled together in the corner of the room. The younger kids were crying quietly. I was trying to keep them calm. Daniel stood up. He always stood up. He looked at me, really looked at me, and whispered. Elias, you're the oldest after me. If something happens, you take them and hide. Promise me. I shook my head. No. We go together. He smiled, that small, brave smile he always had. I'll be right behind you. But I knew he was lying. Even at 8 years old, I knew. The escape attempt. Daniel waited until the guards were shouting at each other. He waited until the door wasn't fully locked. He waited until the youngest kids were half asleep so they wouldn't panic. Then he whispered. Now. He opened the door just enough for us to slip through. He held the youngest boy's hand. I held Daniel's shirt. The others followed behind us. We were so close. So close. Then. The door slammed open. The guards saw us. Daniel didn't run. He didn't hide. He pushed us back into the room. Hide, he shouted. Hide now. We scrambled behind the crates. But Daniel stayed in the open. The last words I ever heard him say. The guards demanded to know who opened the door. Daniel stepped forward. It was me, he said. I tried to get them out. They didn't do anything. It was all me. I remember grabbing the crate, wanting to run to him. He looked back at me, just once, and mouthed. Don't. Then they grabbed him. The beating. I won't describe it. Not in detail. Not ever. But I remember the sound. I remember Daniel crying out. I remember him trying to stand. I remember him falling. I remember him whispering, "Stay hidden, please." And we did. Because he told us to. Because he saved us. Because he took everything meant for us. The moment after, when they threw him back into the room, he didn't move. I crawled to him. "Daniel," I whispered. He didn't answer. His hand was cold. I shook him harder. "Daniel, wake up. Please wake up." But he didn't. I didn't understand death then. I just thought he was sleeping. Sleeping too deeply. Sleeping too long. I didn't know he was gone. Not until Dr. Wolf found him. The memory of Dr. Wolf. I remember Wolf lifting Daniel gently. Like he was something precious. Like he was something sacred. He whispered something I couldn't hear. But I knew it was an apology. And I knew he meant it. Then he came back for us. He carried me. He held me close. He told me I was safe. And for the first time in days, I believed him. Elias's final thought. Daniel didn't die because he was weak. He didn't die because he was unlucky. He didn't die because he was forgotten. He died because he was brave. He died because he tried to save us. He died because he stepped forward when the rest of us were too scared to move. And now that Ruby and Dr. Wolf know the truth, maybe Daniel can finally rest. And maybe we can too. Chapter 220 Ruby's POV, contacting the third survivor. 2 calls. 2 voices. 2 memories of Daniel that shattered Wolf and rebuilt him at the same time. But we weren't done. Not even close. I opened the laptop again, my hands steadier now, not because this was easy, but because I finally understood the weight of what we were doing. We weren't just finding survivors. We were piecing Daniel back together. Name by name. Memory by memory. Child by child. Wolf sat beside me, silent but present, his hand resting lightly on my shoulder. I scrolled to the next file. And there it was. Liam Brooks, age 20, Birmingham. One of Daniel's kids. One of Wolf's kids. I took a breath. "Ready?" I whispered. Wolf nodded. So I clicked call. The phone rings. 1 ring. 2. 3. Then a voice, young, tired, wary. "Hello." I swallowed. Hi, is this Liam Brooks?" A pause. "Yeah. Who's this?" I glanced at Wolf. He gave me a small, steady nod. "My name is Ruby. I'm calling about the estate case, from when you were a child." Silence. A long, heavy silence. Then Liam exhaled sharply. "Is this about the boy?" My heart stopped. "Daniel?" I whispered. "Yes," Liam said quietly. "The boy who tried to save us." Wolf's breath caught. I steadied my voice. "Liam. Dr. Wolf is here with me." Another silence, but this one wasn't fear. It was emotion. "I remember him," Liam whispered. "I remember both of them." Ruby asks the question that matters. "Liam," I said gently, "we're trying to understand what really happened. Not the official version. The truth." His breathing changed, shaky, uneven. "You found out how Daniel died, didn't you?" I nodded, even though he couldn't see it. "Yes. We know he tried to get you all out. We know he took the punishment meant for you." Liam sniffed quietly. "He saved us," he whispered. "He saved all of us." Wolf's shoulders shook beside me. I reached for his hand. "Liam remembers Daniel. He was the oldest," Liam said. "He wasn't scared. Or maybe he was, but he didn't show it." I felt tears sting my eyes. "He told us to hide," Liam continued. "He told us not to move. He told us he'd get us out." His voice cracked. And he did. He got us to the door. He almost made it. Wolf covered his mouth with his hand. And when the guards came, Liam whispered, he stepped forward. He didn't run. He didn't hide. He protected us. "Ruby offers the phone." "Liam," I said softly, "Dr. Wolf would like to speak to you. If you're okay with that." A shaky breath. "Yes. Please." I handed Wolf the phone. Dr. Wolf speaks to the third survivor. Liam. Wolf whispered. A soft gasp. Dr. Wolf. Wolf closed his eyes. I'm glad you're alive. I'm alive because of Daniel, Liam replied. And because of you. Wolf shook his head. No. Daniel saved you. And you carried us out, Liam said firmly. You held us. You told us we were safe. You stayed with us until the ambulances came. Wolf's tears fell silently. Thank you, he whispered. No, Liam said. Thank you. Ruby's final thought. When the call ended, Wolf didn't speak. He didn't need to. I closed the laptop gently. That's 3, I whispered. 3 more to go. Wolf nodded, wiping his face. Let's find them all. And we would. Together. Chapter 221, Liam's POV, a different memory of Daniel. Most people remember Daniel as the brave one. The one who stood up. The one who tried to get us out. And they're right. But my memory of him, it's different. Not better. Not worse. Just mine. Because I didn't just see Daniel be brave. I saw Daniel be kind. And sometimes kindness is harder than bravery. The first memory, before the escape. Everyone remembers the night he tried to get us out. But I remember the night before. The youngest boy, Toby, was crying so hard he couldn't breathe. He kept saying he wanted his mum. He kept saying he was scared. We were all scared. But Daniel crawled over to him and whispered, "You're not alone. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you." He held Toby's hand until he fell asleep. He didn't sleep at all that night. He just watched the door. Like he already knew what he was going to do. The second memory, the promise. The next morning, Daniel pulled me aside. He didn't look scared. He looked determined. "Liam," he whispered, "if something happens to me, you take care of them." I shook my head. "No. You're coming with us." He smiled, that small, sad smile he always had. "I'll try. But if I can't, you have to be the one." I didn't understand what he meant. Not until later. Not until it was too late. The third memory, the moment I knew. Everyone remembers the guards catching us. Everyone remembers Daniel stepping forward. But I remember something else. When the guards grabbed him, Daniel looked back at me. Not scared. Not angry. Just calm. And he mouthed one word. Run. Not hide. Not stay. Not don't move. He told me to run. Because he knew I'd freeze. He knew I'd try to help him. He knew I'd get myself hurt. He saved me twice that night. Once from the guards. And once from myself. The fourth memory, after they hurt him. When they threw him back into the room, the others hid. But I didn't. I crawled to him. He was barely breathing. His eyes were half open. He looked at me, really looked at me, and whispered, "Are they safe? Not help me. Not it hurts. Not I'm scared. Just, are they safe?" I nodded, crying. He smiled. A tiny, broken smile. Good. Those were the last words he ever said. When Dr. Wolf found us, corrected Cannon. When Dr. Wolf found us, he didn't see Daniel at first. He saw us, the living kids, huddled together, terrified. He didn't ask questions. He didn't hesitate. He picked me up first. Then Toby. Then the others. He carried us out of the room one by one. I remember looking back over his shoulder. I saw Daniel lying there. I wanted to say something. I wanted to scream his name. But I was too scared. When we got outside, the cold air hit me. I thought it was over. But then I saw Dr. Wolf turn around. He went back inside. Alone. Into the smoke. Into the dark. Into the place we had just escaped. Minutes later, he came back out. Carrying Daniel in his arms. Holding him like he was something precious. Something sacred. And I knew, even at 8 years old, that Daniel was gone. Liam's final thought. Everyone remembers Daniel as the boy who tried to escape. But I remember him as the boy who stayed awake all night to comfort a crying child. The boy who made me promise to protect the others. The boy who smiled at me even when he was dying. The boy whose last words were about us, not himself. Daniel wasn't just brave. He was good. And now that Ruby and Dr. Wolf know the truth, maybe Daniel can finally rest. And maybe I can too. Chapter 222, Ruby's POV, contacting the fourth survivor. 3 calls. 3 voices. 3 pieces of Daniel's story finally brought into the light. But there were still more children out there, children Daniel protected, children Wolf carried out, children whose memories mattered. Wolf sat beside me, quieter than before, but stronger too. Every survivor's voice was stitching something back together inside him. I opened the laptop again. The next name on the list made my breath catch. Ava Patel, age 19, London. One of the youngest. One of the quietest. One of Daniel's kids. One of Wolf's kids. I looked at Wolf. Ready? He nodded, eyes soft but steady. So I clicked call. The phone rings. 1 ring. 2. 3. Then a soft, nervous voice. Hello. I swallowed. Hi, is this Ava Patel? A pause. Yes. Who's calling? I glanced at Wolf. He gave me a small, reassuring nod. My name is Ruby. I'm calling about the estate case, from when you were a child. Silence. A long, trembling silence. Then Ava whispered. Is this about the boy? My heart tightened. Daniel? I asked gently. A tiny breath. Yes. The boy who told me not to cry. Wolf's hand tightened around mine. Ruby asks the question that matters. Ava, I said softly, we're trying to understand what really happened. Not the official version. The truth. Her breathing changed, shaky, uneven. You found out how he died, didn't you? I nodded, even though she couldn't see it. Yes. We know he tried to get you all out. We know he took the punishment meant for you. Ava sniffed quietly. He saved us, she whispered. He saved me. Wolf closed his eyes. Ava remembers Daniel. I was the youngest girl, Ava said. I cried a lot. I couldn't help it. I felt tears sting my eyes. But Daniel never got annoyed, she continued. He held my hand. He told me stories. He said he'd get me home. Her voice cracked. And he tried. He really tried. Wolf covered his mouth with his hand. When the guards came, Ava whispered, he pushed me behind the crates. He told me to stay quiet. He told me he'd come back for me. A tiny sob. He didn't. Ruby offers the phone. Ava, I said gently, Dr. Wolf is here with me. Would you like to speak to him? A shaky breath. Yes. Please. I handed Wolf the phone. Dr. Wolf speaks to the fourth survivor. Ava. Wolf whispered. A soft gasp. Dr. Wolf. Wolf swallowed hard. I'm glad you're alive. I'm alive because of Daniel, Ava replied. And because of you. Wolf shook his head. No. Daniel saved you. And you carried me out, Ava said firmly. You wrapped your coat around me. You told me I was safe. You stayed with me until the ambulance came. Wolf's tears fell silently. Thank you, he whispered. No, Ava said softly. Thank you. Ruby's final thought. When the call ended, Wolf didn't speak. He didn't need to. I closed the laptop gently. That's 4, I whispered. 2 more to go. Wolf nodded, wiping his face. Let's find them all. And we would. Together. Chapter 223, Ava's POV, Remembering Daniel. I didn't think I'd ever talk about that place again. I didn't think I'd ever say his name out loud. But when Ruby called, and when she said Daniel, it was like a door opened inside me. Not the door to the estate. Not the door to the fear. The door to him. Daniel. The boy who saved me. The first memory when I was crying. I was the youngest girl. I cried a lot. I couldn't help it. Everything was loud. Everything was scary. Everything hurt. But Daniel never got annoyed. He sat beside me, even when the others were asleep. He held my hand. He whispered stories, ones he made up on the spot. Pretend we're somewhere else, he'd say. Somewhere safe. I believed him. Because when Daniel talked, the world didn't feel so dark. The second memory, the night everything changed. I remember the night he tried to get us out. He woke me gently. Ava, he whispered, you have to be brave now. I shook my head. I told him I couldn't. I told him I was scared. He smiled, that soft, brave smile he always had. I'll be brave for both of us. He held my hand as we crept toward the door. He kept me behind him the whole time. He didn't let go. Not once. The third memory, when the guards found us. The door opened. The guards shouted. Everything happened too fast. I froze. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Daniel pushed me behind the crates. Stay quiet, he whispered. I'll come back for you. I believed him. I really did. Then they grabbed him. I covered my ears. I didn't want to hear. But I heard everything. And I stayed hidden. Because he told me to. Because he saved me. The fourth memory, after. When they threw him back into the room, he didn't move. I crawled to him. Daniel. I whispered. He didn't answer. His hand was cold. I shook him gently. Daniel, please wake up. But he didn't. I didn't understand death then. I just thought he was sleeping. Sleeping too deeply. Sleeping too long. I didn't know he was gone. Not until Dr. Wolf found us. The fifth memory, Dr. Wolf. I remember Dr. Wolf lifting me first. He wrapped his coat around me. He told me I was safe. His voice was calm, warm, kind. I clung to him because I didn't know what else to do. When we got outside, I saw him go back in. Alone. Into the smoke. Into the dark. When he came back out, he was carrying Daniel. Holding him like he mattered. Like he was precious. Like he was loved. And even though I was only 5, I knew Daniel wasn't coming back. Ava's final thought. Daniel wasn't just the boy who tried to escape. He wasn't just the boy who took the punishment meant for us. He was the boy who held my hand when I cried. The boy who told me stories so I wouldn't be scared. The boy who promised he'd come back for me. And even though he didn't survive, he kept his promise. Because I'm alive. Because of him. And now that Ruby and Dr. Wolf know the truth, maybe Daniel can finally rest. And maybe I can too. Chapter 224, Ruby's POV, contacting the fifth survivor. 4 calls. 4 voices. 4 memories of Daniel that stitched Wolf back together piece by piece. But there were still 2 more. 2 more children Daniel protected. 2 more children Wolf carried out. 2 more truths waiting to be heard. I opened the laptop again. The next name on the list made my breath tighten. Noah Reed, age 22, Liverpool. Quiet. Withdrawn. Barely any notes in his file. One of Daniel's kids. One of Wolf's kids. I looked at Wolf. Ready? He nodded, though his eyes were already glassy. So I clicked call. The phone rings. 1 ring. 2. 3. Then a voice, low, guarded, older than his age. Yeah. I swallowed. Hi, is this Noah Reed? A pause. Who's asking? I glanced at Wolf. He gave me a small, steady nod. My name is Ruby. I'm calling about the estate case, from when you were a child. Silence. A long, heavy silence. Then Noah exhaled sharply. Is this about the boy? My heart clenched. Daniel. I whispered. A shaky breath. Yeah. Him. Wolf's hand tightened around mine. Ruby asks the question that matters. Noah, I said softly, we're trying to understand what really happened. Not the official version. The truth. His breathing changed, slow, uneven. You found out how he died, didn't you? I nodded, even though he couldn't see it. Yes. We know he tried to get you all out. We know he took the punishment meant for you. Noah sniffed quietly. He saved us, he whispered. He saved me. Wolf closed his eyes. Noah remembers Daniel. I didn't talk much back then, Noah said. I barely spoke at all. I felt tears sting my eyes. But Daniel, he didn't care. He sat with me anyway. He shared his food. He told me jokes. He said he'd get us out. His voice cracked. And he tried. He really tried. Wolf covered his mouth with his hand. When the guards came, Noah whispered, he stepped in front of me. He didn't even think. He just moved. A tiny breath. He saved my life. Ruby offers the phone. Noah, I said gently, Dr. Wolf is here with me. Would you like to speak to him? A shaky breath. Yeah. I think I need to. I handed Wolf the phone. Dr. Wolf speaks to the fifth survivor. Noah. Wolf whispered. A soft gasp. Dr. Wolf. Wolf swallowed hard. I'm glad you're alive. I'm alive because of Daniel, Noah replied. And because of you. Wolf shook his head. No. Daniel saved you. And you carried me out, Noah said firmly. You held me like I mattered. You told me I was safe. You stayed with me until the ambulance came. Wolf's tears fell silently. Thank you, he whispered. No, Noah said softly. Thank you. Ruby's final thought. When the call ended, Wolf didn't speak. He didn't need to. I closed the laptop gently. That's 5, I whispered. One more to go. Wolf nodded, wiping his face. Let's finish this. And we would. Together. Chapter 225 Noah's POV, Remembering Daniel. I don't talk about the estate. I don't talk about what happened. Most people think I don't remember anything. But I do. I remember everything. Not the whole place. Not the fear. Not the dark. I remember Daniel. The boy who saved my life before anyone else even knew I existed. The first memory when no one else spoke to me. I didn't talk back then. Not a word. I kept to myself. I stayed in corners. I didn't trust anyone. But Daniel, he didn't care. He sat next to me even when I didn't answer. He shared his food with me. He nudged my shoulder when I was shaking. He whispered, "You don't have to talk. I'll talk for both of us." And somehow, that made it easier to breathe. The second memory, the night he tried to save us. I remember him waking me up. "Noah," he whispered, "we're leaving. Stay close to me." I didn't ask questions. I didn't need to. I followed him because I trusted him more than anyone else in that place. He held my wrist gently, guiding me through the dark. He kept checking on me, even though he was terrified himself. He didn't let go. Not once. The third memory, when the guards found us. The door opened. The shouting started. Everything exploded at once. I froze. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Daniel didn't hesitate. He stepped in front of me. He shielded me with his whole body. He didn't even think. He just moved. I remember him whispering, "Don't look. Don't move. Don't let them see you." Then they grabbed him. I heard the first hit. I heard him cry out. I heard everything. And I stayed hidden. Because he told me to. Because he saved me. The fourth memory, after. When they threw him back into the room, he didn't move. I crawled to him. "Daniel." I whispered the first word I'd spoken in days. He didn't answer. His hand was cold. I shook him gently. "Daniel, please." But he didn't wake up. I didn't understand death then. I just thought he was sleeping. Sleeping too deeply. Sleeping too long. I didn't know he was gone. Not until Dr. Wolf found us. The fifth memory, Dr. Wolf. I remember Dr. Wolf lifting me first. He held me like I mattered. Like I wasn't invisible. He carried me out of the room. Out of the dark. Out of the place Daniel died trying to escape. I remember looking back over his shoulder. I saw Daniel lying there. I wanted to scream. I wanted to tell him to go back. But I was too scared. When we got outside, I saw Dr. Wolf turn around. He went back inside. Alone. Into the smoke. Into the dark. When he came back out, he was carrying Daniel. Holding him like he was something precious. Something sacred. And even though I was only 6, I knew Daniel wasn't coming back. Noah's final thought. Daniel wasn't just the boy who tried to escape. He wasn't just the boy who took the punishment meant for us. He was the boy who sat with me when no one else would. The boy who shared his food. The boy who protected me without thinking. The boy who saved my life. And now that Ruby and Dr. Wolf know the truth, maybe Daniel can finally rest. And maybe I can too. Chapter 226, Ruby's POV, contacting the 6th survivor. 5 calls. 5 voices. 5 pieces of Daniel's story that rebuilt Wolf in ways I didn't think were possible. But there was still one more. The last child Daniel protected. The last child Wolf carried out. The final missing piece of the truth. I opened the laptop again. The final name on the list made my breath catch. Sophie Hale, age 21, Cardiff. The quietest file. The most redacted. Almost nothing written about her. But she was one of Daniel's kids. One of Wolf's kids. I looked at Wolf. Ready? He didn't speak. He just nodded, slow, steady, bracing himself for whatever came next. So I clicked call. The phone rings. 1 ring. 2. 3. Then a soft voice, gentle, careful, like someone who had learned to speak quietly. Hello. I swallowed. Hi, is this Sophie Hale? A pause. Yes. Who's calling? I glanced at Wolf. He gave me a small, encouraging nod. My name is Ruby. I'm calling about the estate case, from when you were a child. Silence. A long, trembling silence. Then Sophie whispered. Is this about the boy who sang to me? My heart clenched. Daniel? I asked softly. A tiny breath. Yes. Him. Wolf's hand tightened around mine. Ruby asks the question that matters. Sophie, I said gently, we're trying to understand what really happened. Not the official version. The truth. Her breathing changed, slow, shaky, fragile. You found out how he died, didn't you? I nodded, even though she couldn't see it. Yes. We know he tried to get you all out. We know he took the punishment meant for you. Sophie sniffed quietly. He saved us, she whispered. He saved me. Wolf closed his eyes. Sophie remembers Daniel. I was the smallest, Sophie said. I didn't talk much. I cried a lot. I felt tears sting my eyes. But Daniel, he didn't mind. He sat with me. He held my hand. He sang to me when I couldn't sleep. Her voice cracked. He told me he'd get us out. He told me he'd take me home. Wolf covered his mouth with his hand. And he tried, Sophie whispered. He really tried. A tiny breath. When the guards came, he pushed me behind the crates. He told me to close my eyes. He told me not to look. Her voice broke completely. And I didn't. Because I trusted him. Ruby offers the phone. Sophie, I said softly, Dr. Wolf is here with me. Would you like to speak to him? A shaky breath. Yes. I think I need to. I handed Wolf the phone. Dr. Wolf speaks to the 6th survivor. Sophie. Wolf whispered. A soft gasp. Dr. Wolf. Wolf swallowed hard. I'm glad you're alive. I'm alive because of Daniel, Sophie replied. And because of you. Wolf shook his head. No. Daniel saved you. And you carried me out, Sophie said gently. You wrapped me in your coat. You told me I was safe. You stayed with me until the ambulance came. Wolf's tears fell silently. Thank you, he whispered. No, Sophie said softly. Thank you. Ruby's final thought. When the call ended, Wolf didn't speak. He didn't need to. I closed the laptop gently. That's all of them, I whispered. All 6. Wolf stared at the screen, tears falling freely now. They remembered him, he whispered. They all remembered him. I took his hand. They remembered the truth. And now, finally, Daniel's story was whole. Chapter 227, Sophie's POV, Remembering Daniel. I didn't think anyone would ever ask me about him again. I didn't think anyone even remembered I was there. But when Ruby said his name, Daniel, it was like a light flickered on inside a room I'd kept locked for years. Not the room in the estate. Not the fear. Not the dark. Just him. The boy who sang to me. The first memory, his voice. I didn't talk much back then. I was too scared. Too small. Too quiet. But Daniel, he didn't mind. He sat beside me when I cried. He held my hand when the others were asleep. And he whispered songs, soft, shaky, made up little melodies. Close your eyes, he'd say. Pretend we're somewhere safe. I always did. Because when Daniel sang, the world didn't feel so frightening. The second memory, the night he tried to save us. I remember him waking me gently. Sophie, he whispered, we're leaving. Stay close. I nodded, even though I was shaking. He held my hand the whole time. He kept me behind him, shielding me from everything. He didn't let go. Not once. Even when he was scared. Especially when he was scared. The third memory, when the guards found us. The door opened. The shouting started. Everything happened too fast. I froze. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Daniel didn't hesitate. He pushed me behind the crates. He cupped my face with both hands. Close your eyes, he whispered. Don't look. Don't move. I obeyed. Because I trusted him more than anyone in the world. Then they grabbed him. I heard the first hit. I heard him cry out. I heard everything. But I didn't look. Because he told me not to. Because he saved me. The fourth memory, after. When they threw him back into the room, he didn't move. I crawled to him. Daniel. I whispered. He didn't answer. His hand was cold. I shook him gently. Daniel, please. But he didn't wake up. I didn't understand death then. I just thought he was sleeping. Sleeping too deeply. Sleeping too long. I didn't know he was gone. Not until Dr. Wolf found us. The fifth memory, Dr. Wolf. I remember Dr. Wolf lifting me first. He wrapped his coat around me. He told me I was safe. His voice was warm, steady, kind. I clung to him because I didn't know what else to do. When we got outside, I saw him turn around. He went back inside. Alone. Into the smoke. Into the dark. When he came back out, he was carrying Daniel. Holding him like he mattered. Like he was precious. Like he was loved. And even though I was only 5, I knew Daniel wasn't coming back. Sophie's final thought. Daniel wasn't just the boy who tried to escape. He wasn't just the boy who took the punishment meant for us. He was the boy who sang to me when I was scared. The boy who held my hand. The boy who shielded me without thinking. The boy who saved my life. And now that Ruby and Dr. Wolf know the truth, maybe Daniel can finally rest. And maybe I can too. Chapter 228, Ruby's POV, the final file and Daniel's grave. I thought I was ready. After 6 calls, after 6 voices, after 6 memories of Daniel that broke and healed Wolf at the same time. I thought nothing else could hit harder. But then I opened the final file. And everything inside me stopped. There, tucked at the bottom of the scanned documents, was something none of us expected. A location. A grave. Daniel's grave. I covered my mouth. Dad. I whispered, turning the laptop so Wolf could see. His eyes widened. His breath caught. He reached out with shaking hands. Ruby, is that? I nodded. It's where they buried him. Wolf closed his eyes, tears falling silently. We're going, he said. Not a question. A promise. And we did. At Daniel's grave. The cemetery was quiet. Soft wind. Birdsong. Sunlight through the trees. And then we found it. A small stone. Simple. Lonely. Daniel Hale 2001 to 2010, a brave boy. Wolf knelt down slowly, like his legs couldn't hold him anymore. He touched the stone with trembling fingers. And then he whispered, "You are so brave, son. You will be remembered forever." My heart broke. Not in a painful way, in a way that felt like truth finally settling where it belonged. I knelt beside him. "He will," I whispered. "I promise." Wolf wiped his eyes, then looked at me. "Ruby, can we get a picture of Daniel? So we can put it on the wall?" I nodded immediately. "Yes. Of course. And we can get pictures of all of them, all 6. Wolf smiled softly, painfully. "They deserve that." He looked back at the grave. "We need to have his gravestone in the back garden," he said quietly. "One that says, 'The bravest kid ever.' And he is loved." I felt tears fall down my cheeks. "Then that's exactly what we'll do." Ruby's final thought. Daniel wasn't forgotten. He wasn't lost. He wasn't just a file or a memory or a tragedy. He was a hero. And now, finally, he had a place. He had a name. He had a story. And he had a family who would remember him forever. Chapter 229, Dr. Wolf's POV, speaking to Daniel at the grave. The world felt quieter here. Not silent. Not empty. Just softer. Like even the wind knew whose name was carved into the stone. Daniel Hale. 2001 to 2010. A brave boy. I knelt down slowly, my knees sinking into the soft earth. Ruby stood behind me, her hand resting gently on my shoulder. Her father waited a few steps back, giving me space. But I wasn't alone. Not here. Not with him. I placed my hand on the gravestone. Cold. Still. But real. For the first time in years. I knew exactly where he was. The words I never got to say. My voice shook before the words even formed. "Daniel. I'm so sorry it took me this long to find you." The wind brushed through the trees, almost like an answer. "You were so brave, son," I whispered. "Braver than any child should ever have to be." My throat tightened. "You protected them. You saved them. You gave everything you had, and more." A tear fell onto the stone. "You will be remembered forever." Ruby speaks for him too. Ruby knelt beside me, her hand sliding into mine. "He will," she said softly. "I promise." Her voice didn't shake. It didn't break. It carried him. It honored him. And somehow, it held me together. A father's request. Ruby's dad stepped closer, his voice gentle. "Can we get a picture of Daniel? So we can put it on the wall?" I nodded slowly. "Yes, he deserves that." Ruby smiled through her tears. "And we can get pictures of all of them. All 6. Her dad nodded firmly. "We need to have his gravestone in the back garden," he said. "One that says, 'The bravest kid ever.' And he is loved." I closed my eyes. Because he was right. Daniel deserved a place in the light. A place in a home. A place where he would never be forgotten again. Dr. Wolf's final thought. I rested my forehead against the stone. "Daniel, you're not alone anymore." And for the first time since the estate, I felt something lift. Not the grief. Not the guilt. But the weight of him being lost. Because now he wasn't. Now he had a name. A place. A family. And a promise. He will be remembered forever. Chapter 230, Ruby's POV, building the memorial wall. The house felt different when we got home. Not heavier. Not darker. Just fuller. Like Daniel's name had followed us inside and settled into the walls, the air, the quiet. Dad stood in the living room, staring at the blank space above the sofa, the space he'd cleared earlier. "This is where it goes," he said softly. "The memorial wall." Wolf nodded, still wiping his eyes from the grave. He looked exhausted, but lighter too, like a weight he'd carried for years had finally shifted. I took a deep breath. Okay, I whispered. Let's build it. Gathering the pictures. We spread everything out on the table. The photo of Daniel's. The scanned picture from his file. The 6 survivors' childhood photos. The new pictures they'd sent us. A blank frame for each child. A larger frame for Daniel. Dad picked up Daniel's picture first. He looks so kind, he murmured. Wolf's voice cracked. He was. I placed Daniel's photo gently in the biggest frame. This one goes in the center, I said. Everything starts with him. Wolf nodded. Everything ends with him too. Arranging the wall. We laid the frames out on the floor first, planning the layout. Daniel in the center. The 6 survivors around him like petals around a flower. Dad stepped back. It looks like a family, he said quietly. Wolf swallowed hard. It is a family. I picked up the first frame Ava's and handed it to Wolf. You put them up, I said. You saved them. You carried them out. This is your wall too. His hands shook as he took the frame. One by one, he hung them. Ava. Noah. Sophie. Toby. Liam. The last boy. Each one placed with care. Each one straightened twice. Each one touched gently, like they were still small and scared and needed him. Then he hung Daniel's frame in the center. The room went quiet. The gravestone in the back garden. Dad cleared his throat. Tomorrow, he said softly, we'll put Daniel's gravestone in the back garden. Somewhere peaceful. Somewhere he can rest. Wolf nodded. And somewhere the kids can visit, he whispered. If they ever want to. I touched his arm. They will. Building a memorial just for Daniel. Dad looked out the back window. We should build something for him, he said. Not just the gravestone. A place that's his. Wolf nodded slowly. A memorial, he whispered. Just for Daniel. So we planned it. A small garden. A bench. Flowers. A lantern that would stay lit at night. And Daniel's gravestone standing proudly at the center. A place of peace. A place of love. A place that belonged to him. The final touch. Dad held up a wooden plaque he'd carved himself. The words were simple. Perfect. The bravest kid ever and he is loved. Wolf covered his mouth, tears spilling again. Put it above Daniel, he whispered. So we did. And when we stepped back, the wall wasn't sad. It wasn't painful. It was beautiful. A story told in pictures. A family rebuilt. A boy remembered. Ruby's final thought. Daniel wasn't lost anymore. He wasn't hidden. He wasn't forgotten. He was here. On our wall. In our home. In our garden. In our hearts. Forever. Chapter 231, Survivor's POV. All 6 children visit Daniel's grave. It had been years. Years since the estate. Years since the fear. Years since they last saw the man who carried them out of the dark. But today, they were coming home. Not to a house. Not to a town. To Daniel. To the boy who saved them all. The 6 survivors arrive. They came one by one through the garden gate. Ava. Noah. Sophie. Toby. Liam. And the last boy. All older now. All changed. All carrying the same memory in their hearts. When they saw Dr. Wolf standing by Daniel's new memorial in the back garden, they didn't hesitate. They ran to him. All 6 of them. And they wrapped their arms around him at once. Wolf froze for a second, overwhelmed, then he pulled them all in, holding them tight, like he had waited his whole life for this moment. You're safe, he whispered. You're all safe. Ava cried into his shoulder. Noah held onto his coat. Sophie buried her face in his chest. Toby clung to his arm. Liam squeezed him like he'd never let go. And Wolf hugged them back with everything he had. At Daniel's memorial. The memorial was beautiful. A small garden. A bench. Flowers. A lantern that glowed softly. And Daniel's gravestone standing proudly in the center. The bravest kid ever, and he is loved. Wolf stepped forward, holding something wrapped in cloth. Ava whispered, "What is it?" Wolf knelt down and unwrapped it gently. Inside was a small wooden wolf figurine, hand-carved, worn, precious. "I made this for him," Wolf said softly. "Back then. I never got to give it to him." He placed it at the base of Daniel's gravestone. The survivors stood around him, forming a circle, the same circle Daniel once protected. Ruby speaks. Ruby stepped forward, looking at her dad. "Can I say something?" He nodded. "Go on, love." Ruby took a breath, her voice steady but full of emotion. "Daniel, you didn't just save 6 kids. You saved my dad too. You saved who he became. You saved the family we have now." The survivors listened, tears in their eyes. "You were brave," Ruby continued. "You were kind. You were everything a hero should be." She placed a small white flower on the stone. "And now you're not forgotten. You're not lost. You're not alone." She looked at the survivors. "You live in all of them. And you always will." The survivors' final thought. They stood together, all 6 of them, hands linked, hearts full. For the first time in years. They weren't scared. They weren't alone. They weren't broken. They were a family. Daniel's family. And as the wind moved gently through the garden, it felt like he was there with them. Not gone. Just finally at peace. Chapter 232, Survivors POV, sharing stories about Daniel. They stayed in the back garden long after the memorial was finished. The lantern glowed softly. The flowers moved in the breeze. Daniel's gravestone stood at the center, peaceful, loved, finally home. And the 6 survivors sat together on the garden bench, the same way they once huddled together in fear, except now they were safe. Dr. Wolf sat with them. Ruby sat beside him. And for the first time in years, they talked about Daniel. Not the way he died, but the way he lived. Ava's story. He held my hand. Ava wiped her eyes and smiled softly. "I used to cry every night," she said. "I couldn't sleep. I was terrified." She looked at Daniel's gravestone. "But Daniel, he never got annoyed. He held my hand until I fell asleep. Every single night." Wolf closed his eyes, breathing shakily. "He was gentle," Ava whispered. "Even when he was scared." Noah's story. He talked for me. Noah leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "I didn't talk back then," he said. "Not a word." He looked at Wolf. But Daniel didn't care. He sat with me anyway. He shared his food. He told me jokes. He said, "You don't have to talk. I'll talk for both of us." Noah smiled, a real one. He made me feel like I wasn't invisible. Sophie's story. He sang to me. Sophie hugged her knees to her chest. "I was the smallest," she said softly. "I cried a lot." She looked at the lantern glowing beside Daniel's stone. "But Daniel," he sang to me. Little songs he made up. He said if I closed my eyes, I could pretend we were somewhere safe. She wiped her cheek. And when he sang, I believed him. Toby's story. He gave me his food. Toby sniffed and laughed at the same time. "I was always hungry," he said. "I never got enough." He looked at Wolf. "But Daniel, he gave me half of his food. Sometimes more." Toby's voice cracked. "He said he wasn't hungry, but he was. He just wanted me to be okay." Liam's story. He made me brave. Liam leaned back, staring at the sky. "I was scared of everything," he said. "But Daniel, he made me feel brave." He swallowed. "He told me I'd be the one to look after the others if something happened to him." Liam wiped his eyes. I didn't understand what he meant. Not until later. The last boy's story. He saved us all. The last boy, quiet, thoughtful, finally spoke. "He didn't just save us," he said. "He believed in us. He believed we'd make it out. He believed we'd grow up. He believed we'd live." He looked at Wolf. "And he believed you'd find us." Wolf's breath caught. Dr. Wolf brings something special." Wolf stood slowly and reached into his coat. I brought something for all of you, he said. He opened his hand. Inside were 6 small wooden wolf pendants, hand-carved, each one unique. I made these for you, he whispered. Back then. I never got to give them to you. He placed one around each survivor's neck. Ava cried. Noah held his tightly. Sophie kissed hers. Toby stared at it like it was treasure. Liam clutched his to his chest. The last boy whispered, "Thank you." Wolf's voice broke. "You were Daniel's pack. And you're mine too." Ruby speaks for all of them. Ruby stepped forward. "Dad, can I say something?" Wolf nodded. Ruby turned to Daniel's gravestone. "Daniel, you didn't just save 6 kids. You saved their futures. You saved their families. You saved the people they became." She looked at the survivors. "And you brought them back together today." Ruby placed a white flower at the base of the stone. "You were brave. You were kind. You were loved. And you still are." She wiped her eyes. "You live in every one of them. And you always will." The survivors' final thought. They stood together, all 6 survivors, Ruby, and Dr. Wolf, forming a circle around Daniel's memorial. Not broken. Not afraid. Not alone. A family. Daniel's family. And as the lantern glowed and the wind moved gently through the garden, it felt like Daniel was there too. Not gone. Just finally at peace. Chapter 233, Survivors POV, Staying the Night in the Garden. The sun dipped behind the trees, leaving the back garden wrapped in warm twilight. Daniel's memorial glowed softly, the lantern flickering like a heartbeat, the flowers swaying gently, the wooden wolf figurine resting at the base of the gravestone. None of the survivors wanted to leave. Not tonight. Not after everything. So they stayed. All 6 of them. Dr. Wolf. Ruby. A quiet night sky. And Daniel's memory holding them all together. They spread blankets across the grass, sat in a circle, and let the night settle around them like a warm coat. For the first time in years, they felt safe. Talking about their futures. "Ava, I want to help kids like us." Ava hugged her knees, smiling softly. "I'm studying to be a counselor," she said. "I want to help kids who feel scared, the way I used to." Wolf's eyes shone with pride. "You'll be brilliant," he said. "Noah, I want to teach." Noah looked up at the stars. "I want to be a teacher," he said. "Daniel always believed in me. I want to believe in other kids the way he believed in us." Ruby nudged him gently. "He'd be proud of you." "Sophie, I want to sing." Sophie smiled shyly. "I want to sing," she whispered. "Not on a stage. Just, for people who need it." Wolf nodded. "You already have the voice for it." "Toby, I want to cook." Toby grinned. "I'm training to be a chef," he said. "I want to make food that makes people feel safe." Everyone laughed softly, the warm kind of laugh that feels like home. "Liam, I want to protect people." Liam leaned back on his hands. "I'm going into social work," he said. "I want to make sure no kid ever goes through what we did." Wolf squeezed his shoulder. "You already protect people." "The last boy, I want to live." The last boy looked at Daniel's gravestone. "I don't know what I want yet," he admitted. "But I want to live. Really live. For him." Everyone nodded. Because that was enough. Sophie sings Daniel's song. The night grew quieter. The lantern glowed brighter. And Sophie took a slow breath. I remember the song he used to sing to me," she whispered. Everyone fell silent. Even the wind seemed to pause. Sophie closed her eyes and began to sing, soft, trembling, beautiful, the same melody Daniel once whispered to her in the dark. It wasn't a real-world song. It was Daniel's song. A child's song. A promise. "Close your eyes. We're somewhere safe. I'm right here. You're not alone." Her voice cracked on the last line. Wolf covered his mouth. Ava cried quietly. Noah bowed his head. Toby wiped his eyes. Liam stared at the lantern like it was Daniel himself. The last boy whispered, "I remember." And Ruby held her dad's hand tightly. When Sophie finished, the garden felt full, like Daniel's voice had joined hers, echoing gently through the night. Dr. Wolf brings something special. Wolf stood slowly and reached into his coat. I brought one more thing, he said. He placed a small candle beside the wooden wolf figurine. I lit this the night I found you all, he whispered. I kept it burning for years. Tonight, it belongs to him. He lit the candle. The flame flickered, warm and steady. A light for Daniel. A light for all of them. Ruby speaks for Daniel. Ruby stepped forward, her voice soft but strong. Daniel, tonight isn't about how you died. It's about how you lived. How you loved. How you protected them. She looked at the 6 survivors. You gave them a future. And they're living it. Every day. For you. She placed her hand on the gravestone. You're not just remembered. You're carried. In every life you saved. The survivors' final thought. They stayed there until the stars came out. Talking. Laughing. Crying. Remembering. A family, Daniel's family, gathered around the boy who saved them all. And as the candle burned and the lantern glowed, it felt like Daniel was sitting with them. Not gone. Just finally at peace. Chapter 234, Survivor's POV, The Morning Goodbye and Dr. Wolf's Peaceful Night. The sun rose gently over the back garden, lighting Daniel's memorial with soft gold. The lantern had burned all night. The candle Wolf brought still glowed faintly. The survivors woke slowly, wrapped in blankets, surrounded by safety they never thought they'd feel again. Today, they had to go home. But not alone. Not anymore. The survivors say goodbye. Ava was the first to stand. She walked straight to Dr. Wolf and hugged him tightly. I'll come back every year, she whispered. Noah hugged him next, gripping his coat like he used to as a child. Every year, he promised. Sophie held on to him the longest. For Daniel, she said softly. Toby clapped Wolf on the back, trying not to cry. For all of us, he said. Liam hugged him with both arms, strong and steady. You saved us, he whispered. We won't forget. The last boy hugged him last, quiet, gentle, full of gratitude. We'll see you next year, he said. Together. Wolf hugged each of them back, his eyes shining. You'll always have a home here, he told them. Always. One by one, they walked through the garden gate. And for the first time in their lives, they left without fear. The house after they left. The garden felt quieter. Not empty, just peaceful. Ruby stood beside her dad, watching the gate close. They'll come back, she said. Wolf nodded. I know. He looked at Daniel's gravestone in the back garden, the flowers, the lantern, the wooden wolf figurine, the candle still flickering. They're living because of him, Wolf whispered. And they're living well. Ruby squeezed his hand. He'd be proud. Dr. Wolf's night of peace. That evening, the house felt warm. Safe. Full. Wolf walked through the living room, past the memorial wall, Daniel in the center, the 6 survivors around him, the wooden plaque above. The bravest kid ever, and he is loved. He touched Daniel's picture gently. Good night, son, he whispered. Then he went to bed. For the first time in a long, long time. He slept deeply. He slept peacefully. He slept without fear. Because Daniel was home. The survivors were safe. And the story that haunted him for years finally had an ending. A good one. Chapter 235, Dr. Wolf's POV, A New Morning. Dr. Wolf hadn't slept like that in years. Not since before the estate. Not since before the nightmares. Not since before the weight of 6 missing children lived in his chest. But that night, after the survivors visited Daniel's memorial, after the stories, the singing, the candlelight, he slept. Deeply. Peacefully. Completely. Like someone had finally lifted the world off his shoulders. The morning after. Sunlight slipped through the curtains, warm and gentle. Dr. Wolf blinked awake. No fear. No shaking. No nightmares. Just calm. He sat up slowly, realizing something he hadn't felt in years. He was rested. Truly rested. A smile, a real one, spread across his face. Then he heard it. Laughter. Small feet running. Voices echoing down the hallway. Joy filling the house like music. He stood, heart full, and walked into the living room. Morning, kids. All the children were there. Hope. Jake. Eli. Amelia. George. Liam. And Ruby, sitting with them, smiling. They all turned at once. Morning, Dad. Even Ruby said it. Dr. Wolf froze for a moment, overwhelmed, then his smile grew even bigger. Morning, my little wolves. Jake ran over and hugged him first. Then Hope. Then Eli. Then Amelia. Then George. Then Liam. A pile of kids. A pile of love. And Wolf hugged them all back. Who wants to go to the park? He looked around at their excited faces. So, who wants to go to the park today? Every single child shouted. Yeah. Ruby laughed. Dad, that was loud. Wolf chuckled. Good. That means they're happy. Packing for the day. Ruby grabbed a big bag and started filling it. Sandwiches. Fruit. Crisps. Water bottles. A blanket. A football. A first aid kit, because Dad insisted. And a little extra food just in case. The kids ran around grabbing toys, jumpers, and anything else they thought they might need. Wolf watched them, his family, with a soft, grateful smile. A new chapter. A new morning. A new life. And for the first time in a long time, he felt ready for it. Chapter 236, Ruby's POV. That's more like it, Dad. The park was alive with noise, kids laughing, birds calling, the soft thump of a football being kicked across the grass. But Ruby wasn't watching the kids. She was watching him. Dr. Wolf sat on a bench beneath a tree, sunlight warming his face. And he was smiling. Not a small smile. Not a polite smile. A real smile. The biggest she'd seen in years. Ruby walked over and sat beside him. That's more like it, Dad. Wolf blinked, turning to her. What do you mean? He asked gently. Ruby nudged his shoulder. You're looking at the kids with the biggest smile. A smile I haven't seen since you looked at me when I was little. Wolf's expression softened, warm, emotional, full of love. He took a slow breath. You make my world every day. It's because of you, he said quietly. Ruby frowned playfully. Me? Wolf nodded. You make my world every single day. You do so much for every child in this family. You're an amazing daughter. Ruby's eyes shimmered. And I am so proud of you, he continued. More than you will ever know. She swallowed hard, trying not to cry. A father's truth. Wolf looked out at the kids playing, Hope chasing Jake, Amelia spinning in circles, Eli trying to climb a tree, George laughing so hard he fell over. Then he looked back at Ruby. I know that when my time comes, he said softly, you'll take over. You'll look after them. You'll do so much greatness for every child who needs you. Ruby's breath caught. Dad. He placed his hand over hers. I love you so much. And I know I did a good job keeping you safe. Ruby leaned her head on his shoulder. You did more than that, she whispered. You saved me. And now you're saving them. Wolf closed his eyes, letting the moment settle deep in his heart. Ruby's final thought. The kids ran across the grass, shouting for them to come join the game. Ruby stood and held out her hand. Come on, Dad. Wolf took it, smiling again, that same big, bright smile she remembered from childhood. And together, they ran toward the kids. A family. A future. A new beginning. Chapter 237, Dr. Wolf's POV, playing with the kids at the park. The moment Ruby pulled him up from the bench, Dr. Wolf felt something he hadn't felt in years. Lightness. Joy. Freedom. The kids were already running across the grass, shouting his name like he was the most exciting thing in the world. Dad. Come on. You're on our team. No, he's on my team. Dad, hurry. Wolf laughed, a full, warm laugh that surprised even him, and jogged toward them. The football match. Jake kicked the ball toward him. Dad, pass it. Wolf tapped it lightly with his foot and accidentally sent it flying across the field. The kids gasped. Ruby burst out laughing. Dad, that was a rocket. Wolf shrugged with a grin. Still got it. The kids chased after the ball, shouting and laughing. Hope tripped and fell into the grass, giggling. Eli tried to tackle Wolf and bounced off him like a rubber ball. Amelia ran in circles, pretending to be a wolf pup. George kept yelling, "We're winning," even though no one was keeping score. Liam tried to organize the teams but gave up when everyone ignored him. Wolf felt alive. The playground. Next, they ran to the swings. "Push me, Dad," Amelia shouted. Wolf pushed her gently, watching her fly higher and higher, her laughter ringing through the park. Hope climbed the climbing frame and waved proudly. Jake slid down the slide backwards. Eli tried to hang upside down and nearly fell, but Wolf caught him just in time. "Careful, little Wolf," he said softly. Eli grinned. "I knew you'd catch me." Wolf's heart melted. The picnic. Ruby laid out the blanket and unpacked the food. "Come on, everyone. Eat before Dad steals all the crisp." Wolf gasped dramatically. "I would never steal crisps." Ruby raised an eyebrow. "You stole mine last week." "That was an accident." "It was not." The kids laughed so hard they nearly choked on their sandwiches. Wolf sat down, surrounded by his family, real, warm, loud, messy, perfect. He looked at Ruby. "You did good today," she said softly. Wolf shook his head. "No. We did." A moment of peace. As the kids ran off again, Wolf leaned back on his hands, watching them play. The sun was warm. The sky was clear. The laughter was real. For the first time in a long time. He wasn't thinking about the past. He wasn't thinking about the estate. He wasn't thinking about the pain. He was thinking about now. His kids. His daughter. His life. Ruby sat beside him again. "You look happy," she said. Wolf nodded. "I am." Dr. Wolf's final thought. He watched the children running, shouting, laughing, alive, safe, loved. And he whispered to himself. This is what Daniel wanted. A family. A future. A life worth living. And Wolf finally felt like he was living it. 238 Ruby's POV, realizing Dad is healing. The park was still buzzing with laughter, Hope chasing Jake, Eli climbing everything he wasn't supposed to, Amelia spinning until she fell over, George shouting about winning a game no one was playing. But Ruby wasn't watching them. She was watching him. Dr. Wolf. Her dad. Sitting on the grass, leaning back on his hands, sunlight warming his face, watching the kids with a smile so big it almost didn't look real. A smile she hadn't seen in years. A smile she thought she might never see again. A smile that meant something inside him had finally healed. Ruby walked over and sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. "You're different today." Wolf glanced at her, eyebrows raised. "Different how?" Ruby smiled softly. "You're lighter. Happier. You're looking at the kids like you used to look at me when I was little." Wolf's expression softened, warm, emotional, full of love. He let out a slow breath. "I didn't think I'd ever feel this again. I feel." He paused, searching for the right word. "Free." Ruby's chest tightened. "Because of the survivors?" she asked gently. Wolf nodded. "Because they're safe. Because Daniel is home. Because the story finally ended the way it should have." He looked at her, eyes shining. "And because of you." Ruby blinked. "Me? You saved me too." Wolf nodded. "You make my world every day. You look after the kids. You hold this family together. You're strong in ways I never was." Ruby swallowed hard. "Dad." He placed his hand over hers. "I'm proud of you, Ruby. More than you'll ever know." Her eyes filled with tears. "You're healing," she whispered. "I can see it." Wolf looked back at the kids, laughing, running, alive. I think I am, he said softly. For the first time in a long time. I really think I am. A new beginning. Ruby leaned her head on his shoulder. You deserve this, she said. You deserve happiness. Wolf smiled, that same big, bright smile she remembered from childhood. And I'm finally letting myself have it. Ruby squeezed his hand. Good. Because we're not done making memories. Wolf laughed. No. Not even close. The kids shouted for them to come join the game again. Ruby stood and held out her hand. Come on, Dad. Wolf took it. And together, they ran toward the children, toward joy, toward healing, toward a future that finally felt bright. Chapter 239, Dr. Wolf POV, the football, the lake, and the funniest washdown ever. The park had already been full of laughter, but nothing, absolutely nothing, beat what happened next. Jake kicked the football a little too hard. A little too high. A little too Jake. And the ball went flying straight into the lake with a loud splash. Jake froze. Dad, can you please get my football? Dr. Wolf sighed dramatically, hands on hips. Of course I will, Jake. But you owe me a hot chocolate later. Jake grinned. Deal. Into the lake. Wolf stepped into the water. And instantly shouted. Oh, that's cold. The kids burst into laughter. Hope fell over giggling. Eli pointed and yelled, Dad's turning into an ice cube. Amelia clapped her hands. George laughed so hard he snorted. Ruby covered her mouth, trying not to laugh and failing. Wolf waded deeper, grabbed the football, and trudged back out, dripping from head to toe. He handed the ball to Jake. Jake hugged it and said, Thank you, Dad. Then he wrinkled his nose. Dad, you smell. Wolf gasped. I do not. Jake nodded. You smell like lake. The kids howled with laughter. Back home, the water pipe plan. When they got home, Ruby stood in front of the door with her arms crossed. Oh no, she said. You are not going inside the house like that. Wolf blinked. Okay, what do you suggest? Ruby turned to the kids. Kids, go get the water pipe. 6 little wolves sprinted away instantly. Wolf stared at Ruby. Ruby. Why? She smirked. You'll see. The kids returned, dragging the hose like it was treasure. Dad, they shouted. Come here. Wolf walked over slowly. Why do you have the water pipe? Hope answered proudly. Because you smell so bad. Wolf laughed. No, don't you dare. The kids all said, sorry, in the most not sorry voices ever. And turned the hose on. The great water attack. A blast of cold water hit Wolf straight in the chest. Ah, that's freezing. The kids screamed with laughter. Ruby doubled over, holding her stomach. Wolf looked at her, dripping wet. You told them to do this. Ruby grinned. Yep. Wolf pointed at her. Come here. Ruby backed away. Nope. Not happening. Wolf started chasing her, soaking wet, arms out, laughing like a kid himself. Ruby shrieked and ran across the garden. Dad knew. The kids cheered. Get her, Dad. Wolf finally caught Ruby and hugged her tight, soaking her shirt. Dad. You're freezing. That's what you get, he laughed. Ruby laughed too, loud, bright, happy. Then all the kids jumped on Wolf at once, knocking him into the grass. Everyone was laughing so hard they could barely breathe. Ruby's final thought. It was chaos. It was loud. It was messy. It was perfect. A family. A home. A moment they would remember forever. And Ruby thought. This is what healing looks like. This is what love looks like. This is what Dad deserves. Chapter 240, Dr. Wolf's POV, Drying Off, and the Prank. The water fight had been absolute chaos, kids screaming with laughter, Ruby running for her life, and Dr. Wolf soaked from head to toe like a drowned wolf pup. By the time everyone calmed down, Wolf stood in the middle of the garden dripping, shivering, and smelling like lake water and hose water mixed together. Ruby crossed her arms. Dad, you need to dry off. Wolf nodded. Yes. Yes, I do. He headed inside toward the bathroom to get a towel. But the kids exchanged a look. A dangerous look. A prank look. The drying off trap. Wolf stepped into the hallway, grabbed a towel, and started drying his hair. Finally, he muttered, "Warmth." He didn't notice the whispering behind the door. He didn't notice the giggling. He didn't notice the fact that the kids had gone suspiciously quiet. He opened the bathroom door, and 6 kids jumped out at once, shouting, "Surprise, Dad!" Wolf nearly dropped the towel. What is happening?" Hope held up a giant hairdryer Ruby had plugged in. Eli held a blanket. Jake held a second towel. Amelia held a brush. George held a comb. Liam held a rubber duck. Wolf blinked. "Why do you have a rubber duck?" Liam shrugged. "It felt right." Ruby leaned against the wall, laughing. "Kids, dry him off." The wolf grooming session. The kids swarmed him like tiny stylists. Hope blasted him with warm air. Jake rubbed the towel over his head so fast Wolf nearly fell over. Amelia brushed his hair in the wrong direction. George combed the same spot over and over. Eli wrapped him in the blanket like a burrito. Liam placed the rubber duck on his shoulder. Wolf stood there, defeated but laughing. Okay, I'm dry. I'm dry." Ruby smirked. "You sure? You still smell like lake." Wolf gasped dramatically. "I do not." Ruby raised an eyebrow. "You do." The kids nodded in agreement. Wolf sighed. "I see how it is. Betrayed by my own pack." The second prank. Just when Wolf thought it was over, Ruby whispered something to the kids. They all grinned. Wolf narrowed his eyes. "What are you planning?" Hope stepped forward. "Dad, can you bend down for a second?" Wolf hesitated. "Why?" "Just do it." He bent down. And all 6 kids shoved a handful of baby powder onto his head. A white cloud exploded everywhere. Wolf froze. Ruby burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Dad, you look like a snowman." Wolf wiped powder from his eyes. "I trusted you." Jake patted his shoulder. "You shouldn't have." The beautiful ending. Wolf chased them around the house, still covered in powder, laughing harder than he had in years. Ruby watched him, her dad, her hero, running with the kids, smiling like a man who finally remembered how to live. It was messy. It was chaotic. It was perfect. A family. A home. A moment they would never forget. Chapter 241, Ruby's POV. The happiest she's ever seen her dad. Ruby couldn't stop smiling. Not because of the sunshine. Not because of the park. Not because the kids were running around like wild little wolves. But because of him. Her dad. Dr. Wolf. She watched him from across the grass, still dusted with baby powder from the prank, still slightly damp from the lake, still laughing like he hadn't laughed in years. And Ruby realized something she hadn't dared to believe. He was happy. Truly, deeply, beautifully happy. The moment it hit her. He was chasing Hope and Jake around the swings, pretending to be a giant wolf trying to catch his pups. "Rare. I'm coming for you." The kids screamed with laughter. Eli climbed onto his back. Amelia grabbed his arm. George wrapped around his leg. Liam tried to save him and ended up falling over. And Wolf just laughed, loud, warm, free. Ruby felt her chest tighten. Because she remembered a time when he didn't laugh at all. When he barely slept. When he carried the weight of 6 missing children and 1 lost boy named Daniel. But now. Now he was lighter. Now he was healing. Now he was living. Ruby walks over. She walked toward him slowly, taking in every detail. His smile. His bright eyes. The way he looked at the kids like they were the whole world. The way he looked at her like she was the reason he kept going. He noticed her and waved her over. "Ruby, come join us." She shook her head, smiling. "I'm just watching." Wolf tilted his head. "You okay?" Ruby nodded. "Yeah. I've never seen you this happy." Wolf blinked, surprised. Then he smiled, soft, warm, full of love. You gave me my life back. He stepped closer, brushing powder off his shirt. It's because of you, he said quietly. Ruby frowned. Me? Wolf nodded. You helped me heal. You helped me find the kids. You helped me face the past. You helped me build a family. Ruby swallowed hard. Dad. He placed a hand on her cheek. You gave me my life back, Ruby. And now I get to live it. Her eyes filled with tears, the good kind. The happiest she's ever seen him. The kids ran over and tackled Wolf again, knocking him into the grass. He laughed so hard he couldn't breathe. Ruby watched him, her dad, her hero, rolling around with the kids, covered in powder, soaked from the lake, smiling like the world finally made sense. And she thought, this is the happiest I've ever seen him. This is the dad I always knew he could be. This is the man Daniel would be proud of. Ruby sat beside him in the grass, leaning against his shoulder as the kids piled on top of them both. And for the first time in a long time, everything felt perfect. Chapter 242, Dr. Wolf's POV, bath time, bedtime, and realizing how lucky he is. The chaos of the day slowly faded into a warm, gentle evening. The kids were muddy, soaked, covered in grass, and still giggling from the water pipe prank. Ruby stretched her arms. All right, wolves. Bath time. All the kids groaned dramatically. No. But we're not dirty. Yes you are, Ruby said, pointing at George, who had mud on his eyebrows. Dr. Wolf laughed. I'll take the boys. Ruby, you take Amelia. Ruby nodded. Yeah, she'll feel safer with me. Wolf smiled softly, proud of her instinct, her gentleness, her heart. Bath time. The boys' bath. Wolf filled the tub, warm and bubbly. All right, pups. In you go. Jake cannonballed in. Eli splashed immediately. George tried to make a bubble beard. Liam pretended to be a shark. Water went everywhere. Wolf wiped his face. Boys. Boys, calm. A tidal wave hit him. He sighed. I deserve this. But he was smiling. Because they were safe. Because they were happy. Because he got to be their dad. Amelia's bath. Ruby gently washed Amelia's hair, humming softly. Amelia leaned against her. Ruby, do you think Dr. Wolf is happy? Ruby smiled. I think he's the happiest he's ever been. Amelia nodded. Good. He deserves it. Ruby kissed the top of her head. So do you. Getting ready for bed. The kids put on their pajamas, mismatched, colorful, soft. Hope brushed her hair. Jake tried to brush his teeth without making a mess. He failed. Eli kept asking for one more story. Amelia hugged her stuffed wolf. George tried to sneak a biscuit. Liam helped tuck everyone in. Ruby and Wolf stood in the hallway, watching them settle. Good night, Dad. Good night, Ruby. Love you. Good night, Wolfie. Wolf laughed. Good night, my little wolves. Dr. Wolf's bath. When the house finally quieted, Wolf ran himself a bath. Warm water. Soft steam. Silence. He sank into the tub and closed his eyes. And for the first time in years, he didn't think about the estate. He didn't think about the pain. He didn't think about the nightmares. He thought about them. His children. His daughter. His family. He thought about their laughter at the park. Their hugs. Their trust. Their joy. And he whispered to himself, I'm so proud of them. Every single one. And I'm so lucky. A tear slipped down his cheek, not from sadness, but from peace. From gratitude. From love. Dr. Wolf's final thought. As he stepped out of the bath and dried off, he looked at himself in the mirror. Not the broken man he once was. Not the haunted man he feared he'd become. But a father. A protector. A man who survived. A man who healed. And he smiled. Because tomorrow, he'd wake up to the sound of little feet again. To laughter. To love. To a life he never thought he'd get back. Chapter 243 Ruby's POV, checking on Dad before bed. The house was quiet now. The kids were asleep, Hope curled up with her stuffed wolf, Jake sprawled sideways across his bed, Eli hugging his blanket, Amelia tucked in gently, George snoring softly, Liam reading until his eyes finally closed. Ruby walked down the hallway, turning off lights one by one. But she paused outside one door. Her dad's. Something in her heart told her to check on him, not because he needed help, but because she wanted to see him in this new peace he'd found. She knocked softly. "Dad? You okay?" No answer. So she opened the door just a little. Seeing him at peace. Dr. Wolf was sitting on the edge of his bed, hair still damp from his bath, wearing a soft shirt and pajama bottoms. He wasn't tense. He wasn't shaking. He wasn't staring at the floor like he used to. He was smiling. A small, gentle smile, the kind that comes from a full heart. Ruby stepped inside quietly. "You look peaceful," she said. Wolf looked up, surprised but warm. "I am," he said softly. "For the first time in a long time." Ruby sat beside him. "Thinking about the kids?" He nodded. "And about you?" Ruby blinked. "Me? I'm lucky, Ruby. So lucky." Wolf leaned back against the headboard, letting out a slow breath. "I was just thinking, how proud I am of all of you. How far we've come. How lucky I am to be your dad." Ruby felt her chest tighten. "You deserve this, Dad. All of it." He shook his head gently. "No. We deserve it. You helped me heal. You helped me build this family. You helped me survive." Ruby swallowed hard. "You're healing, Dad. I can see it." Wolf smiled, soft, tired, full of love. "I feel it. And tonight, I'm going to sleep knowing my children are safe. Knowing I did something right." Ruby rested her head on his shoulder. "You did more than right. You saved them. You saved me." Wolf closed his eyes, letting her words sink deep. Ruby's final thought. She stood up to leave, turning off the lamp. "Good night, Dad." Wolf whispered back. "Good night, Ruby. I love you." Ruby smiled. "I love you too." She closed the door gently behind her. And as she walked down the hallway, she realized. This was the calmest she had ever seen him. The happiest. The safest. The most whole. Her dad was healing. And she was proud of him more than words could ever say. Chapter 244 Ruby's POV, reflecting on Dad's progress. The house was quiet. The kind of quiet that felt warm, not empty. The kind of quiet that meant everyone was safe, fed, clean, and tucked into bed. Ruby stood in the hallway for a moment, listening to the soft breathing of the kids behind their doors. Then she leaned against the wall and let out a long, slow breath. Because tonight, something inside her finally settled. Her dad was healing. And she could see it. Watching him change. All day, she'd watched him. Laugh in the park. Play like a kid again. Smile without forcing it. Chase the kids around the garden. Let himself be silly. Let himself be loved. And tonight, when she checked on him, he wasn't haunted. He wasn't weighed down. He wasn't lost in memories that hurt him. He was calm. He was grateful. He was present. Ruby wrapped her arms around herself, smiling softly. "Dad, you're coming back," she whispered. Remembering the past. She remembered the nights he barely slept. The mornings he looked exhausted before the day even began. The way he used to stare at the floor, lost in thoughts he never shared. She remembered the fear in his eyes when he thought he'd failed the survivors. The guilt he carried like a shadow. The pain he never said out loud. And she remembered wishing, praying, that one day he'd smile again. A real smile. Like the one she saw today. Seeing the man he is now. Ruby walked into the living room and looked at the memorial wall. Daniel in the center. The 6 survivors around him. The plaque above. The bravest kid ever, and he is loved. She touched Daniel's frame gently. "You helped him too," she whispered. Then she looked at the photos of the survivors alive, grown, safe. And she realized something. Her dad wasn't just healing. He was becoming whole. The man he was always meant to be. The father she always knew he could be. The protector he was born to be. Ruby's final thought. She sat on the sofa, hugging a cushion to her chest, letting the warmth of the house settle around her. "I'm proud of you, Dad," she whispered into the quiet. Not because he was perfect. Not because he never struggled. Not because he never broke. But because he kept going. Because he chose love. Because he chose healing. Because he chose them. And Ruby knew deep in her heart that Daniel would be proud too. Her dad was healing. Her family was whole. And tomorrow would be even brighter. Chapter 245, Kids POV, Their Dreams That Night. That night, after the baths, the laughter, the water pipe prank, and the warm hugs goodnight, the house finally settled into silence. But inside each child's room, their dreams were full of color, warmth, and the kind of magic only a safe home can give. Because for the first time in a long time, they all felt safe enough to dream. Hope's dream, Dad the hero. Hope dreamed she was running through a forest with her dad beside her. Not scary. Not dark. But glowing, full of fireflies and soft moonlight. Dad wasn't Dr. Wolf in her dream. He was just Dad. He lifted her up, spun her around, and she laughed so hard she woke herself up for a second. Before falling back asleep with a smile. Jake's dream, the football champion. Jake dreamed he was playing football in a giant stadium. The crowd cheered. The lights shone bright. And who was cheering the loudest? Dad. "That's my boy." Jake scored the winning goal, ran to the stands, and Dad lifted him onto his shoulders. Jake slept with his football tucked under his arm. Eli's dream, the climber. Eli dreamed he climbed the tallest tree in the world. Higher. 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 And when he reached the top, Dad was already there waiting for him. "See," Dad said. "I told you I'd catch you." Eli giggled in his sleep. Amelia's dream, the safe place. Amelia dreamed she was sitting in a field of flowers. Ruby brushed her hair. Dad sat beside them, humming softly. No fear. No shadows. Just warmth. She whispered Daddy in her sleep and hugged her stuffed wolf tighter. George's dream, the funniest day ever. George dreamed about the water pipe prank. Except in his dream, Dad turned into a giant wet wolf and chased everyone around the garden. George laughed so loudly in his sleep that Ruby heard him from the hallway. Liam's dream, the protector. Liam dreamed he was older, strong, brave, confident. He stood beside Dad, helping him protect the family. Dad looked at him proudly. "You're ready," he said. Liam smiled in his sleep, peaceful and proud. All their dreams had one thing in common. Every dream, every single one, had Dad in it. Not scared. Not tired. Not broken. But smiling. Laughing. Alive. Safe. The Dad they loved. The Dad they trusted. The Dad who saved them and kept saving them every day. And as the moon shone through the windows, the house felt full of something beautiful. Hope. Healing. Family. Chapter 246, Dr. Wolf's POV, Sleeping Peacefully Again. The house was quiet. The kind of quiet that only comes after a day full of laughter, running, splashing, and love. Dr. Wolf walked into his bedroom, still feeling the warmth of the evening. He could hear the soft breathing of the children down the hallway, the gentle hum of the night outside, and the faint echo of Ruby's voice telling him she was proud of him. He sat on the edge of his bed and let out a long, slow breath. For the first time in years. He felt light. Not weighed down. Not haunted. Not afraid. Just peaceful. Lying down. He pulled the blanket over himself and sank into the mattress. No tension in his shoulders. No tightness in his chest. No fear creeping into the corners of his mind. Just warmth. Just calm. Just the memory of his children laughing in the park, splashing him with the hose, piling on top of him in the grass. He smiled to himself. A real smile. Soft. Content. Full. His thoughts before sleep. He thought about Hope's bright smile, Jake's football kick, Eli's fearless climbing, Amelia's gentle hugs, George's unstoppable laughter, Liam's quiet strength, Ruby's steady, loving presence. And he whispered into the darkness, "I'm so lucky, so lucky." He felt proud not of what he survived, but of what he built. A home, a family, a future. And for the first time in a long time, he believed he deserved it. Sleep comes softly. His eyes grew heavy. His breathing slowed. His body relaxed completely. No nightmares. No shadows. No memories clawing at him. Just peace. Just rest. Just the soft, warm feeling of knowing his children were safe under his roof. And as he drifted into sleep, he thought, "Daniel, they're okay. And so am I." Dr. Wolf's final thought of the night. He slept deeply. He slept safely. He slept like a man who finally found his way home. And the house, filled with love, laughter, and healing, held him gently until morning. Chapter 247, Dr. Wolf's POV, waking up to something unexpected. Morning sunlight slipped through the curtains, warm and golden. Dr. Wolf stirred, stretching slowly, feeling the softness of the blanket and the calmness in his chest. Another peaceful night. Another night without fear. Another night where sleep felt like a friend instead of a battle. He smiled to himself. But then, he heard something. Not the usual quiet. Not the soft breathing of kids down the hallway. Something else. Something unexpected. Whispering. Giggles. Shuffling. Tiny feet. Wolf blinked, sat up, and listened. More giggles. More whispering. And then, his waking up. Wolf froze. Oh no. The ambush. Before he could even stand, his bedroom door burst open. All 6 kids charged in like a pack of excited wolf pups. "Good morning, Dad. We made you something. Don't move. Stay in bed. We have a surprise." Ruby walked in behind them, arms crossed, trying not to laugh. "Dad, don't panic." Wolf blinked. "Should I be panicking?" Ruby shrugged. "Probably." The kids climbed onto the bed, surrounding him like a warm, chaotic blanket. Jake held something behind his back. Hope was bouncing. Eli was grinning suspiciously. Amelia was holding a tray. George was vibrating with excitement. Liam was trying to keep everyone calm and failing. Wolf raised an eyebrow. "What did you do?" "The surprise." Amelia stepped forward proudly. "We made you breakfast in bed." Wolf's eyes widened. Oh dear." Ruby snorted. "Dad, it's actually not that bad." The kids lifted the tray. Toast, slightly burnt. Eggs, one cooked, one questionable. A banana. A cup of tea, mostly tea, partly spilled. A drawing that said, "Best Dad Ever," with 7 stick figures holding hands. Wolf's heart melted instantly. He didn't care about the burnt toast. He didn't care about the messy tea. He didn't care about the egg that looked like it had been through a war. He cared about them. His kids. His family. His joy. "This is the best morning of my life." He looked at all of them, their bright eyes, their proud smiles, their messy hair, and he felt something warm bloom in his chest. "Kids, this is the best morning of my life." Hope squealed. Jake fist pumped. Eli hugged him. Amelia beamed. George shouted, "We did it." Liam smiled quietly. Ruby sat on the edge of the bed. "Told you it was a good surprise." Wolf nodded. "It's perfect." Dr. Wolf's final thought. As he took a bite of the burnt toast, pretending it was delicious, he realized something. He wasn't just waking up. He was living. He was waking up to love. To laughter. To a family that adored him. To a life he never thought he'd have again. And it was unexpected. And beautiful. And perfect. Chapter 248, Kids POV, How They Made Dad's Breakfast. The kids had been planning the surprise since the moment they woke up. They wanted to do something big. Something special. Something that would make Dad smile the way he smiled yesterday at the park. And in their little hearts, they all agreed on one thing. Let's make Dad breakfast. Here's how it happened from their point of view. Hope's POV, I'll do the toast. Hope jumped out of bed first. I'm doing the toast, she whispered loudly. She put the bread in the toaster and forgot to turn the heat down. Pop. The toast came out a little burnt. Hope shrugged. It's still good. Dad likes crunchy stuff. She put it proudly on the plate. Jake's POV, I'll make the eggs. Jake cracked 2 eggs into the pan. One cracked perfectly. The other, well, half the shell went in too. Jake fished it out with his fingers. There. Fixed. He cooked the eggs until one was perfect and the other looked like a scrambled fried egg pancake. He grinned. Dad will love it. Eli's POV, I'll get fruit. Eli opened the fruit bowl. He grabbed a banana. He stared at it. He nodded. Banana is healthy. Dad needs healthy. He placed it on the tray like it was treasure. Amelia's POV, I'll make the tea. Amelia filled the cup with warm water, added the tea bag, and stirred it carefully. She spilled a little on the tray. Then a little more. Then a little more. She gasped. Oh no. Ruby walked in and whispered. It's okay, Amelia. It's perfect. Amelia smiled proudly. George's POV, we need a picture. George grabbed paper and crayons. He drew 7 stick figures holding hands. He wrote, "Best dad ever." Then added a wolf tail to every stick figure. He held it up. It's beautiful. Liam's POV, we need to be quiet. Liam tried to organize everyone. Okay, we need to be quiet so we don't wake Dad. Hope dropped a spoon. Jake bumped the table. George sneezed. Eli giggled. Amelia spilled more tea. Liam sighed. This is impossible. But he smiled anyway. All together, let's wake him. They carried the tray down the hallway. Hope whispered, "SS sheet." George whispered louder, "He's still asleep." Jake whispered even louder, "Good." Eli tripped and caught himself. Amelia held the tray steady. Liam opened the door slowly. And then, "Good morning, Dad." They jumped on the bed, proud, excited, glowing with love. Why they did it? Because yesterday was the happiest they'd ever seen him. Because they wanted him to wake up smiling. Because they loved him more than anything. And because, in their hearts, they knew he deserved a perfect morning. Chapter 249, Dr. Wolf's POV, Morning with the Kids. Dr. Wolf finished the last bite of his slightly burnt toast, pretending it was the most delicious thing he'd ever tasted. The kids watched him with wide, hopeful eyes. He smiled. Best breakfast I've ever had. The room exploded with cheers. Hope hugged him. Jake puffed out his chest proudly. Eli did a victory dance on the bed. Amelia clapped her hands. George shouted, "We're chefs." Liam just smiled, relieved. Ruby shook her head, laughing. All right, Dad. You survived breakfast. Now what? Wolf stretched his arms. Well, I think we should spend the morning together. The kids gasped. What are we doing? Can we go outside? Can we play a game? Can we do everything? Wolf chuckled. Let's start with something simple. The morning cuddle pile. Before he could stand, the kids tackled him again. Jake landed on his chest. Hope wrapped her arms around his neck. Eli climbed onto his back. Amelia curled into his side. George flopped across his legs. Liam squeezed in wherever he could. Wolf laughed so hard he couldn't breathe. Okay, I surrender. Ruby took a picture. This is going on the wall. Wolf looked around at all the little faces pressed against him. Warm. Safe. Happy. He held them close. This is the best way to start a morning. The living room adventure. After the cuddle pile, the kids dragged him into the living room. Dad, we built a fort. Come see. You have to crawl inside. Wolf blinked. The fort was huge: blankets, pillows, chairs, cushions, and a sign that said, "Dad's den, only wolves allowed." He crawled inside, bumping his head on a pillow. The kids followed him in, giggling. Inside the fort, Hope had set up coloring books. Jake brought his football, of course. Eli had snacks. Amelia had her stuffed wolf. George had a torch. Liam had a book to read to everyone. Wolf sat in the middle, surrounded by his pack. "This is amazing," he said. Hope beamed. "We made it for you." The story time. Liam opened his book. "Dad, can I read to everyone?" Wolf nodded proudly. "Of course." Liam read aloud, voice soft and steady. The other kids leaned against Wolf, listening quietly. Ruby watched from the doorway, smiling at the sight. Her dad, surrounded by his children, peaceful and content. Wolf wrapped an arm around Amelia and Hope, letting Jake lean on his shoulder, letting Eli sit on his lap, letting George rest against his leg. He felt full. He felt whole. He felt home. Dr. Wolf's final thought. As Liam finished the story, Wolf looked around the fort. His kids. His family. His morning. And he whispered to himself, "I never thought I'd get this life, but I'm so grateful I did." He wasn't just spending the morning with them. He was living the life he fought so hard to protect. And it was perfect. Chapter 250, Ruby's POV, joining the fort. The kids' fort took up half the living room, blankets draped over chairs, cushions stacked like castle walls, fairy lights glowing softly underneath. Ruby stood in the doorway, arms folded, watching her dad surrounded by 6 little wolves, all curled up against him as Liam finished reading the story. It was one of those moments she wished she could freeze in time. Wolf looked younger, softer, happier, like the weight he'd carried for years had finally slipped off his shoulders. Hope spotted Ruby first. "Ruby, come in." Ruby raised an eyebrow. "Is this a dad-only den?" Jake shook his head so fast his hair flopped. "No, it's a wolf den. And you're a wolf too." Eli nodded eagerly. "Yeah, you're like the big sister wolf." Ruby laughed. "Well, if I'm allowed." Wolf shifted slightly, making space beside him. "You're always allowed." Entering the fort. Ruby crawled inside, brushing past the blankets. The fort smelled like crayons, warm tea, and the faint scent of her dad's aftershave. She settled beside him, shoulder to shoulder. The kids instantly piled onto her too. Hope curled into her lap. Amelia leaned against her arm. Eli rested his head on her knee. Jake sat cross-legged in front of her. George flopped across her feet. Liam scooted closer so he could keep reading. Ruby smiled softly. "This is cozy." Wolf chuckled. "It's chaos." Ruby nudged him. "It's perfect." A quiet moment. As Liam continued reading, Ruby glanced at her dad. He wasn't fidgeting. He wasn't tense. He wasn't lost in thought. He was present. Completely present. His arm rested behind Ruby, his other hand gently ruffling Amelia's hair. His eyes were soft, warm, full of love. Ruby whispered, "You look happy." Wolf whispered back, "I am." She leaned her head against his shoulder. "Good. You deserve this." He smiled, that same bright, peaceful smile she'd been seeing more and more. "And so do you." The kids' reaction. Hope suddenly sat up. Group hug. Before Ruby or Wolf could react, 6 kids launched themselves at them. Wolf laughed. Ruby squealed. The fort shook. Blankets fell. Pillows exploded everywhere. But no one cared. Because the room was full of laughter, real, loud, healing laughter. Ruby's final thought. As she lay there under a pile of giggling children, her dad beside her, Ruby realized something. This wasn't just a fort. It was a home. A safe place. A family. And she was exactly where she belonged. Chapter 251, Ruby's POV, talking with Dad after the fort collapses. The fort didn't just fall, it exploded. Blankets everywhere. Pillows rolling across the floor. Kids laughing so hard they couldn't breathe. Dr. Wolf lying on his back with George on his stomach and Eli on his leg. Ruby half buried under a mountain of cushions. It was chaos. Beautiful, perfect chaos. Eventually the kids ran off to get snacks, leaving Ruby and her dad sitting together in the middle of the living room, surrounded by the ruins of Dad's den. For a moment, it was just the two of them. Quiet. Warm. Soft. You okay, Dad? Ruby brushed a pillow off her lap and sat beside him. Wolf let out a long breath, not tired, not stressed, just full. I'm more than okay, he said. Ruby smiled. You look it. He glanced around at the mess, at the blankets, at the little footprints everywhere. This is the happiest mess I've ever seen. Ruby nudged him gently. You handled the fort collapse pretty well. Wolf chuckled. I've survived worse. Ruby raised an eyebrow. Like the lake. He groaned. Don't remind me. A quiet, honest moment. The laughter from the kitchen drifted in, Hope telling Jake not to eat all the biscuits, George shouting about juice, Amelia humming softly. Ruby leaned her head on her dad's shoulder. You know, I've never seen you like this, she said quietly. Wolf turned to her. Like what? Ruby took a breath. Light. Happy. Free. Wolf's expression softened. I feel it, he admitted. Being with them, being with you, it's healing me in ways I didn't expect. Ruby swallowed, her voice gentle. You deserve it, Dad. After everything, you deserve to feel this. He placed his hand over hers. And you deserve to see me like this. Not broken. Not tired. Not haunted. Ruby's eyes warmed. I'm proud of you. Wolf blinked, surprised. Proud of me? Ruby nodded. For fighting. For healing. For choosing love every single day. For being the dad they need, and the dad I always knew you were. Wolf looked down, emotion tightening his throat. Ruby, I'm proud of you too. More than you'll ever know. The kids return. Before Ruby could reply, the kids came charging back in with biscuits, juice, and a blanket they insisted on turning into a cape for Dad. Wolf laughed as they wrapped it around him. Ruby watched him, her dad, her hero, smiling like a man who finally believed he deserved joy. And she thought, this is what healing looks like. This is what family looks like. This is what love looks like. Chapter 252, Dr. Wolf's POV, Morning Walk with the Kids. The morning air was cool and fresh, the kind that fills your lungs and makes you feel awake in the best way. Dr. Wolf stepped outside with the kids bouncing around him like excited little wolf pups. Hope held his hand. Jake dribbled his football along the pavement. Eli skipped. Amelia clung to her stuffed wolf. George marched like a soldier. Liam walked quietly beside him, calm and steady. Ruby followed behind, smiling at the chaos. Wolf took a deep breath. This was peace. Setting off. Where are we going, Dad? Hope asked. Wolf shrugged playfully. Wherever our paws take us. The kids howled dramatically. We're wolves. Wolf pack walk. Dad's the leader. Wolf laughed. All right, pack, move out. They walked down the path, sunlight flickering through the trees, birds singing overhead. For once, Wolf wasn't thinking about the past. He wasn't thinking about the estate. He wasn't thinking about the pain. He was thinking about now. His children. Their laughter. Their tiny hands in his. The little moments. Jake kicked his football toward Wolf. Dad, pass it back. Wolf tapped it lightly, this time not sending it into a lake, and Jake cheered. Eli climbed a low wall and shouted, Look, Dad. I'm taller than you. Wolf pretended to gasp. That's impossible. Amelia tugged his sleeve. Daddy, can you hold my wolf? He's tired. Wolf took the stuffed toy gently. Of course. Hope picked a flower and tucked it behind his ear. There. Now you look pretty. Wolf chuckled. I'll take it. George ran ahead and shouted, Follow Emmy. Liam rolled his eyes but followed anyway. Ruby walked beside Wolf now. They're happy, she said softly. Wolf nodded. So am I. A stop at the pond. They reached the small pond near the park, the one that didn't require Wolf to jump in this time. The kids leaned over the edge, pointing at ducks. Dad, look. Baby ducks. They're so fluffy. Wolf crouched beside them. They're a family too, he said. Hope leaned against him. Like us. Wolf's heart warmed. Exactly like us. A moment with Ruby. As the kids chased each other around the grass, Ruby stood beside him. You're different, she said quietly. Wolf raised an eyebrow. Different how? Ruby smiled. Lighter. Happier. Like you're finally breathing again. Wolf looked at the kids, laughing, running, alive. I think I am, he said softly. Ruby nudged him. Told you you'd get here. Wolf smiled. Couldn't have done it without you. Dr. Wolf's final thought. As they continued their walk, the kids running ahead and Ruby beside him, Wolf realized something. He wasn't just walking. He was moving forward. Toward healing. Toward joy. Toward a future he never thought he'd have. And with every step, he felt more alive. More whole. More home. Chapter 253, Dr. Wolf's POV, Something Unexpected on the Walk. The morning walk had been peaceful, sunlight through the trees, the kids laughing, Ruby smiling beside him. Dr. Wolf felt lighter with every step, like the world was finally letting him breathe again. But then, something shifted. Not dangerous. Not frightening. Just unexpected. The moment it happened. They were walking past the small field near the pond when Wolf heard it. A tiny voice. Soft. Shy. Hopeful. Dr. Wolf. Wolf turned. A little girl, maybe 6 years old, stood holding her mum's hand. She had big brown eyes and a stuffed rabbit tucked under her arm. Her mum smiled nervously. Sorry, she recognized you from the community center posters. She wanted to say hello. Wolf blinked, surprised. Oh, hello there. The little girl stepped forward. You saved my friend, she whispered. Wolf knelt down so he was eye level. Who's your friend? Amelia, she said proudly. She told me you're her hero. Wolf's heart tightened. Behind him, Amelia peeked out from Ruby's side, shy but smiling. The unexpected hug. Before Wolf could say anything else, the little girl suddenly wrapped her arms around him. A small, warm, unexpected hug. Wolf froze for a moment, not out of fear, but out of shock. Then he gently hugged her back. Her mum wiped a tear from her eye. Thank you, she said softly, for everything you've done for those children. Wolf swallowed, emotion rising in his chest. I'm just glad they're safe. The kids' reaction. Hope gasped dramatically. Dad got a fan. Jake puffed out his chest. Our dad's famous. Eli whispered loudly, does this mean he's a superhero? George nodded. Yeah. He's Wolfman. Liam rolled his eyes but smiled. Amelia hugged Wolf's arm tightly. Ruby laughed. Careful, Dad. You'll need bodyguards soon. Wolf shook his head, embarrassed but touched. I'm not famous. I'm just me. Hope grabbed his hand. You're our dad. That's better than famous. A quiet moment after. As they continued walking, Wolf felt something warm settle in his chest. Not pride. Not ego. Something deeper. Recognition. Healing. Belonging. He looked at Ruby. That was unexpected. Ruby nodded. But good. Wolf smiled softly. Very good. Dr. Wolf's final thought. He never wanted fame. He never wanted attention. He never wanted to be a hero. He just wanted the kids safe. But seeing that little girl, he realized something. His healing wasn't just happening inside the house. It was happening out here too, in the world, in the community, in the hearts of the children he saved. And for the first time, he let himself feel proud. Truly proud. Chapter 254, Kids POV, talking about Dad being a hero. The walk continued, sunlight warm on their faces, the grass brushing their ankles. But the kids couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened, the little girl who hugged their dad and called him a hero. As soon as they were a few steps ahead of Dr. Wolf and Ruby, the whispering began. Hope's POV, Dad is a hero. Hope skipped along the path, her flower crown bouncing. Did you hear her? She said proudly. She said Dad saved her friend. That means he's a hero. Jake rolled his eyes playfully. He's our hero first. Hope stuck her tongue out. He can be everyone's hero. Jake's POV, he doesn't even know how cool he is. Jake kicked his football lightly as he walked. Dad doesn't get it, he said. He thinks he's just Dad. Eli nodded. Yeah. He doesn't know he's awesome. Jake grinned. He's like a secret superhero. A wolf superhero. Eli's POV, he saved us. Eli climbed onto a low fence, balancing with his arms out. He saved us, he said simply. That makes him a hero forever. Hope nodded. And he saved Amelia. And George. And Liam. And everyone. Eli smiled. He saved Dad too. The others paused. Jake frowned. What do you mean? Eli shrugged. He saved himself. By loving us. The group went quiet for a moment, the good kind of quiet. Amelia's POV, here's my safe place. Amelia hugged her stuffed wolf close. When I first came here, she whispered, I didn't know if I could trust anyone. Hope gently took her hand. But you trusted Dad, she said. Amelia nodded. He made me feel safe. Heroes do that. George's POV, he's strong like a wolf. George marched ahead, chest puffed out. Dad's strong, he declared. Not just muscles. Heart strong. Hope giggled. What does that mean? George shrugged. It means he loves us so much it makes him powerful. Jake nodded. Yeah. That's true. Liam's POV, he doesn't need a cape. Liam walked quietly beside them, hands in his pockets. He doesn't need a cape, he said softly. He doesn't need powers. He doesn't need fame. The others looked at him. He's a hero because he never gave up on us, Liam continued. And because he keeps choosing to be our dad every day. Hope smiled. That's the best kind of hero. All together, we're proud of him. They stopped at the edge of the pond, watching the ducks glide across the water. Hope whispered. I'm proud of him. Jake nodded. Me too. Eli grinned. Same. Amelia smiled softly. Always. George shouted, me three. Liam said quietly, he deserves to know. The kids looked back at their dad walking with Ruby, laughing softly, looking lighter than ever. Hope took a deep breath. Let's tell him later, she said. Let's tell him he's our hero. And the pack agreed. Because today wasn't just a walk. It was the day they realized something important. Their dad didn't just save them. He became the hero they always needed. Chapter 255, Kids POV, Planning how to tell Dad he's their hero. The walk continued, but the kids' minds were busy. They couldn't stop thinking about the little girl who hugged Dad, and how proud it made them feel. So as soon as Dad and Ruby drifted a few steps behind, the kids huddled together like a secret wolf council. Hope looked around dramatically. Okay, pack meeting. We need to tell Dad he's our hero. Jake nodded firmly. Yeah. But we need to do it properly. Like, hero style. Eli gasped. With capes. Amelia shook her head gently. No, something sweet. Something that makes him smile. George raised his hand. Can we shout it really loud? Liam sighed. No, George. We're not yelling you're a hero in the middle of the street. George shrugged. Why not? Hope's idea, we make a card. Hope twirled a flower between her fingers. We could make him a card. A big one. With glitter. Jake groaned. No glitter. Glitter gets everywhere. Dad will cry. Hope stuck her tongue out. Fine. No glitter. But a card is still good. Jake's idea, we do a ceremony. Jake puffed out his chest. We should do a ceremony. Like, a hero ceremony. With a speech. Eli's eyes widened. Can I be the announcer? Jake nodded. Yeah. You're loud. Eli grinned proudly. Amelia's idea, we tell him why. Amelia hugged her stuffed wolf. We should tell him why he's our hero. Like, what he did for us. How he made us feel safe. The others went quiet. Hope squeezed Amelia's hand. That's a really good idea. George's idea, we give him something. George rummaged in his pockets. We should give him a present. Heroes get presents. Jake frowned. What kind of present? George pulled out a rock. This rock. Liam shook his head. No. George put the rock back, disappointed. Liam's idea, we do it tonight. Liam looked at the group, calm and thoughtful. We should tell him tonight. When it's quiet. When he's relaxed. When he can really hear us. The others nodded. Hope whispered. Yeah, tonight feels right. The plan comes together. They huddled closer. Hope would make the card. Jake would write the speech. Eli would announce the ceremony. Amelia would say why Dad made her feel safe. George would try not to shout. Liam would help everyone stay calm. Hope clapped her hands. Okay. Tonight we tell Dad he's our hero. Jake grinned. He's gonna cry. Eli nodded. Happy cry. Amelia smiled softly. He deserves to know. George pumped his fist. The hero ceremony begins tonight. Liam sighed. Please don't yell. But he was smiling too. Their final thought. As they ran ahead toward the park, the kids felt something warm in their chests. Not nerves. Not fear. Just love. Because tonight, they weren't just going to tell Dad he was their hero. They were going to show him. Chapter 256 Ruby and Kids POV. Preparing the hero ceremony. One combined chapter, two perspectives woven together, ending with Ruby sending Dad out for takeaway so they can prepare. Ruby's POV, getting the plan started. The moment they got home from the walk, Ruby could feel the kids buzzing. They were whispering, glancing at Dad, nudging each other, trying, and failing, to act normal. Dr. Wolf raised an eyebrow. What are you all up to? 6 children froze like guilty statues. Ruby stepped in smoothly. Dad, why don't you go pick up takeaway for dinner? You deserve a break. He blinked. Oh. All right. What should I get? Surprise us, Ruby said, smiling. The kids nodded aggressively behind her. Wolf laughed, grabbed his keys, and headed out the door. The moment it closed. Okay, pack. Move, move, move. Ruby whispered loudly. The kids exploded into action. Kids POV Operation, Hero Ceremony. Hope, I'll make the card. Hope sprinted to the craft box. She grabbed markers, stickers, and a giant sheet of paper. In huge colorful letters she wrote, Our hero, Dad. Then she drew 7 wolves holding hands. Ruby peeked over her shoulder. That's beautiful, Hope. Hope beamed. Jake, I'm writing the speech. Jake sat at the table, tongue sticking out in concentration. He wrote, Dad, you saved us. You made us safe. You made us a family. You're our hero. He looked up. Ruby, is that too cheesy? Ruby shook her head. It's perfect. Jake grinned proudly. Eli, I'm the announcer. Eli practiced in the hallway. Ladies and gentlemen. Ruby poked her head out. Eli, maybe not that loud. He nodded. Okay. I'll be medium loud. He tried again. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting, our hero. Ruby gave him a thumbs up. Amelia, I'll tell him why he made me feel safe. Amelia sat quietly on the sofa, hugging her stuffed wolf. Ruby knelt beside her. You okay, sweetheart? Amelia nodded. I know what I want to say. Ruby smiled gently. What is it? Amelia whispered. He made me feel safe the first night I came here. No one ever did that before. Ruby hugged her. He'll love hearing that. George, I'll decorate. George ran around the living room hanging drawings, placing cushions, and arranging chairs like a ceremony hall. He put a blanket on the floor. This is the hero stage. Ruby laughed. Very official. Liam, I'll organize everyone. Liam clapped his hands. Okay, everyone in positions. Hope, card ready. Jake, speech ready. Eli, you're first. Amelia, you stand next to Ruby. George, no shouting. Ruby, can you help me line them up? Ruby saluted. Yes, sir. Liam smiled, small, proud, calm. Ruby's POV, final preparations. The room looked perfect. The kids looked excited. The card was beautiful. The speech was ready. The decorations were chaotic but full of love. Ruby checked the time. He'll be back any minute. The kids scrambled into their places. Ruby stood behind them, heart full. All right, wolves, she whispered. Let's show Dad how loved he is. Dr. Wolf returns. The front door opened. Kids. Ruby. I got dinner. Eli stepped forward dramatically. Dad. Please enter the living room. Wolf froze. Should I be worried? Ruby smiled. No. Just come in. He stepped inside. And saw his children lined up, smiling, holding a giant card, decorations everywhere. His breath caught. Ruby whispered. Kids, begin. Chapter 257, The Hero Ceremony. A single chapter told through Dr. Wolf's POV, Ruby's POV, and the kids' POV woven together. Dr. Wolf's POV, when he walks in. The moment he stepped into the living room, takeaway bags in his hands, Dr. Wolf froze. The lights were dim. Blankets were arranged like a stage. Drawings hung everywhere. And his children stood in a perfect line, Hope, Jake, Eli, Amelia, George, Liam, with Ruby behind them, smiling proudly. Eli stepped forward, clearing his throat dramatically. Dad, please take a seat. The ceremony is about to begin. Wolf blinked. The what? Ruby whispered, just sit, Dad. He did. And then the kids began. Kids POV, giving Dad the hero card. Hope stepped forward first, holding the giant card with both hands. Dad, this is for you. He opened it. Inside were drawings, messages, little hearts, tiny wolf doodles, and the words. Our hero, Dad. His breath caught. Jake stepped forward next, holding a piece of paper. I wrote a speech, he said proudly. He cleared his throat. Dad, you saved us. You made us safe. You made us a family. You're our hero. Wolf's eyes stung. Then Amelia stepped forward, small, brave, clutching her stuffed wolf. Ruby knelt beside her, giving her a gentle nod. Amelia took a deep breath. Amelia's speech, word for word. When you came to that place in London, she began softly, and I was saying no men, you didn't get angry. You didn't walk away. You said, I will stay here. I will not move until you tell me it's okay. Wolf's heart cracked open. Amelia continued, voice trembling but strong. And when you said it's okay to be sad, that made me feel safe. She wiped her eyes. And when I asked if I could go to the bathroom, you said I never need to ask. And when I asked if you would come in, you said you would not. And that made me feel like I was safe. Wolf covered his mouth, overwhelmed. You keep me safe every day, Amelia whispered. And I love you, because you said I am part of the family. And you let me call you Dad. Or Daddy. She took a shaky breath. I love you, Dad. Dr. Wolf's POV, his heart breaks and heals at once. He couldn't hold it in. He knelt down, tears in his eyes. Amelia. He whispered, voice breaking, I love you so much. For true. And I will keep you safe. Always. Amelia ran into his arms, hugging him tight. He held her like she was the most precious thing in the world. You are so beautiful, little girl, he whispered into her hair. So brave. So loved. Ruby's POV, watching Dad react. Ruby watched her dad hold Amelia, and something inside her melted. He wasn't the broken man she once feared losing. He wasn't the haunted man who barely slept. He wasn't the man drowning in guilt. He was a father. A protector. A hero. And he finally believed it. Ruby wiped her eyes and whispered to herself. He needed this. He needed them. Kids POV, the final moment. Hope hugged him next. Then Jake. Then Eli. Then George. Then Liam. A full wolf pack hug. All of them wrapped around their dad, warm and tight and full of love. Jake whispered, "You're our hero, Dad." Hope added, "Forever." And Dr. Wolf, surrounded by the children he saved and the children who saved him, whispered back, "I'm the lucky one." Chapter 258, Dr. Wolf's POV, reflecting on the hero ceremony. The house was quiet again. Dinner was finished. The kids were playing softly in the living room. Ruby was tidying up the last of the takeaway boxes. And Dr. Wolf stood alone in the hallway, one hand resting on the giant hero card the kids had made for him. He traced the letters with his thumb. "Our hero, Dad." He still couldn't believe it. The weight of their words. He closed his eyes, replaying the ceremony in his mind. Jake's speech. Hope's drawings. Eli's dramatic announcing. George trying so hard not to shout. Liam organizing everyone like a tiny general. And Amelia. Her words hit him the deepest. "When you came to that place in London, and I was saying no men, you said you would stay until I said it was okay." He swallowed hard. He remembered that day. He remembered her fear. He remembered kneeling on the cold floor, refusing to move until she trusted him. And now she trusted him with her whole heart. "You keep me safe every day, and I love you because you said I am part of the family." He pressed a hand to his chest. It hurt, but in the best way. Ruby's POV, watching him from the doorway. Ruby leaned against the kitchen doorway, watching her dad quietly. He wasn't crying. He wasn't overwhelmed. He wasn't breaking. He was feeling. Deeply. Honestly. Fully. She stepped closer. "Dad, you okay?" Wolf nodded slowly. "I don't think I've ever felt something like that before." Ruby smiled softly. "You deserved it." He looked at her, eyes warm. "They really think I'm their hero." Ruby shook her head gently. "No, Dad. They don't think it. They know it." Dr. Wolf's POV, realizing the truth. He sat down on the sofa, the hero card resting on his lap. He thought about every moment. The first night Hope slept without nightmares. Jake kicking a football without fear. Eli climbing trees with confidence. Amelia trusting him enough to hold his hand. George laughing again. Liam finally relaxing. Ruby smiling like she believed in him. He realized something he had never allowed himself to believe. He didn't just save them. They saved him too. They gave him purpose. They gave him family. They gave him a reason to heal. And tonight, they gave him the greatest gift of all. They told him he was enough. Kids POV, watching Dad from across the room. The kids peeked around the corner, whispering. "Is he reading the card again?" Hope asked. Jake nodded. "Yeah. He's been staring at it for ages." Eli grinned. "That means he likes it." Amelia hugged her stuffed wolf. "He's happy." George whispered loudly, "We did good." Liam smiled softly. "He needed this." Ruby joined them, whispering. "He's proud of all of you." Hope beamed. "We're proud of him too." Dr. Wolf's final thought. He looked up and saw them watching him, 6 little faces full of love, hope, and trust. He opened his arms. They ran to him instantly, piling onto the sofa, hugging him tight. Wolf closed his eyes, holding them close. "I love you," he whispered. "So much. More than you'll ever know." Hope whispered back. "You're our hero, Dad." And for the first time in his life, Dr. Wolf believed it. Chapter 259, Kids POV, cuddling with Dad before bed. The ceremony was over. Dinner was eaten. The drawings were still taped to the walls, the giant hero card sat proudly on the table, and the house felt warm in a way that wrapped around all of them like a blanket. But the kids weren't done with Dad yet. Not even close. Because tonight wasn't just special. It was the night. The night they told him he was their hero. The night he believed it. The night they saw him smile in a way that made their hearts glow. And now, they wanted to end it the best way they knew how. With cuddles. Hope, Dad, can we cuddle before bed? Hope tugged gently on his sleeve. Dad, can we have a cuddle pile before bed? Just us and you. Wolf smiled softly. Of course. Hope beamed and ran to the sofa. Jake, move over, I'm getting the good spot. Jake leapt onto the sofa like a football star diving for a goal. He wedged himself right under Dad's arm. This is my spot. I called it. Hope rolled her eyes. You always call that spot. Jake grinned. Because it's the best. Eli, I'm climbing up. Eli didn't sit. He climbed. Straight onto Dad's lap, arms around his neck, giggling. Dad's lap is the warmest place in the world. Wolf laughed. You're not wrong. Amelia, can I sit next to you, Daddy? Amelia approached slowly, holding her stuffed wolf. Daddy, can I sit next to you? Wolf opened his arm instantly. You never need to ask. She climbed in gently, resting her head on his chest. You make me feel safe, she whispered. Wolf kissed the top of her head. You make me feel lucky. George, I'm coming in hot. George sprinted across the room. Ruby shouted, George, don't. Too late. He launched himself onto the sofa like a missile. Wolf caught him with a grunt. Easy, soldier. George giggled. I love cuddle attacks. Liam, I'll sit here. Liam didn't jump or climb. He simply walked over, calm and steady, and sat beside Dad's other side. He leaned gently against him. Good day, Dad. Wolf smiled. The best. Ruby, watching from the doorway. Ruby leaned against the doorframe, arms folded, heart full. Her dad looked peaceful, loved, whole. The kids were wrapped around him like a warm blanket of tiny wolves. She didn't join the pile, not yet. She just watched. Because this moment was perfect. And she wanted to remember it forever. The cuddle pile. The room was quiet now. Just soft breathing. Little giggles. Tiny hands holding onto him. Warm heads resting on his chest and shoulders. Wolf wrapped his arms around all of them. His pack. His family. His heart. Hope whispered. Dad, this is the best day ever. Jake nodded sleepily. Yeah, the best. Amelia snuggled closer. I love you, Daddy. Eli yawned. Me too. George mumbled something about biscuits. Liam closed his eyes, peaceful. Wolf held them tighter. I love you all, he whispered. So much. Kids' final thought before sleep. As their eyes grew heavy and the room grew quiet, they all felt the same thing. Safe. Loved. Home. Because tonight, they weren't just cuddling their dad. They were cuddling their hero. And he was cuddling his whole world. Chapter 260, Dr. Wolf's POV, tucking the kids in. The cuddle pile slowly melted apart as bedtime crept in. One by one, the kids stretched, yawned, and blinked sleepily. Dr. Wolf looked around at his pack warm, safe, wrapped in soft evening light and felt his heart swell. Tonight had been big. Emotional. Healing. Perfect. And now it was time to end it gently. Carrying hope. Hope was the first to yawn. A long, dramatic, squeaky yawn. Wolf smiled and scooped her up. Come on, flower girl, he whispered. She rested her head on his shoulder instantly. You're warm, Dad. He kissed her forehead. You're tired. She giggled sleepily. Maybe. He tucked her into bed, pulled her blanket up, and placed her favorite stuffed bunny beside her. Good night, Hope. Good night, Dad. I love you. I love you too. Jake, night, hero. Jake walked beside him, football under his arm. You did good today, Dad. Wolf raised an eyebrow. Did I? Jake nodded proudly. Yeah. You didn't cry too much. Wolf laughed softly. Thanks, son. Jake climbed into bed, placing his football next to his pillow. Night, hero. Wolf's chest tightened. Night, Jake. Eli, the climber. Eli didn't walk to bed. He climbed onto Wolf's back. Carry me like a wolf cub. Wolf chuckled and held his legs. You're getting big. I'm still your cub. Wolf nodded. Always. He tucked Eli in, smoothing his hair. Eli whispered, Dad, today was the best. Wolf kissed his forehead. It was. Amelia, Daddy, stay for a minute. Amelia held his hand the whole walk to her room. She climbed into bed, hugging her stuffed wolf. Daddy, can you stay for a minute? Wolf sat beside her. I'll stay as long as you want. She smiled softly. You made me feel safe today, again. Wolf brushed her hair gently. You make me feel proud every day. She closed her eyes. I love you, Daddy. I love you too, beautiful girl. George, already asleep. George didn't even make it to his room awake. Wolf carried him, limp as a noodle, drooling on his shoulder. He tucked him in, wiped his cheek, and whispered, Good night, little tornado. George snored in response. Wolf smiled. Liam, the quiet one. Liam was already in bed, reading. He closed his book when Wolf entered. Dad, thank you for today. Wolf sat on the edge of the bed. Thank you for helping the others. Liam shrugged. I like helping. Wolf placed a hand on his shoulder. You're a good big brother. Liam's eyes softened. Good night, Dad. Good night, Liam. Ruby, watching from the hallway. Ruby leaned against the wall as Wolf stepped out of Liam's room. She smiled. You did good, Dad. Wolf exhaled softly. They make it easy. Ruby nudged him. No, you make them feel safe. That's why tonight mattered. Wolf looked down the hallway, 6 doors, 6 sleeping children, 6 hearts he'd die for. He whispered. I'm the luckiest man alive. Ruby smiled. You really are. Dr. Wolf's final thought. As he turned off the hallway light, he paused. The house was quiet, peaceful, full of love. He whispered into the darkness. Good night, my pack. And for the first time in years, he felt completely, utterly at peace. Chapter 300, 10 years later. 10 years had passed. 10 years since the night the children crowned Dr. Wolf their hero. 10 years since the house was filled with tiny footsteps, whispered giggles, and bedtime cuddle piles. Now the world was different. Bigger. Quieter. But still full of love. Dr. Wolf stood outside the community center, the same building where everything began, but it no longer looked like the broken place it once was. It was alive. Painted walls. Warm lights. Children laughing inside. A garden Ruby planted with hope when she was little. And on the side wall, stretching across the bricks like a promise. A giant wolf surrounded by 6 children. Hope had painted it when she was 12. Wolf touched the mural gently, his fingers brushing the outline of the wolf's face. He was older now. Grey streaks in his beard. Lines around his eyes. But stronger. Calmer. A man who had lived through storms and learned how to breathe again. Today was special. Today, all his kids were coming home. The kids, 10 years later. Ruby, 31 years old. Hope's mum. Leader of the community center. A woman who carried strength like armor and kindness like fire. She had become everything Wolf once hoped she would be, and more. Liam, 19 years old. Still the anchor. Still the quiet one. He worked at the center with Wolf, guiding younger kids with a calmness beyond his years. Jake, 18 years old. A football coach. Loud, loyal, protective. Still calling Wolf hero when he thought no one was listening. Eli, 17 years old. Engineering student. Still climbing everything he wasn't supposed to. Still hugging Wolf like he was 10. Amelia, 16 years old. Gentle. Artistic. Soft-spoken. She painted wolves everywhere and still called him Daddy when she was tired. George, 15 years old. A whirlwind of jokes, noise, and heart. Still the family's chaos engine. Hope, 14 years old. Ruby's daughter. Bright, emotional, becoming a counselor like her mum. Still wearing flowers in her hair. Dr. Wolf's POV, a shift in the air. As he waited for them to arrive, Wolf felt something he hadn't felt in years. A shift. A quiet tension in the air. A whisper in his bones. Not fear. Not danger. Just change. The kind that comes before a storm. He didn't know why. Not yet. But he felt it. The new character, the one who will change everything. A car pulled up across the street. A man stepped out. Tall. Dark coat. Calm eyes that seemed to see everything. A face Wolf didn't recognize, but something about him felt familiar. He didn't approach. He didn't speak. He simply watched the community center with quiet interest. Ruby noticed him first. She stepped closer to Wolf. "Dad, do you know him?" Wolf shook his head. "No." But the man smiled a small, knowing smile and walked away without a word. Wolf's stomach tightened. Something was coming. Something big. Something that would change everything. Kids POV, the reunion. The kids arrived all at once, loud and chaotic and full of life. "Dad, we're home. You look older. You look handsome. You look like you need a nap." Wolf laughed, pulling them all into a hug. For a moment, everything was perfect. But Ruby kept glancing at the street. Liam noticed the tension in Wolf's shoulders. Hope felt something strange in the air. And Wolf. Wolf kept thinking about the man in the coat. Dr. Wolf's final thought of the chapter. He looked at his grown children, his pack, his life, his heart. And whispered to himself. "Whatever's coming, I'll protect them. Even if it's the last thing I do." And that was the beginning. The beginning of the end. The beginning of the story that would lead to the moment everything changed. Chapter 301, Dr. Wolf meets the mysterious man. This chapter is written cleanly, powerfully, and continues the arc exactly where chapter 300 ended. Dr. Wolf slipped away from the noise of the reunion for a moment. The kids were inside the community center, laughing, arguing over snacks, showing Ruby their new hobbies and stories from the past year. But Wolf couldn't shake the feeling. That man. The one in the dark coat. The one who watched the center like he already knew every brick, every window, every heartbeat inside. Wolf stepped outside. The evening air was cool, the sky turning gold. And there, leaning casually against a lamppost, stood the man. As if he'd been waiting. Dr. Wolf's POV, the first words. Wolf approached slowly. "You were watching the center earlier," he said, voice steady. The man smiled faintly. "I was." Wolf folded his arms. "Why?" The man didn't answer immediately. He studied Wolf's face, not with hostility, not with fear, but with a strange familiarity. Finally, he spoke. "You've done well here." Wolf frowned. "You know me?" The man nodded once. "I know of you." Wolf's stomach tightened. "Who are you?" The man stepped forward, extending a hand. "My name is Silas." Wolf didn't take the hand. Silas lowered it calmly. "I'm not here to cause trouble." Wolf's voice dropped. "Then why are you here?" Silas looked past Wolf, toward the mural of the wolf and the 6 children. "You've built something beautiful," he said softly. "Something rare. Something worth protecting." Wolf's jaw clenched. "I protect my family just fine." Silas's eyes softened, almost sad. "I know you do. Better than most men ever could." Wolf didn't like the way he said that. Like he knew something Wolf didn't. The warning. Silas took a slow breath. "I came to give you a warning." Wolf's muscles tensed. "What kind of warning?" Silas looked him directly in the eyes. "The past doesn't stay buried forever." Wolf's heart dropped. Silas continued. "And when it comes back, it won't come for you." Wolf stepped forward, voice low and dangerous. "If anyone comes near my children." Silas raised a hand. "I'm not your enemy." Wolf didn't relax. Silas's voice softened. But someone else will be. Dr. Wolf's POV, the shift. A cold wind moved through the street. Wolf felt it in his bones, the same instinct that once kept him alive, the same instinct that once saved 6 children, the same instinct that never lied. Silas wasn't threatening him. Silas was warning him. And that was worse. Much worse. Silas's final words. Silas stepped back toward the street. You've got a good heart, Dr. Wolf. A strong one. He paused. But strength won't be enough this time. Wolf's breath caught. What's coming? Silas shook his head. You'll know soon. He turned to leave. Wolf called after him. Why tell me at all? Silas stopped. Without turning around, he said. Because they deserve a chance. And then he walked away. Dr. Wolf's final thought. Wolf stood alone in the fading light, heart pounding. He didn't know who Silas was. He didn't know what was coming. He didn't know why the warning felt so personal. But he knew one thing with absolute certainty. Something was about to change. Something big. Something dangerous. And he whispered to himself. I'll protect them. No matter what it costs. Chapter 302, Ruby's POV. She notices Dad is shaken. The reunion inside the community center was loud, warm, chaotic, exactly the way Ruby loved it. Hope was showing Jake her new sketchbook. George was trying to balance a football on his head. Amelia was quietly painting in the corner. Liam was organizing snacks like a tiny general. But Ruby kept glancing toward the door. Because Dad hadn't come back inside yet. And when he finally did, she saw it instantly. Something was wrong. The look in his eyes. Dr. Wolf stepped into the room, smiling for the kids, but Ruby knew him too well. His smile didn't reach his eyes. His shoulders were tense. His breathing was too slow, too controlled. And he kept scanning the room like he was counting exits. Ruby's heart tightened. She walked over quietly. Dad. He didn't hear her at first, or maybe he was pretending not to. He stared at the mural on the wall, the one Hope painted years ago. Dad, Ruby said again, softer. This time he blinked, as if waking from a dream. Oh, Ruby. Sorry. I was just thinking. But Ruby saw it. The flicker of fear. The shadow behind his eyes. The way his hand trembled for half a second before he hid it in his pocket. Something had shaken him. Badly. Ruby pulls him aside. She gently took his arm and guided him toward the hallway, away from the kids. Dad, what happened? Wolf tried to brush it off. Nothing. Just a long day. Ruby raised an eyebrow. Dad. I'm 31. I run this place. I've raised Hope. I've seen you broken, healed, angry, terrified, and everything in between. She stepped closer. You can't lie to me. Wolf exhaled slowly, the kind of breath he only took when he was holding something heavy. I met someone, he said quietly. Ruby's stomach dropped. Who? A man. Across the street. Ruby's voice sharpened. What did he want? Wolf looked at her, and the fear in his eyes made her chest ache. He said the past doesn't stay buried. Ruby felt her blood run cold. And he said, when it comes back, it won't come for me. Ruby's voice cracked. Dad. Wolf swallowed. He said he wasn't my enemy. Ruby stepped closer, gripping his arm. Then who is? Wolf didn't answer. Because he didn't know. And that terrified him. Ruby's POV, the moment she realizes. Ruby looked at her father, the strongest man she had ever known, and for the first time in years, he looked. Not broken. Not weak. Not defeated. But haunted. Like something old had reached out from the shadows and touched him. Ruby whispered. Dad, you're shaking. Wolf closed his eyes. I know. Ruby wrapped her arms around him, holding him tight. You're not alone, she said fiercely. Whatever this is, whatever's coming, we face it together. Wolf rested his forehead against hers. I don't want you or the kids in danger. Ruby shook her head. We're not children anymore. We're your family. And we protect each other. Wolf's voice cracked. I'm scared, Ruby. Ruby held him tighter. I know. But you're still our dad. You're still our hero. And we're not letting anything happen to you. Ruby's final thought. As she held him, Ruby felt something she hadn't felt in years. A storm coming. A real one. And she knew deep in her bones that whatever Silas had warned him about, it was already on its way. And it was going to change everything. Chapter 303, Kids POV. They sense something is wrong. The community center was buzzing with noise, laughter, footsteps, the sound of George trying to convince Jake he could still do a backflip. He could not. But underneath all the chaos, something felt off. The kids felt it before they understood it. A shift. A heaviness. A strange quiet in the air that didn't belong. And it all came from one person. Dad. Hope, Mum. Dad's not smiling right. Hope was the first to notice. She always noticed. She tugged on Ruby's sleeve. Mum. Dad's smile looks wrong. Ruby froze for half a second, just long enough for Hope to know she was right. Ruby forced a soft smile. He's just tired, sweetheart. But Hope shook her head. No. It's different. She looked across the room at Dr. Wolf. He was laughing with Jake, but his eyes weren't. Jake, he's doing the thing. Jake stopped mid-sentence. He watched Dad carefully. Liam, he whispered, he's doing the thing. Liam looked up from the snack table. What thing? Jake lowered his voice. The thing he used to do when he was scared. When we were little. Liam's face tightened. He knew exactly what Jake meant. Dad was standing too still. Breathing too slow. Scanning the room like he was counting exits. Liam whispered. Yeah. I see it. Eli, something's wrong with Dad's heartbeat. Eli had always been the most physically attuned to Dad. He hugged him the most, clung to him the most, leaned on him the most. He walked over and wrapped his arms around Wolf's waist. Wolf hugged him back, but Eli felt it immediately. His heartbeat. Too fast. Too heavy. Too scared. Eli stepped back, eyes wide. Dad, what happened? Wolf forced a smile. Nothing, Eli. I'm fine. But Eli shook his head. No, you're not. Amelia, he's hiding something. Amelia watched from the corner, her paintbrush frozen in midair. She didn't need to hear him speak. She didn't need to see his face. She could feel it. Dad's sadness always echoed inside her like a quiet bell. She whispered to herself. He's hiding something. Her chest tightened. She hated when he hid things. He only did that when he was scared. And Dad being scared was the worst feeling in the world. George, why is Dad acting weird? George wasn't subtle. He marched straight up to Liam. Why is Dad acting weird? Liam sighed. George. No, seriously. He looks like he saw a ghost. Or a tax bill. Jake snorted. But Liam didn't laugh. He looked at all of them, Hope, Jake, Eli, Amelia, George, and said quietly. Something happened outside. The kids gather. They formed a small circle in the corner of the room. Hope whispered. Do you think someone hurt him? Jake shook his head. No. But something scared him. Eli hugged himself. I don't like when Dad's scared. Amelia's voice trembled. He hasn't looked like this since before we were safe. George frowned. Should we ask him? Liam shook his head. No. Not yet. Why not? Hope asked. Liam looked at all of them, serious and calm. Because whatever scared Dad isn't small. The kids went silent. Hope whispered. Is it coming for us? Liam didn't answer. Because he didn't know. And that scared him more than anything. Kids' final thought. They looked across the room at Dr. Wolf, their dad, their protector, their hero. And for the first time in years. He looked like the one who needed protecting. Hope whispered. We stay together. All of us. Like a pack. Jake nodded. Yeah. A wolf pack. Eli grabbed their hands. Amelia leaned in. George puffed out his chest. Liam whispered. We watch him. We stay close. And whatever's coming. He looked at his siblings. We face it together. Chapter 304, Dr. Wolf's POV, telling Liam the truth. The community center had finally quieted down. Hope and George were arguing over who got the last biscuit. Jake and Eli were kicking a football softly in the hallway, careful not to hit anything. Amelia was painting in the corner, humming a tune she'd made up herself. But Liam was watching Dad. He always watched Dad. He always knew. And when Dr. Wolf stepped outside for air again, Liam followed, quietly, calmly, like he had done since he was 9 years old. Liam, Dad, talk to me. Wolf leaned against the brick wall outside, rubbing his hands together slowly. The evening air was cool, but the cold inside him came from somewhere deeper. Liam approached, hands in his pockets. Dad. Wolf didn't look up. Liam stepped closer. Talk to me. Wolf closed his eyes. Of all the kids, Liam was the one he couldn't hide from. Dr. Wolf's POV, the moment he breaks. Wolf swallowed hard. I didn't want to worry you. Liam shook his head gently. You already did. Wolf let out a shaky breath. I met someone today. Liam's expression sharpened instantly. Who? Wolf hesitated. A man named Silas. Liam frowned. Do you know him? No. Does he know you? Wolf nodded slowly. He knows, enough. Liam stepped closer, voice low. What did he say? Wolf looked at his son, the boy who had once been terrified of everything, now standing tall, steady, unshakable. He said the past doesn't stay buried. Liam's jaw tightened. And when it comes back, it won't come for me. Liam's eyes widened. It'll come for us. Wolf nodded. Yes. Liam, the protector, emerges. Liam didn't panic. He didn't cry. He didn't raise his voice. He did what he always did. He thought. Then he said, Dad, you should have told me sooner. Wolf blinked. You're still a kid. Liam shook his head. No. I'm 19. I work here. I protect the others. I protect Hope. I protect Amelia. I protect all of them. He stepped closer, eyes fierce. And I protect you. Wolf's breath caught. Liam. No, Liam said firmly. You don't get to carry this alone. Not anymore. Dr. Wolf's POV, the fear he can't hide. Wolf looked away. I'm scared, Liam. Liam nodded. I know. Wolf's voice cracked. I don't know what's coming. I don't know who Silas is. I don't know what he meant. Liam placed a hand on his father's arm. Then we find out. Together. Wolf shook his head. I don't want you in danger. Liam's voice softened. Dad, you saved us. All of us. You gave us a life. A home. A family. He swallowed. Let us save you back. Wolf felt tears sting his eyes. He hadn't cried in years. Liam's final words. Liam squeezed his arm gently. Whatever's coming, we face it as a pack. Wolf whispered. I don't want to lose any of you. Liam shook his head. You won't. He looked toward the center, where the others were laughing inside. Because we're not kids anymore. And we're not running. He turned back to Wolf. We're fighting. Dr. Wolf's final thought. For the first time since Silas appeared, Wolf felt a spark of strength return. Not because he wasn't afraid, but because he wasn't alone. He looked at Liam, his quiet, steady, brave son, and whispered, Thank you. Liam nodded. Always. And together, they stepped back inside. Into the light. Into the noise. Into the family that would soon face the darkest chapter of their lives. Chapter 305, Kids POV. They overhear the conversation. The hallway was quiet. Too quiet. Hope had gone looking for her mum. Jake had gone looking for Hope. Eli followed Jake because he always followed Jake. George followed Eli because he was bored. Amelia followed because she didn't like being alone when the air felt strange. And Liam. Liam was already outside with Dad. The kids didn't mean to listen. But when they reached the half-open door, they heard voices, low, tense, nothing like the warm, gentle tones they were used to. They froze. Because Dad never sounded like that. Hope, Mum. Dad's voice is shaking. Hope clutched Ruby's sleeve. Mum. Dad sounds scared. Ruby didn't answer. Her face was tight, worried, listening. Hope pressed closer to the door. She heard Liam's voice, steady, calm, but serious. Dad, you should have told me sooner. Hope's heart dropped. Told him what? Jake, something's wrong. Really wrong. Jake leaned in, jaw clenched. He heard Dad's voice, low, rough, like he was trying not to cry. I'm scared, Liam. Jake's stomach twisted. He had only heard Dad say those words once in his life, the night they first came to live with him. Jake whispered. No, 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 no. What's happening? Eli, Dad never talks like that. Eli pressed his ear to the door. He heard Dad's breathing, too fast, too heavy. He whispered. He's scared. I can hear it. George frowned. How can you hear that? Eli didn't look away. Because I know his heartbeat. And it's wrong. Amelia, he's hiding something from us. Amelia hugged her arms around herself. She didn't need to hear every word. She could feel it. Dad's sadness. Dad's fear. Dad's guilt. It echoed inside her like a quiet bell. She whispered. He's hiding something. Something big. The words that change everything. The kids leaned closer as Dad spoke again. I met someone today. A man named Silas. Hope's breath caught. Silas. A name that felt cold. Liam's voice came next. And he said the past doesn't stay buried. The kids looked at each other, confused, scared. Then Dad said the words that made all of them freeze. And when it comes back, it won't come for me. Hope grabbed Jake's hand. Jake grabbed Eli's. Eli grabbed George's. Amelia squeezed Hope's arm. They all held on. Because they knew what Dad meant. It would come for them. George, we need to protect Dad. George whispered fiercely. We can't let anything happen to him. Jake nodded. Yeah. We're not little anymore. Eli swallowed. We can help him. Amelia's voice trembled. We have to. Hope looked at all of them, her siblings, her pack, and whispered. We protect Dad. No matter what. Ruby, kids, come here. Ruby turned around slowly. She had known they were listening. Her eyes were soft, sad, but steady. She opened her arms. The kids rushed into her, hugging her tightly. Ruby whispered. Your dad is scared. But he's not alone. And neither are you. Hope looked up at her. Mum, what's going to happen? Ruby stroked her hair. I don't know yet. She looked toward the door where Dr. Wolf and Liam were still talking. But whatever it is, we face it together. Kids' final thought. They didn't understand everything. But they understood this. Something was coming. Something dangerous. Something that wanted their family. And for the first time in their lives. They weren't the ones who needed protecting. Dad was. And they would protect him with everything they had. Chapter 306, The Night Everything Changed. The house was quiet. Dr. Wolf sat at the kitchen table, a cup of tea cooling in his hands. Ruby had taken Hope home hours ago. The boys were back in their own houses. Amelia and George had texted goodnight. But Wolf couldn't sleep. Silas's warning kept echoing in his mind. The past doesn't stay buried. It won't come for you. He replayed the words until they felt like claws scraping inside his chest. Then, at 2:14 a.m., his phone rang. A number he didn't recognize. He answered instantly. Hello. A voice spoke, breathless and urgent. Dr. Wolf. This is Station 14. The fire brigade. Wolf's heart stopped. Yes. What's happened? A pause. Then the words that shattered the night. The community center is on fire. Wolf stood so fast his chair crashed to the floor. What? It's fully alight, sir. We're doing everything we can. But you need to get down here. Wolf's breath shook. It has started. He didn't even realize he'd said it out loud. Dr. Wolf runs into the night. He grabbed his coat, his keys, his phone. He didn't lock the door. He didn't turn off the lights. He didn't think. He just ran. Down the street. Across the road. Through the cold night air. His lungs burned. His legs screamed. But he didn't stop. Because the community center wasn't just a building. It was their home. Their childhood. Their safety. Their memories. Their healing. It was everything. And now it was burning. The sky glows red. When Wolf turned the corner, he saw it. Flames. Smoke. Fire engines. Hoses blasting water. People shouting. Glass shattering. The mural Hope painted the wolf and the 6 children glowed orange in the firelight. Wolf's chest cracked open. No. A firefighter grabbed his arm. Sir, you can't go in there. Wolf didn't hear him. He stared at the flames, shaking. It started, he whispered again. Because he knew. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't random. This wasn't fate. This was the beginning. The danger Silas warned him about. The past clawing its way back. And Wolf felt something he hadn't felt in years. Fear. Real fear. The kind that steals your breath. Ruby arrives. A car screeched to a stop. Ruby jumped out, Hope right behind her. Dad. Wolf turned. Ruby froze when she saw the fire. Hope grabbed her mum's hand, eyes wide with terror. Mum, the center. Ruby whispered. No, 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 no. Wolf walked toward them slowly, his face pale, his eyes hollow. Ruby grabbed his coat. Dad, what happened? Wolf looked at the flames. It has started. Ruby's heart dropped. Silas. Wolf nodded once. Hope's voice trembled. Dad, are we in danger? Wolf knelt in front of her, holding her face gently. Yes. Hope burst into tears. Ruby's voice cracked. What do we do? Wolf looked at the burning building, their home, their history, their heart collapsing in flames. And he whispered. We protect the pack. Chapter 307, The Box in the Fire. The flames were still roaring when the firefighter approached Dr. Wolf. His helmet was streaked with soot. His jacket was dripping with water. His face was tight, the kind of tight that meant bad news. But he held something in his hands. A small, blackened, half-burned object wrapped in a fireproof cloth. He walked straight to Dr. Wolf. Sir. I'm sorry, the man said quietly. We couldn't save the building. Ruby covered her mouth. Hope clung to her mum's arm. Wolf's heart sank like a stone. The firefighter continued, voice softer now. But we did manage to save this. He held out the object. Wolf froze. Because he recognized the shape instantly. The memory box. The box with the letters. The letters he wrote for the kids. The letters they wrote for him. The letters he kept hidden for years, every fear, every hope, every promise. Wolf reached out with shaking hands. The firefighter placed the box gently into his palms. It was the only thing untouched by the flames, the man said. Everything else. I'm sorry. Wolf swallowed hard. Thank you, he whispered. The firefighter nodded once and stepped away. Ruby's POV, the moment she realizes. Ruby stared at the box. Dad, that was in your office. Wolf nodded slowly. It shouldn't have survived. Hope whispered. Dad, why did that survive? Wolf didn't answer. Because he didn't know. But he felt it. Deep in his bones. This wasn't luck. This wasn't chance. This wasn't random. Someone wanted this box saved. Someone wanted these letters found. Someone wanted this message delivered. Dr. Wolf opens the box. His hands trembled as he unlatched it. Inside, the letters were untouched. Not a single burn. Not a single scorch. Not a single mark. Ruby gasped. Hope stepped closer. Dad, how? Wolf stared at the letters, the ones he wrote on nights he thought he wouldn't make it, the ones he wrote when the kids were scared, the ones he wrote when he promised he'd always protect them. He whispered. This is a warning. Ruby's breath caught. From who? Wolf looked at the burning building, the flames reflecting in his eyes like a prophecy. And he said the words that made Hope's knees go weak. Whoever did this, they want us to know they can take everything. He closed the box gently. But they left the letters. Hope whispered. Why? Wolf looked at her, his daughter, his heart, and said. Because they want us scared. The final moment of the chapter. The fire crackled behind them. The mural collapsed. The roof caved in. But the box, the memories, the promises, the heart of their family sat safely in Wolf's hands. Ruby whispered. Dad, what do we do now? Wolf looked at the flames one last time. Then he turned to his family. We get ready. Chapter 308, The Man in the Smoke. The fire was dying down, but the night felt heavier than ever. Dr. Wolf stood with Ruby and Hope, the saved memory box clutched in his hands. Firefighters moved around them, shouting orders, spraying the last burning beams. Then Wolf felt it. A presence. A shift in the air. A coldness that didn't belong to the fire. He turned slowly. And there, standing just beyond the fire engines, half hidden in the smoke, was Silas. Watching. Waiting. Not running. Not hiding. Just there. Dr. Wolf walks toward him. Ruby grabbed his arm. Dad, don't. But Wolf shook his head. I have to. He stepped forward, the smoke curling around his legs, the heat of the fire warming his back. Silas didn't move. Wolf stopped a few feet away. His voice was low, shaking with anger and fear. Did you do this? Silas's expression didn't change. No. Ruby stepped beside Wolf, eyes blazing. Then who did? Silas looked at her, really looked, with a sadness that didn't make sense. I can't tell you, he said softly. Not yet. Ruby's voice cracked. Why? Silas lowered his head. Because you're not ready. Hope appears behind them. Hope stepped forward, trembling. Ready for what? Silas's eyes softened. For the truth. Wolf clenched his fists. Silas, if you didn't do this, then who did? Silas took a slow breath. The next time you see me, all of you, you will have to choose. Ruby frowned. Choose what? Silas shook his head. I can't say. Hope's voice broke. Why are you talking like this? Why can't you just tell us? Silas looked at her with something like regret. Because the moment you know, everything changes. The revelation. Silas stepped closer, not threatening, not aggressive, just close enough for them to hear him clearly. And there is something else you must understand. Wolf's heart pounded. Silas continued. No one else can see me. Ruby froze. What? Silas nodded. Only you, Dr. Wolf, and your family. Hope's breath caught. Why us? Silas's voice cracked for the first time. Because. I am truly sorry. Ruby stepped forward. Sorry for what? Silas looked at the burning community center, the flames reflecting in his eyes like guilt. We didn't want to do this. Wolf's voice dropped to a whisper. Who is we? Silas closed his eyes. Please, forgive us. Silas disappears. A gust of wind blew through the smoke. And Silas was gone. No footsteps. No sound. No shadow. Just gone. Ruby grabbed Wolf's arm. Dad, what does this mean? Wolf stared at the empty space where Silas had stood. His voice was hollow. It means the fire wasn't the beginning. He looked at the memory box in his hands. It was the warning. Chapter 309, Ruby's POV, Demanding the Truth. The fire was still hissing behind them, glowing in the night like a dying monster. Silas had vanished into the smoke, leaving nothing but fear and questions behind. Ruby stood frozen for a moment, staring at the empty space where he'd been. Then she turned to her father. And something inside her snapped. Not in anger. Not in cruelty. But in fear. In love. In the desperate need to protect the people she cared about. She stepped in front of Dr. Wolf, blocking his view of the flames. "Dad," she said quietly. "Look at me." Wolf lifted his eyes. Ruby had never seen him look so old. So tired. So haunted. And that terrified her more than the fire. "Ruby, you know something. Tell me." Ruby took a breath, steadying herself. "Dad, you know something. Something you haven't told us." Wolf looked away. "Ruby." "No," she said, voice firm but gentle. "Don't protect me from this. Not now. Not anymore." Wolf's jaw tightened. "I didn't want you scared." Ruby stepped closer. "I'm already scared." Her voice cracked. "We all are." Wolf closed his eyes. Ruby continued, softer now. "Dad, please. Tell me the truth." Dr. Wolf breaks. Wolf's shoulders sagged. He looked at the burning community center, the place where he'd rebuilt his life, where he'd raised 6 broken children into strong young adults. He whispered, "I hoped it would never reach you." Ruby's heart pounded. "What would?" Wolf swallowed hard. "The past." Ruby shook her head. "Dad, what past? What does Silas mean? Why can only we see him? Why did he say we'd have to choose?" Wolf didn't answer. He couldn't. Ruby grabbed his hands. "Dad, look at me." He did. And she saw it. The truth he'd been carrying for years. The fear he'd buried. The guilt he'd never spoken aloud. Ruby whispered, "You're not protecting us by staying silent. You're leaving us blind." Wolf's breath trembled. "I'm trying to keep you safe." Ruby shook her head. "No. You're trying to keep us innocent." She squeezed his hands. "But we're not children anymore." Hope joins them. Hope stepped forward, tears on her cheeks. "Mum's right." Wolf turned to her, startled. "Hope." She shook her head. "No. I'm 14, not 4. I can handle the truth." Wolf's voice cracked. "I don't want you hurt." Hope stepped closer and hugged him tightly. "You won't hurt me by telling me the truth. You'll hurt me by hiding it." Wolf froze. Then slowly, he hugged her back. "Ruby, Dad, who is Silas?" Wolf opened his eyes. The fire reflected in them like a memory he didn't want to face. Ruby asked again, softer. "Who is he?" Wolf finally spoke. "He's someone from before you were born." Ruby's breath caught. "Before the center?" Wolf nodded. "Before everything." Hope whispered, "Is he dangerous?" Wolf hesitated. "No. But the people he's warning us about are." Ruby felt her stomach twist. "Then tell us who they are." Wolf looked at her, really looked, and Ruby saw the moment he made the decision. The moment he realized he couldn't protect them by keeping secrets anymore. He whispered, "Come home. All of you. I'll tell you everything." Ruby's heart pounded. "Everything?" Wolf nodded. "Yes." Ruby's final thought. As they walked away from the burning center, Ruby held Hope's hand and stayed close to her father. She didn't know what the truth was. She didn't know what Silas meant. She didn't know what choice they would have to make. But she knew one thing. Whatever was coming, it was bigger than the fire. Bigger than Silas. Bigger than anything they'd faced before. And her father, the strongest man she'd ever known, was finally ready to tell them why. Chapter 310, Silas's POV, watching from the shadows. Silas stood in the smoke, unseen by the firefighters, unseen by the neighbors, unseen by the world. Only Dr. Wolf and his family could see him. That was the rule. The burden. The curse. He watched Wolf clutch the memory box. He watched Ruby demand answers. He watched Hope cry into her mother's coat. And Silas felt something he had not felt in a very, very long time. Pain. Not physical. Something deeper. Because he knew what was coming. He knew what Wolf would soon remember. He knew what choice the family would have to make. And he knew the truth that none of them were ready to hear. Silas's thoughts, the truth he cannot speak. He doesn't remember me yet. Silas watched Wolf's face, the confusion, the fear, the anger. But he will. He stepped back into the shadows, letting the smoke curl around him like a cloak. When he remembers where he has seen me before, then he will know what he must do. Silas closed his eyes. He could still see it, the moment burned into time, the moment that changed everything. The day Dr. Wolf died. A memory Silas cannot forget. Wolf was 7 years old. Small. Innocent. Terrified. 3 police officers. 3 men who were supposed to protect him. 3 men who harmed him instead. And a child's heart that stopped beating. Silas had been there. He had watched. He had tried to intervene. He had begged the heavens to let him help. And when Wolf's tiny body went still, Silas had been the one sent to carry his soul. But Wolf didn't stay dead. Not fully. Not permanently. Not like he should have. Because something happened that day, something forbidden, something powerful, something that bound Silas to him forever. Wolf lived. But not untouched. Not unchanged. And Silas had been watching him ever since. Silas, forgive us. Silas looked at the burning community center. He hated this part. He hated the fear in their eyes. He hated the pain he was forced to bring. He whispered into the smoke. I am truly sorry. He looked at Wolf again, the man who had once been a broken child in his arms. We didn't want to do this. His voice cracked. Please, forgive us. The warning. Silas stepped back, fading into the night. They are not ready. Not yet. But soon. The next time he appeared, the family would have to choose. A choice that would change everything. A choice that would decide their fate. A choice that would reveal the truth about Wolf's past and his future. Silas whispered one last time before disappearing completely. Be strong, Dr. Wolf. The time is coming. Chapter 311 Ruby's POV. Confronting Wolf about the box. The house felt too quiet. The kind of quiet that presses against your chest, waiting for something to break. Dr. Wolf placed the memory box on the table. His hands were shaking. Ruby had never seen him look so fragile. Hope sat beside her, eyes red from crying. Ruby stepped forward. Dad, she said softly, we need to talk about that box. Wolf didn't look up. Ruby tried again, firmer. Dad. Look at me. He finally lifted his eyes, and Ruby felt her heart twist. He looked like a man carrying a lifetime of secrets. Ruby, why did Silas save this? Ruby pointed at the box. Dad, why this? Why was this the only thing untouched by the fire? Wolf swallowed. I don't know. Ruby shook her head. No. You do know something. You've been hiding something for years. Wolf looked away. Hope whispered. Dad, please tell us. Wolf flinched at the word please. Ruby stepped closer. Dad. Silas said only we can see him. He said we're not ready. He said we'll have to choose. She touched the box gently. And he saved this. Why? What's in here that matters so much? Wolf's voice was barely a whisper. Memories. Ruby's eyes narrowed. Not just memories. Secrets. Wolf tries to protect them. Wolf stood suddenly, pacing the room. I didn't want this for you. Any of you. I wanted you safe. I wanted you free from my past. Ruby stepped in front of him. Dad, your past is already here. Wolf froze. Ruby continued, voice trembling. The center is gone. Silas is back. Someone is coming for us. We can't protect ourselves if we don't know what we're facing. Wolf's breath shook. I'm scared, Ruby. Ruby softened. I know. But we're scared too. And we can't help you if you keep shutting us out. Hope opens the box. Hope reached out and opened the lid. Inside were the letters. Dozens of them. Some written by Wolf. Some written by the kids when they were little. Some Ruby recognized from her own childhood. Hope picked up one envelope with her name on it. Her voice cracked. "Dad, why did you write these?" Wolf closed his eyes. "Because I thought, one day, I might not be here to say the things I needed to say." Ruby's breath caught. "Dad, why would you think that?" Wolf didn't answer. "Not yet. Ruby, tell me the truth. All of it." Ruby stepped closer. "Dad, who is Silas?" Wolf hesitated. Ruby pressed harder. "Why can only we see him?" Wolf's hands shook. Ruby's voice softened. "What happened to you? Before the center? Before us? Before everything?" Wolf finally looked at her. And Ruby saw it the moment he broke, the moment he realized he couldn't hide anymore. He whispered, "There's something you don't know about me. Something I never told anyone." Ruby held her breath. Hope clutched her mum's arm. Wolf continued. "And it starts with the day I died." Ruby's heart stopped. Hope gasped. Wolf's voice trembled. "I was 7 years old." Ruby's final thought. Ruby felt the world tilt. Her father, the strongest man she had ever known, had just said the one thing she never expected to hear. The day he died. And she knew. Everything was about to change. But not tonight. Tonight, he was too shaken. Too tired. Too broken. The truth would come when he slept. And when it came, it would come in the form of a nightmare. A nightmare that would finally reveal where he knew Silas from and why Silas had kept him alive. Chapter 312, Dr. Wolf's POV. The nightmare begins. The house was dark. Ruby had taken Hope to bed. The boys were on their way over. Amelia and George were texting non-stop, too worried to sleep. But Dr. Wolf, he sat alone in his room, staring at the memory box on his bedside table. He didn't open it. He didn't touch it. He just stared. Because he knew the truth was coming. He could feel it pressing against the back of his mind like a door he'd kept locked for decades. Eventually, exhaustion pulled him under. And the nightmare began. The first sign, the darkness. Wolf found himself standing in a black void. No floor. No sky. No sound. Just darkness. He tried to move, but the darkness clung to him like thick smoke. Then he heard it. A child crying. Soft. Broken. Terrified. Wolf's chest tightened. He knew that voice. He didn't know how he knew it, but he did. The second sign, the boy. A faint light flickered ahead. Wolf stepped toward it, the darkness peeling away with every step. And then he saw him. A small boy. 7 years old. Curled on the ground. Shaking. Bruised. Crying. Wolf froze. Because the boy had his face. His eyes. His fear. It was him. It was Dr. Wolf at 7 years old. Wolf whispered. "No, no, no, no." The boy didn't look up. He just kept crying. The third sign, the footsteps. Heavy boots echoed behind Wolf. 3 sets. Slow. Cold. Cruel. Wolf's breath caught. He remembered this sound. He didn't know why. He didn't know how. But his body remembered. His heart raced. His hands shook. His legs felt weak. The boy on the ground whimpered. Wolf turned. But the darkness swallowed the figures before he could see their faces. Only their voices remained. Low. Laughing. Wrong. Wolf's pulse thundered. "Stop," he whispered. "Please stop." But the nightmare didn't stop. It continued exactly as it had happened. Exactly as it had been burned into his soul. The fourth sign, the moment. The boy screamed. Wolf ran toward him. But the darkness grabbed his arms, holding him back. "No. Let me go. Let me go." He fought. He clawed. He pulled until his muscles burned. But he couldn't reach the boy. He couldn't stop what was coming. He couldn't change the past. The boy's scream cut off suddenly. Silence. Wolf collapsed to his knees. No, please, no. His voice broke. Not again. The fifth sign, the light. A soft glow appeared behind him. Warm. Gentle. Impossible. Wolf turned slowly. And there he was. Silas. Not older. Not younger. Exactly the same as he was now. Standing in the light. Watching the boy on the ground. Watching Wolf. His expression was full of sorrow. Wolf whispered. You were there. Silas didn't speak. He didn't need to. Wolf remembered. Not everything. Not the whole truth. But enough. Enough to know Silas wasn't lying. Enough to know Silas wasn't the enemy. Enough to know Silas had been with him on the worst day of his life. The day he died. The final moment, the message. Silas stepped closer. His voice echoed through the darkness, soft and broken. You survived for a reason. Wolf shook his head. I shouldn't have. Silas knelt beside him. You had to. Wolf's breath trembled. Why? Silas looked at him with eyes full of ancient grief. To save them. Wolf's heart stopped. Silas whispered. And you did. The darkness shattered. Dr. Wolf wakes up. Wolf jolted awake, gasping. Sweat drenched his skin. His heart pounded. His hands shook violently. The memory box sat on the table beside him. The letters inside seemed to glow in the moonlight. Wolf whispered into the empty room. I remember you now. His voice cracked. And I know why you saved me. He covered his face with his hands. Because the truth was finally coming back. And it was worse than he ever imagined. Chapter 313, Kids POV. They hear Wolf scream. The house was quiet. Too quiet. Hope lay awake in Ruby's bed, staring at the ceiling. Jake and Eli were curled up on the sofa downstairs, pretending to sleep. Liam sat in the hallway, back against the wall, watching the door to Wolf's room like a guard dog. Amelia and George had arrived minutes earlier, both pale and shaken. Everyone was waiting. Waiting for something. Waiting for him. Waiting for the truth. Then it happened. A sound tore through the house. A scream. Not loud. Not angry. But broken. A sound none of them had ever heard from Dr. Wolf. A sound that froze every child in place. A sound that made their hearts stop. Hope, Dad. Hope bolted upright. Her whole body shook. Mum. Dad screamed. Ruby was already out of bed, running. Hope followed, feet slapping the floor, breath trembling. Jake, that wasn't a normal scream. Jake shot off the sofa. Eli clung to his arm, terrified. Jake, what was that? Jake swallowed hard. That wasn't pain. That was fear. Eli's eyes widened. Dad doesn't get scared. Jake didn't answer. Because he wasn't sure that was true anymore. Liam, everyone stay behind me. Liam was already on his feet, standing in front of Wolf's bedroom door. His hands were shaking, but his voice was steady. Stay behind me. All of you. George whispered. Is he hurt? Amelia hugged herself. Or remembering something? Liam didn't know. But he knew one thing. He had never heard his father scream like that. Not once. Not ever. The second scream. Another cry came from inside the room. Short. Sharp. Like someone reliving a moment they never escaped. Hope grabbed Liam's shirt. Liam, please open the door. Liam hesitated. Not because he was scared of what was inside. But because he was scared of what it meant. Then he pushed the door open. What they saw. Dr. Wolf was sitting upright in bed. Sweat drenched his hair. His chest heaved. His eyes were wide, unfocused, full of terror. He looked like a man drowning in memories. Hope ran to him first. Dad. Wolf flinched, actually flinched, like he didn't recognize her. Ruby rushed to his side. Dad, it's us. You're safe. You're home. Wolf blinked rapidly, trying to breathe. Trying to come back. Trying to escape whatever nightmare had dragged him under. Jake whispered. What did he see? Eli hugged himself. Something bad. Amelia's voice trembled. Something from before us. George swallowed. Something he didn't want to remember. Liam stepped forward. Dad, look at me. Wolf finally focused. His voice was hoarse. I remember. Hope's heart dropped. Remember what? Wolf looked at all of them, his children, his family, his pack, and whispered. The day I died. Kid's final thought. The room went silent. No one breathed. No one moved. Because they all knew. This wasn't just a nightmare. This was the beginning of the truth. The truth Silas had warned them about. The truth Wolf had buried. The truth that was finally clawing its way back. And the kids understood something terrifying. Whatever happened to their dad when he was 7? It was coming for them now. Chapter 3:14, Dr. Wolf's POV, telling them what he saw. The room was full. Ruby stood at the foot of the bed. Hope sat beside him, holding his arm. Jake, Eli, Liam, Amelia, and George crowded in the doorway, too scared to step closer, too scared to step away. Dr. Wolf wiped the sweat from his face. His hands still shook. His heart still raced. But he looked at them, his family, and he knew he couldn't hide anymore. He took a slow breath. And he began. I saw, me. His voice was rough, like it had been dragged across broken glass. I saw myself. When I was 7. Hope's grip tightened. Ruby whispered. What happened? Wolf swallowed. I was in a dark place. A place I didn't remember until tonight. He closed his eyes. I saw a boy crying. Curled on the floor. Bruised. Terrified. Jake whispered. That boy was you. Wolf nodded. Yes. I heard footsteps. Wolf's breath trembled. I heard 3 men. I couldn't see their faces, but I knew them. Eli's voice shook. Knew them how? Wolf shook his head. I don't know yet. But my body remembered them even if my mind didn't. He looked down at his hands. I tried to reach the boy. I tried to stop what was happening. But the darkness held me back. Hope's eyes filled with tears. Dad. Wolf continued, voice cracking. And then, the boy screamed. And then he stopped. The room went silent. No one breathed. Wolf stared at the floor. That scream, it wasn't just fear. He swallowed hard. It was the last sound I made before everything went black. Ruby covered her mouth. Jake whispered. You died. Wolf nodded slowly. Yes. And then I saw him. Wolf lifted his eyes. Silas. The kids stiffened. Ruby's heart pounded. Hope whispered. He was in your nightmare? Wolf nodded. He was standing in the light. Watching me. Watching the boy. Liam stepped forward. What did he say? Wolf's voice softened. He told me. I survived for a reason. Amelia whispered. What reason? Wolf looked at all of them, every child he had saved, every life he had changed. To save you. The kids react. Hope burst into tears. Jake looked away, jaw clenched. Eli hugged himself tightly. George whispered. He kept you alive, for us? Wolf nodded. That's what he said. Ruby stepped closer. Dad, what does that mean? Why us? Why you? Wolf shook his head. I don't know yet. He looked toward the window, where the night pressed against the glass. But Silas does. Dr. Wolf's final words of the chapter. Wolf leaned back against the pillows, exhausted. I don't remember everything. Not yet. But the nightmare, it was the beginning. He looked at his family, his pack, and whispered. And the rest is coming. Chapter 3:15, Kids POV, their reaction to learning he died. The room felt like it stopped breathing. Dr. Wolf's words hung in the air like a ghost. I died when I was 7. Every child froze. Every heart dropped. Every thought shattered. Because none of them, not one, had ever imagined their father had lived through something like that. Hope, no, you didn't. Hope shook her head violently. She grabbed Wolf's arm with trembling hands. No. You didn't die. You're here. You're alive. You're my dad. Her voice cracked. You can't have died. Wolf reached for her hand, but she pulled back, tears spilling down her cheeks. Dad, you can't say things like that. You can't. She wasn't angry. She was terrified. Jake, who did this to you? Jake's fists clenched so tight his knuckles turned white. He stepped forward, jaw trembling. Who hurt you? His voice wasn't loud. It wasn't aggressive. It was broken. Who did that to you when you were a kid? Who made you scream like that? Wolf didn't answer. Jake's eyes filled with tears he refused to let fall. You saved us. All of us. And someone did that to you? He shook his head. That's not fair. Eli, you were alone. Eli hugged himself, shaking. You were just a little boy. His voice was barely a whisper. You were alone. And scared. And no one helped you. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve. That's why you help us, isn't it? Because no one helped you. Wolf's breath caught. Eli stepped closer. I'm sorry you were alone. Amelia, you didn't deserve that. Amelia's voice was soft but steady. You didn't deserve to die. You didn't deserve to be hurt. She looked at him with a kind of sadness only she could express. You're the safest person I know. And someone took that from you. She shook her head. That's not right. George, but you came back. George stepped forward, eyes wide. But you came back. He said it like it was a miracle. Because to him, it was. You came back and you saved us. You saved all of us. He swallowed. So, whoever hurt you, they didn't win. Wolf's eyes softened. George whispered. You won. Liam, you don't have to hide anymore. Liam stood closest to the bed. He didn't cry. He didn't shake. He didn't look away. He just placed a hand on Wolf's shoulder. You don't have to hide this anymore. Wolf looked up at him, eyes full of old pain. Liam continued. You carried this alone your whole life. But you're not alone now. He squeezed Wolf's shoulder gently. We're here. All of us. And we're not going anywhere. Hope breaks. Hope finally collapsed into Wolf's arms, sobbing. I don't want you to die again. Wolf held her tight, his own tears falling silently. I'm not going anywhere, he whispered. I'm here. I'm alive. I'm with you. Hope clung to him like she was afraid he'd disappear. Kid's final thought. They didn't understand everything. They didn't know why Silas was there. They didn't know what the choice would be. They didn't know what danger was coming. But they knew one thing. Their dad had survived something impossible. And now that they knew the truth, they would never let him face anything alone again. Chapter 3:16 Silas's POV, Watching the Family. Silas stood in the corner of the room, unseen by the world, unseen by anyone except the people fate had tied him to. Dr. Wolf. Ruby. Hope. Jake. Eli. Liam. Amelia. George. His family, though they didn't know it. Not by blood. Not by name. But by destiny. He watched them gather around Wolf's bed, their faces pale, their eyes wide, their hearts breaking as they learned the truth. Wolf had died. And lived. And carried that secret alone for decades. Silas felt the weight of it too. He always had. Silas, they weren't meant to hear it like this. He watched Hope cling to Wolf, sobbing into his chest. He watched Jake's fists shake with anger. Eli's shoulders tremble with fear. Amelia's eyes fill with sorrow. George whispering that Wolf had won. Liam standing guard like a soldier. And Ruby. Ruby staring at her father like she was seeing him for the first time. Silas whispered into the quiet room. They weren't meant to hear it like this. But destiny rarely cared about meant to. Silas watches Wolf break. Wolf's hands still trembled. His breath still shook. His eyes still held the shadow of the nightmare. Silas stepped closer, not physically, but spiritually, drawn to the pain he had witnessed once before. The same pain. The same fear. The same child. Only now, that child was a man. A father. A protector. A leader. And Silas felt something ancient stir inside him. A memory. A promise. A duty. Silas, you were never supposed to carry this alone. He watched Wolf try to steady himself, try to reassure the children, try to hide the terror still clinging to him. Silas whispered. You were never supposed to carry this alone. But Wolf couldn't hear him. Not yet. Only when Silas chose to be seen could Wolf hear his voice. And tonight was not that night. Tonight was for remembering. Tonight was for truth. Tonight was for the family to understand the weight Wolf had carried. Silas watches the children. Hope's tears. Jake's anger. Eli's fear. Amelia's empathy. George's innocence. Liam's strength. Ruby's determination. Silas saw all of it. He saw the future in their faces. He saw the storm coming for them. He saw the choice they would one day have to make. And he saw why Wolf had been chosen. Why Wolf had been saved. Why Wolf had been brought back. Silas, this is why you lived. He whispered it softly, almost reverently. This is why you lived. Not for himself. Not for revenge. Not for justice. But for them. For the children who would one day need him. For the family who would one day stand at the edge of something dark and dangerous. For the destiny that had been written long before Wolf took his first breath. Silas stepped back into the shadows. His voice barely a breath. Be strong, Wolf. They will need you. And you will need them. Silas's final thought. He watched the family hold each other. He watched Wolf try to breathe through the memories. He watched the children cling to the man who had saved them. And Silas felt something he rarely allowed himself to feel. Hope. Because the family was stronger than they knew. Because Wolf was stronger than he believed. Because the past was returning, but so was the truth. And soon, they would all understand why Silas had been watching them their entire lives. Chapter 317, Dr. Wolf's POV, calming the kids after the nightmare. The room was still shaking with the echo of his scream. Dr. Wolf sat on the edge of the bed, chest rising and falling too fast, sweat cooling on his skin. The kids surrounded him, Hope clinging to his arm, Jake standing like a shield, Eli trembling, Amelia and George pressed together, Liam watching every breath, Ruby hovering close but giving him space. They were scared. Because he was scared. And that had never happened before. Wolf forced himself to breathe slower. He wiped his face with shaking hands. Then he looked at them, really looked, and something inside him steadied. They needed him. And he would not let his past take him away from them again. Hey, it's all right. His voice was rough, but gentle. Hope shook her head. No, it's not. You screamed. You never scream. Wolf pulled her into his arms. I know, sweetheart. But I'm here. I'm awake. I'm safe. Hope buried her face in his chest. Jake stepped closer. Dad, you looked like you were dying. Wolf swallowed. I'm not. I promise you. I'm right here. Eli, you scared us. Eli's voice cracked. You scared us so much. Wolf reached out and pulled Eli into the hug too. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't want you to hear that. Eli whispered. You shouldn't have had to go through that alone. Wolf's breath trembled. I'm not alone anymore. Amelia, you don't have to be strong right now. Amelia stepped forward, eyes soft. You always protect us. But you don't have to be strong right now. Wolf gave a small, tired smile. You're wrong. Amelia blinked. Wolf looked at all of them. You being here, that makes me strong. George, we're your pack. George climbed onto the bed without asking and hugged Wolf's side. We're your pack. Packs stay together. Wolf kissed the top of his head. Yes. They do. Liam, tell us what you need. Liam stood tall, steady, calm. Dad, what do you need right now? Wolf looked at him, the boy who had grown into a protector without even realizing it. I need you all close, Wolf said quietly. Just for tonight. Liam nodded. Done. Ruby, we're not leaving you. Ruby sat beside him, placing a hand on his back. You're not sleeping alone. Not after that. Wolf opened his mouth to protest. Ruby shook her head. No. You've carried this for too long. Let us carry some of it now. Wolf's eyes softened. Thank you. The kids settle in. Hope curled against his left side. Eli curled against his right. George lay at the foot of the bed. Amelia sat beside Ruby. Jake and Liam pulled chairs close, refusing to be more than an arm's reach away. The room felt full. Warm. Safe. Wolf breathed in slowly. The nightmare still clung to him, the boy, the darkness, the scream, Silas standing in the light, but the fear was fading. Because his pack was here. Because he wasn't 7 anymore. He wasn't alone in the dark. He wasn't helpless. He had them. Dr. Wolf's final words of the chapter. He looked at each of them, one by one. I'm all right, he whispered. I promise. I'm all right now. Hope squeezed his hand. Jake nodded. Eli wiped his eyes. Amelia smiled softly. George yawned and curled closer. Liam stayed alert, watching over all of them. Ruby whispered, We've got you. And for the first time since the nightmare began, Dr. Wolf believed it. Chapter 318, Dr. Wolf and Silas, the conversation that changes everything. The next morning, the house was quiet. Too quiet. The kids were exhausted from the night before. Ruby had finally convinced them to rest. Hope refused to leave Wolf's side until he promised he would wake her if he needed anything. But as the sun rose, a familiar coldness filled the room. Dr. Wolf felt it before he saw it. Silas. Standing in the doorway. Watching him. Waiting. Wolf sat up slowly. Silas. Silas nodded once. We need to talk. Just us. No children. Wolf frowned. Why? Silas stepped closer, his expression heavy, heavier than Wolf had ever seen. Because it is time. You know everything now. And when we finish talking, you will only have today to make your decision. Wolf's stomach tightened. What decision? Silas didn't answer. Not yet. Dr. Wolf sends everyone away. Wolf walked into the living room. Ruby looked up immediately. Dad. What's wrong? Wolf forced a calm voice. I need to speak with Silas. Alone. Jake stood. No way. After last night. Wolf raised a hand. Please. Just this once. Trust me. Hope's eyes filled with fear. Dad, or are you sure? Wolf knelt in front of her. Yes. I'll be okay. She hugged him tightly before leaving with the others. One by one, they stepped outside. Until only Wolf and Silas remained. The door clicked shut. Silas tells the truth. Silas stood in the center of the room, hands clasped, eyes full of something ancient and sorrowful. Dr. Wolf, he began softly, do you know why I brought you back from death? Wolf swallowed. No. Silas nodded. Then listen carefully. He took a breath. You were brought back because you are the only one who could save them. Wolf blinked. Save who? Silas's voice deepened. All of your children. The kids you rescued. And every child who knows your name. Wolf's heart pounded. Silas continued. Your existence makes people think twice before harming a child. Your story changes lives. Your strength protects those who cannot protect themselves. Wolf stared at him. But why me? Silas looked away. Because you were the only one strong enough to survive what happened to you. The part Silas hated to say. Silas's voice cracked. There is something I do not want to say. But I must. Wolf braced himself. Silas whispered. You need to die. Wolf froze. Silas continued, pained. Your death will save many more children than your life ever could. Your story will become a shield. A warning. A light. Wolf shook his head. No. No, I can't. Silas raised a hand. There will be someone to take your place. Wolf's breath caught. Who? Silas hesitated. Then he said it. Hope. Wolf felt the world tilt. Hope. My daughter. Silas nodded. She will be the next Dr. Wolf. Wolf's voice broke. No. She's just a child. Silas stepped closer. She will not be a child forever. And she will be stronger than you. Kinder than you. Braver than you. Wolf shook his head violently. No. I won't let her. Silas's voice softened. There is something you must never do. Wolf looked up. What? Silas's eyes filled with sorrow. You can tell everyone else. But you cannot tell Hope. Wolf stared at him, horrified. Why? Because if she knows too early, she will run from her destiny. And the world will lose its next protector. Wolf's hands trembled. When will she know? Silas answered gently. When she finds the light in another child. When she sees herself in someone who needs saving. It will happen when she is 20. Wolf felt tears burn his eyes. And what do I do until then? Silas placed a hand on his shoulder. You write her a letter. Everything we spoke about today. Everything she will need to know. She will find it when the time is right. Wolf swallowed hard. And you? When will I see you again? Silas stepped back, fading slightly. Soon. But not today. He paused. Make your choice before the sun sets. And then he was gone. Chapter 319, Dr. Wolf's POV, breaking down after Silas leaves. The door clicked shut behind Silas. And the house fell silent. Not the peaceful kind of silence, but the heavy, suffocating kind that presses against your ribs and steals the air from your lungs. Dr. Wolf stood in the middle of the room, staring at the space where Silas had been only seconds before. His hands shook. His breath trembled. His heart felt like it was collapsing in on itself. He whispered to the empty room. No, no, this can't be happening. The weight hits him all at once. He stumbled backward until his legs hit the sofa, and he sank onto it like a man twice his age. Silas's words echoed in his skull. You need to die. Hope will take your place. You cannot tell her. You have until sunset. Wolf pressed his hands to his face. A broken sound escaped him, half sob, half gasp. He had faced monsters. He had faced abusers. He had faced his own past. But nothing had ever hurt like this. Not Hope, please not Hope. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, shaking violently. Not her, he whispered. Anyone but her. He saw her smile. Her drawings. Her laughter. Her tiny hands holding his when she was scared. Her voice calling him Dad with so much love it made his heart ache. And Silas wanted her to take his place. To carry his burden. To face the darkness he barely survived. To become the next protector. Wolf's voice cracked. She's just a child. Tears hit the floor. He didn't wipe them away. The truth he couldn't say out loud. He had always known he wouldn't live forever. He had always known his past would catch up eventually. He had always known danger would return. But he never imagined this. He never imagined being told he had to die for the world to be safe. He never imagined being told his daughter, his little girl, would become the next Dr. Wolf. He never imagined being told he couldn't warn her. He whispered. How am I supposed to do this? He breaks completely. Wolf slid off the sofa and onto the floor, knees hitting the carpet. He didn't care. He didn't try to be strong. He didn't try to hide it. He didn't try to breathe through it. He let himself break. For the first time in years, maybe ever, he cried like the 7-year-old boy he once was. The boy Silas saved. The boy who died. The boy who was brought back for a purpose he never asked for. He pressed his forehead to the floor. I can't lose them. I can't leave them. I can't let hope suffer because of me. His voice cracked into silence. But then something changes. As he cried, something warm touched his shoulder. Not a hand. Not a person. A feeling. A presence. A reminder. He had a family now. A pack. Children who loved him. Children he saved. Children who would fight for him just as fiercely as he fought for them. He wiped his face with shaking hands. He wasn't ready. He wasn't strong enough. He wasn't brave enough. But he would have to be. For them. For hope. For the world Silas said he would protect even in death. Dr. Wolf's final thought. He whispered into the quiet room. I'll make my choice, but not because you told me to. He looked toward the door where his children had left. I'll make it for them. His voice steadied. For my pack. Chapter 320 Silas's POV, Watching Wolf Break. Silas stood in the far corner of the room, unseen, unheard, untouched by the world around him. Only Dr. Wolf and his family could ever see him, but right now, Wolf was too broken to notice anything. Silas watched the man collapse to the floor, watched his shoulders shake, watched the tears fall. And for the first time in a very long time, Silas wished he wasn't an angel. Because angels were not meant to feel this much. Silas, I didn't want this for you. Wolf's voice cracked through the silence. Not hope, please not hope. Silas closed his eyes. He had heard those words before from other protectors, other souls chosen for impossible destinies. But this time hurt more. Because Wolf wasn't just a chosen soul. He was the boy Silas had carried in his arms the day he died. The boy he had begged the heavens to spare. The boy he had watched grow into a man who saved children simply by existing. Silas whispered into the quiet. I didn't want this for you. Not this pain. Not this choice. But Wolf couldn't hear him. Not now. Silas watches the collapse. Wolf slid to the floor, hands over his face, sobbing like the child he once was. Silas felt something twist inside him, a feeling angels were not supposed to have. Guilt. Because he had been the one to bring Wolf back. He had been the one to tie Wolf's fate to the children of the world. He had been the one to deliver the message that shattered him. Silas whispered. You were never meant to carry this alone. But Wolf had carried it alone for decades. And now the truth was crushing him. Silas remembers the boy. As Wolf cried, Silas saw another image layered over him. A small boy. 7 years old. Bruised. Terrified. Lying still on the ground. The day Wolf died. The day Silas broke the rules. The day he refused to let that child's light go out. He had saved Wolf's life, but he had also given him a destiny that would one day break him. Today was that day. Silas, I'm sorry, but this is the path. Silas stepped closer, though Wolf still couldn't see him. He knelt beside the man who had once been the frightened boy in his arms. I am sorry, Silas whispered. More than you will ever know. Wolf's sobs quieted, but his body still shook. Silas continued. This is the path written for you. Not because you were weak, but because you were the only one strong enough to walk it. He looked toward the door where the children had left. And hope, she will be stronger still. Silas watches Wolf find strength again. Slowly, painfully, Wolf lifted his head. He wiped his face. He breathed. He steadied himself. Silas felt a flicker of pride. Even broken, Wolf rose. Even shattered, he found strength. Even terrified, he thought of his children first. Silas whispered. That is why you were chosen. Silas's final thought. He stepped back into the shadows, fading from the room. Wolf would not see him again until the moment mattered most. But Silas left one final whisper behind, a whisper only the walls would hear. Be strong, Dr. Wolf. Your pack will need you. And hope, she will need you most of all. Chapter 321, Dr. Wolf's POV. The last day he chooses. Dr. Wolf didn't sleep that night. Not really. He drifted in and out, his mind replaying Silas's words over and over until they carved themselves into his bones. You need to die. Hope will take your place. You cannot tell her. You have until sunset. And sometime in the early hours of the morning, when the house was quiet, when the kids were safe in their rooms, when the world felt still, Dr. Wolf made his choice. He whispered it into the darkness. I'll do it. I'll die, so they can live. And the moment he said it, something inside him settled. Not peace. Not acceptance. But purpose. He would spend his last day doing what mattered most. Loving his family. Holding them close. Leaving them everything they would need when he was gone. The last day begins. Wolf woke before the sun. He made breakfast for everyone, pancakes, fruit, toast, the works. He smiled more than usual. He hugged longer. He laughed softer. The kids noticed something was different. But they didn't know why. Ruby watched him carefully, sensing something she couldn't name. Hope clung to his arm all morning. Jake stayed close, protective. Eli kept checking if he was okay. Amelia and George followed him everywhere. Liam watched him like a hawk. Wolf cherished every second. He writes the letters. When the kids went outside to play, Wolf slipped into his room. He sat at his desk. And he wrote. One letter for each child. A letter for Ruby, thanking her for being his strength. A letter for Hope, telling her she was the light of the world. A letter for Jake, telling him he had the biggest heart he'd ever seen. A letter for Eli, telling him his quiet bravery saved lives. A letter for Liam, telling him he was born to protect. A letter for Amelia, telling her she healed people without even trying. A letter for George, telling him he was the joy of the family. And then, he wrote one more. A letter for Hope to open when she turned 20. The letter Silas told him to write. The letter explaining everything. The letter that would guide her into becoming the next Dr. Wolf. He sealed it with shaking hands. He records the videos. Wolf set up his phone. He recorded a message for each child. Not sad. Not dramatic. Just love. Just memories. Just the things he wanted them to hear forever. He told Ruby he was proud of her. He told Hope she was his heart. He told Jake he was brave. He told Eli he was kind. He told Liam he was strong. He told Amelia she was gentle. He told George he was sunshine. And he saved every video in a folder titled, For My Pack. Ruby takes the photos. Ruby found him sitting outside, watching the kids play. She sat beside him. You okay? She asked softly. Wolf smiled. Yeah. I'm perfect. Ruby didn't believe him. But she didn't push. Instead, she grabbed her phone. Come on, she said. We're taking pictures. All of us. Wolf laughed. Why? Ruby shrugged. Because I want to remember today. He swallowed hard. So do I. They took dozens of photos. Wolf with each child. Wolf with all of them. Wolf laughing. Wolf hugging them. Wolf holding Hope on his shoulders. Wolf with Ruby's arm around him. Wolf surrounded by his pack. Photos full of love. Photos full of life. Photos full of the family he would die to protect. Dr. Wolf's final thought of the chapter. As the sun began to set, Wolf stood in the doorway of the house, watching his children laugh in the garden. He whispered, This is my last day. But he didn't feel fear. He felt love. He felt pride. He felt ready. Because he had given them everything he had. And tomorrow, he would give them the rest. Chapter 322, Ruby's POV. She senses something is wrong. Ruby had been watching him all day. At first, she thought he was just tired. Then she thought maybe the nightmare had shaken him more than he admitted. But as the hours passed, something inside her chest tightened. Dr. Wolf was smiling too much. Laughing too softly. Hugging them longer than usual. looking at each of them like he was memorizing their faces. And Ruby knew him better than anyone. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. The first sign, the photos. Ruby lifted her phone to take another picture of him with hope. He smiled. But it wasn't his normal smile. It was the kind of smile people wear when they're trying to hide pain. The kind of smile people wear when they're saying goodbye without saying it. Ruby lowered the phone slowly. "Dad, why are you acting weird today?" Wolf froze for half a second, barely noticeable, but Ruby saw it. He forced a laugh. "Weird? I'm just enjoying the day." Ruby didn't believe him. Not for a second. The second sign, the letters. Later, when she walked past his room, she saw him quickly slide something into a drawer. A stack of envelopes. Her name was on one of them. Ruby's heart dropped. "Dad, what are those?" Wolf closed the drawer gently. "Just something I'm working on." Ruby stepped closer. "Why are you writing letters to us?" Wolf hesitated. "Too long." Ruby whispered. "Dad, what's going on?" The third sign, the way he looked at Hope. Hope ran up to him, laughing, and Wolf lifted her into his arms. But Ruby saw it. The way his eyes softened. The way his breath caught. The way he held her like she was the most precious thing in the world. Like he was afraid to let go. Ruby's stomach twisted. "Dad," she said quietly, "are you sick?" Wolf blinked. "No." "Are you leaving?" "No." "Are you hiding something?" Wolf looked away. And that was her answer. Ruby confronts him. She grabbed his arm gently but firmly. "Dad, look at me." He did. And Ruby saw it. The truth. The fear. The decision. Her voice cracked. "What did Silas say to you?" Wolf's breath trembled. "Ruby, please. Not today." Ruby shook her head, tears burning her eyes. "No. You don't get to do that. You don't get to smile and take pictures and write letters and pretend everything is fine." Her voice broke. "You're scaring me." Wolf closed his eyes. "Ruby, I love you." Ruby stepped back like she'd been hit. "No. No, don't say it like that. Don't say it like a goodbye." Wolf reached for her hand. "It's not a goodbye." Ruby whispered. "Then what is it?" Wolf didn't answer. Because he couldn't. Ruby's final thought. She watched him walk away to join the others in the garden. And she knew. She didn't know how. She didn't know why. She didn't know what Silas had told him. But she knew this. Something was coming. Something terrible. Something final. And her father, the strongest man she had ever known, was preparing for it. Preparing for his last day. Chapter 323, Dr. Wolf and Ruby, the truth he can only tell her. Ruby followed him into the quiet room, her heart pounding. She could feel it, the heaviness in his voice, the way he kept looking at her like he was memorizing her face. He closed the door gently. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Dr. Wolf turned to her, eyes full of something she had never seen before. Not fear. Not sadness. Finality. "Ruby, we need to talk." Ruby swallowed. "Dad, what's going on?" He stepped closer, took her hands in his, and held them tightly. "Ruby, you know I love you, right? More than anything." Ruby nodded immediately. "Of course I do. And I love you too. You're my dad." Wolf's voice cracked. "I need you to remember that. Every word." Ruby's stomach twisted. "Dad, why are you talking like this? This is my last day with you." Ruby froze. Her breath caught in her throat. "No. No, Dad, don't say that. Don't." He squeezed her hands gently. "Ruby, listen to me." Tears filled her eyes. "Why? Why is this your last day?" Wolf took a shaky breath. "Because the only way to help even more children, the only way to protect the world from what's coming, is for me to die." Ruby's knees nearly gave out. She shook her head violently. "No. No, Dad, you can't say that. You can't leave us. You can't leave Hope." Wolf closed his eyes. That's why I didn't tell you yesterday. Because I knew you'd try to stop me. What about Hope? Ruby's voice broke. What about Hope? She needs you. We all need you. Wolf looked at her with a pain deeper than anything she had ever seen. Hope will be taking my place. Ruby stared at him. What? She will be the next Dr. Wolf. Ruby stepped back, horrified. No. She's a child. She's just a little girl. Wolf nodded. I know. But she won't be forever. And she is the only one strong enough to carry this after me. Ruby shook her head. No. No, Dad, she can't, she shouldn't. Wolf stepped forward, placing a hand on her cheek. Ruby, if I don't die, more children will be harmed. More than you can imagine. My death will protect them. My story will protect them. Ruby's tears fell freely now. Why her? Why Hope? Wolf's voice softened. Because she has the same light I had. The same heart. The same fire. You can never tell her. Ruby wiped her face. Fine. Then we tell her together. We explain it. We. Wolf shook his head. No. You can tell the others. But not Hope. Ruby stared at him in disbelief. Why not? Because if she knows too early, she won't be able to help any children. She'll run from her destiny. She'll be afraid of becoming me. Ruby whispered. She deserves to know. Wolf's voice broke. She will. When she turns 20. When she finds the light in another child the same way I once did. Ruby covered her mouth, sobbing. Wolf pulled her into a tight hug. I'm so proud of you. He held her like he used to when she was small. Ruby, you've always been my strength. My first child. My first hope. My first reason to keep going. Ruby clung to him. Dad, please don't go. Please. Wolf kissed the top of her head. I have to. For them. For you. For Hope. For every child who needs someone like me. Ruby shook against him. I can't lose you. Wolf whispered. You're not losing me. You're carrying me. All of you are. He pulled back, wiping her tears with his thumb. You're the one who will protect Hope when I'm gone. You're the one who will guide her. You're the one who will make sure she becomes who she's meant to be. Ruby nodded slowly, broken but understanding. I'll protect her. I promise. Wolf smiled sadly. I know you will. Ruby's final thought. As she held him, Ruby realized something. This wasn't just her father preparing to die. This was her father preparing her to live without him. And that hurt more than anything. Chapter 324 Ruby's POV, trying to act normal. Ruby stepped out of the room after talking with her dad, closing the door quietly behind her. Her hands were shaking. Her chest felt tight. Her eyes burned. But she forced herself to breathe. Because the kids were in the living room. Because Hope was laughing at something George said. Because Jake was arguing with Liam about who made the better pancakes. Because Eli and Amelia were drawing on the floor. Because they all needed her to be normal. And she had to pretend. For them. For her dad. For the last day they would ever have together. Ruby puts on the smile. She walked into the room with a smile she didn't feel. All right, who wants to go outside? It's sunny. Hope jumped up immediately. Me. Dad said we're all going to the park later. Ruby's heart cracked. She forced a cheerful voice. Yeah, he did. It'll be fun. Jake narrowed his eyes. You okay? You look weird. Ruby laughed too quickly. I'm fine. Just tired. Liam watched her carefully. He didn't believe her. He always saw through her. But he didn't push. Not yet. She watches her dad from across the room. Dr. Wolf walked in, smiling softly at the kids. Ruby watched him. Really watched him. The way he looked at Hope like she was the sun. The way he looked at Jake like he was proud. The way he looked at Eli like he wanted to protect him forever. The way he looked at Liam like he trusted him completely. The way he looked at Amelia and George like they were pieces of his heart. And the way he looked at Ruby. Like he was saying goodbye. Ruby swallowed hard and looked away before she cried. She helps him make lunch. Wolf stood beside her in the kitchen, chopping vegetables. Ruby kept her voice steady. Dad, do you want me to help with dinner later? He smiled. I'd like that. Ruby nodded, blinking fast. She wanted to scream. She wanted to beg him to stay. She wanted to tell him she couldn't do this. But she chopped carrots instead. Acting normal. Pretending everything was fine. Because he needed this day to be peaceful. She takes more photos. Ruby lifted her phone. Dad, smile. He did. Hope jumped into the picture. Then Jake. Then Eli. Then everyone. Ruby snapped photo after photo. She didn't tell them why. She didn't tell them these were the last pictures they would ever take with him. She just kept smiling. Even when her throat hurt. Even when her eyes stung. Even when her heart felt like it was breaking in slow motion. She holds it together. Until she can't. Later, when the kids ran outside to play, Ruby slipped into the bathroom and locked the door. She pressed her hand over her mouth to muffle the sob that tore out of her. She slid down the wall, shaking. He's going to die, she whispered. He's really going to die. She cried silently, wiping her face again and again. Then she stood up. Washed her face. Looked in the mirror. And forced the smile back on. Because she had to. Because this was his last day. And she wasn't going to ruin it. Ruby's final thought. She stepped outside, watching her dad lift Hope into the air as she laughed. Ruby whispered to herself. I'll be strong for you. Just like you were strong for us. And she walked toward them, pretending everything was normal. Even though nothing was. Chapter 325, Dr. Wolf's POV, the park, the photos, and the last request. Ruby could feel the weight of the day pressing on her chest, but she kept smiling. Dr. Wolf kept smiling too, but his smile was different. Soft. Gentle. Final. They were getting ready to take the kids to the park when Wolf touched Ruby's arm. His voice was quiet. Ruby, before we go, I need to ask you something. Ruby turned to him, already scared. What is it, Dad? Wolf looked toward the back garden, the place where the boy he once was had been buried. When I die, I want to be next to him. Next to the boy in the back garden. Ruby's breath caught. She nodded slowly, tears burning her eyes. Okay. I'll make sure of it. Wolf smiled sadly. Thank you. Ruby took a deep breath, lifted her phone, and snapped another picture of him because she couldn't stop herself. Because she knew these were the last ones she'd ever take. They walked to the park. The kids ran ahead, laughing, chasing each other down the path. Ruby walked beside her dad, filming little clips of him smiling, waving, looking at the kids with pride. Wolf whispered. Keep filming. I want them to have everything. Ruby nodded, swallowing the ache in her throat. When they reached the park, something unexpected happened. Something Wolf didn't plan for. Something Ruby didn't expect. People start noticing him. A woman gasped. Dr. Wolf? Wolf blinked. Yes. She rushed over and hugged him tightly. Thank you. You saved my son. You saved our whole family. Before he could answer, another voice called out. Dr. Wolf. Over here. A group of teenagers ran up, smiling. You helped us when no one else would. Then a man approached, eyes full of gratitude. You changed my life. Thank you. Ruby watched as more and more people gathered. Parents. Kids. Teenagers. Adults. People he didn't even remember helping. All of them smiling. All of them grateful. The kids noticed too. Hope tugged on Ruby's sleeve. Why is everyone talking to Dad? Ruby forced a smile. Because he's special. Hope nodded proudly. He's the best dad ever. Ruby's heart cracked again. The moment that broke him. A little girl ran up to him, maybe 6 years old, holding a teddy bear. She hugged his leg. Thank you, Dr. Wolf. You saved me. Wolf froze. His eyes filled with tears he tried to hide. Ruby saw it. Everyone saw it. Then more children came. One by one. Thank you. You saved me. You helped me. You made me feel safe. You're my hero. We love you, Dr. Wolf. And then the whole crowd, dozens of people, said it together. We love you, Dr. Wolf. Wolf's breath shook. He looked at Ruby. She lifted her phone and took a picture because this moment was too important to lose. Dr. Wolf's final thought of the chapter. As he watched the children he saved, the families he helped, the people whose lives he changed, he realized something. His death wouldn't be the end of him. His story would live on. His kindness would live on. His legacy would live on. And one day, hope would carry it forward. He whispered to himself. This is why I lived. Chapter 326 Ruby's POV, breaking down while filming him. Ruby held her phone up, pretending her hands weren't shaking. She told herself she was just filming memories. She told herself she was doing what her dad wanted. She told herself she could hold it together for one more hour. But every time she pressed record, her heart cracked a little more. Because she knew. She knew this was the last time she would ever film him laughing. The last time she would ever capture him playing with the kids. The last time she would ever hear his voice on camera. And she had to pretend everything was normal. The park was too perfect. The sun was warm. The kids were loud. Dr. Wolf was smiling. Too much. Too gently. Too sadly. Ruby filmed him pushing Hope on the swing. She filmed him racing Jake and Liam across the grass. She filmed him lifting George onto his shoulders. She filmed him sitting with Eli and Amelia under the tree, listening to them talk about nothing and everything. Every clip felt like a goodbye. The moment she couldn't hide it anymore. Ruby zoomed in on her dad's face as he watched the kids run around. He looked peaceful. He looked proud. He looked like a man who had made his choice. And Ruby felt something inside her snap. Her breath hitched. Her vision blurred. Her chest tightened. She lowered the phone quickly, pretending to check something on the screen. But she wasn't checking anything. She was wiping tears off the camera lens. People kept coming up to him. Dr. Wolf, thank you for everything. You saved my daughter. You changed my life. We love you. Ruby filmed it all. Every handshake. Every hug. Every thank you. Every child who ran up to him with a smile. And she realized something. The world already knew he was a hero. Today, they were saying goodbye too without knowing it. That made her cry harder. She turns away so no one sees. Ruby stepped behind a tree, pressing her hand over her mouth. She tried to breathe quietly. She tried to stop the shaking. She tried to stop the tears. But she couldn't. She whispered to herself. He's really going to die. He's really leaving us. And I can't tell anyone. I can't tell Hope. Her shoulders shook. She cried silently, the way she had learned to when she was younger, quiet, hidden, invisible. Then she wiped her face, forced a smile, and walked back out. Because she had to. Because this was his last day. And she wasn't going to ruin it. The kids don't notice, but he does. Dr. Wolf looked at her from across the park. Just one glance. Just 1 second. But Ruby knew he saw the tears she tried to hide. He didn't say anything. He just gave her a soft, grateful smile. A smile that said, "Thank you for being strong. Thank you for understanding. Thank you for letting me go." Ruby lifted her phone again and hit record. Because she didn't have much time left. Ruby's final thought. As she filmed him walking toward the kids, sunlight behind him, laughter around him, love surrounding him. Ruby whispered, "I'll protect them. I'll protect Hope. I'll protect your legacy. I promise." And she kept filming. Even as her tears fell. Chapter 327, Kids POV. They notice everyone loves him. The kids didn't understand everything that was happening at the park. But they understood one thing. Everyone loved their dad. And today, they were seeing it clearer than ever. Hope, why is everyone smiling at Dad? Hope held Dr. Wolf's hand as they walked through the park. Everywhere they went, people waved. Some cried. Some hugged him. Some whispered thank you like he was a miracle. Hope tugged on Ruby's sleeve. Why is everyone smiling at Dad like that? Ruby forced a smile. Because he helped them. Hope nodded proudly. Dad helps everyone. But she didn't understand why so many people were emotional. Why so many adults looked at her dad like he was a hero from a storybook. Jake is famous, but not like TV famous. Jake watched a group of teenagers run up to Wolf. Dr. Wolf, you saved my little brother. Jake frowned. He's famous, but not like TV famous. He's famous because he actually does stuff. Liam nodded. Yeah. People know him because he helped them. Jake looked around. Dad doesn't even realize how big he is. And that was true. Dr. Wolf never bragged. Never talked about what he did. Never acted like a hero. But today, the world reminded him. Eli, they're saying thank you to him. Eli stood close to Amelia, watching the crowd gather. Adults. Kids. Teenagers. Parents. Grandparents. All of them saying the same thing. Thank you. You saved us. You changed everything. We love you, Dr. Wolf. Eli whispered. They're saying thank you to him. Amelia nodded softly. Because he deserves it. Eli swallowed. He never gets thanked at home. He just helps us. Amelia smiled. That's why they're doing it now. George, Dad's a superhero. George ran up to Wolf, eyes wide. Dad. Dad. Everyone knows you. You're like a superhero. Wolf laughed softly. I'm not a superhero, George. George shook his head. Yes, you are. They all love you. Wolf looked around at the crowd. At the smiles. At the gratitude. At the children running up to hug him. And for a moment, he didn't argue. Liam, this is bigger than us. Liam stood a little apart from the others, watching everything with quiet understanding. He saw the way people looked at Wolf. He saw the tears. He saw the gratitude. He saw the love. And he realized something the younger kids didn't. This is bigger than us, he whispered. Ruby heard him and nodded, eyes wet. Yeah, it is. Liam looked at her. You knew this would happen? Ruby swallowed. I didn't know it would be this many people. Liam looked back at Wolf. He deserves it. The moment that stays with them forever. A little boy ran up to Wolf, holding a drawing. It was a picture of Dr. Wolf with a cape. He handed it to him shyly. You saved me, the boy whispered. You saved my mum too. Wolf knelt down. I'm glad you're safe. The boy hugged him tightly. And the kids watched. Hope's eyes widened. Jake's jaw dropped. Eli's breath caught. Amelia smiled softly. George bounced with excitement. Liam stood still, absorbing everything. They had always known their dad was special. But today, they saw the truth. Their dad wasn't just their hero. He was everyone's hero. Kid's final thought. As they walked home, the kids stayed close to him. Hope held his hand. Jake walked beside him. Eli and Amelia stayed behind him. George skipped around him. Liam walked silently, watching him with new understanding. They didn't know why today felt different. They didn't know why people were emotional. They didn't know this was his last day. But they knew one thing. Their dad was loved. By them. By the world. By everyone whose life he touched. And they were proud. So proud. Chapter 328, Dr. Wolf's POV. The sunset approaches. The walk home from the park felt slower than usual. Not because the kids were tired. Not because the day had been long. But because Dr. Wolf felt every second slipping through his fingers. Every laugh. Every smile. Every tiny hand in his. Every moment of sunlight on their faces. He held on to all of it. Because the sun was lowering. And he knew what that meant. The sky turns gold. By the time they reached the house, the sky was painted in warm orange and soft pink. The kind of sunset that made everything look peaceful. The kind of sunset that made the world feel gentle. Wolf stood still for a moment, watching the colors shift across the clouds. Ruby watched him from the doorway. She knew. He knew she knew. He gave her a small, grateful nod. He calls the kids together. Come here, all of you, he said softly. Hope ran to him first. George followed, still buzzing with energy. Eli and Amelia sat beside him. Jake and Liam stood close, protective without realizing it. Ruby stayed behind them, eyes shining. Wolf looked at each of them. His pack. His family. His reason for living. And his reason for dying. I want to spend the sunset with you. Hope climbed into his lap. Why, Dad? Wolf kissed the top of her head. Because sunsets are special. And I want to share this one with you. Jake frowned. You're acting weird again. Wolf smiled. I'm just grateful. That's all. Liam watched him carefully. Ruby looked away so she wouldn't cry. They sit in the garden. Wolf sat on the grass, leaning back on his hands. The kids gathered around him, some sitting, some lying down, some leaning against him. Ruby took more photos. Not posed ones. Not perfect ones. Just real ones. Wolf laughing as George climbed onto his shoulders. Hope curled against his chest. Jake leaning on his arm. Eli resting his head on Wolf's knee. Amelia holding his hand. Liam sitting beside him like a silent guardian. Ruby captured all of it. Because she knew this was the last sunset they would ever share. Dr. Wolf's thoughts as the sun lowers. He watched the sky slowly darken. He listened to the kids' voices. Their laughter. Their questions. Their stories. He memorized every sound. Every face. Every heartbeat. He whispered inside his mind. This is my last sunset. But he didn't feel fear. He felt love. He felt peace. He felt ready. Because he had spent the day exactly how he wanted. With them. With his pack. With the children he lived for. He looks at Ruby. She's filming him again. Trying to smile. Trying to be strong. Trying not to break. He gives her a soft look, the kind that says, "Thank you. Stay strong. Protect them." Ruby nods, wiping her eyes quickly. The sun touches the horizon. The final moment approaches. The sky glows deep orange. The shadows stretch long across the garden. The air grows still. Wolf takes a slow breath. He holds Hope closer. He squeezes Ruby's hand. He rests his head against Jake's shoulder. He touches Eli's hair. He smiles at Amelia. He nods to Liam. He laughs softly as George curls into his side. This is it. This is the moment Silas meant. This is the moment he chose. Dr. Wolf's final thought of the chapter. As the last sliver of sun dips below the horizon, he whispers, "I'm ready." Not because he wants to die, but because he wants them to live. And because Hope, his little girl, will one day carry the light he carried. The world will be safe. His pack will be safe. And his story will live on. Chapter 329, Ruby's POV, realizing the sunset is here. Ruby felt it before she saw it. A strange heaviness in her chest. A tightening in her throat. A coldness in her stomach. She lifted her eyes toward the sky, and her heart dropped. The sun was almost gone. The golden light had turned deep orange. The shadows were long. The air felt still, too still. This was it. The moment her dad had been waiting for. The moment she had been dreading all day. The sunset was here. She looks at her dad. Dr. Wolf sat in the grass with the kids around him, the warm light painting his face in soft gold. He looked peaceful. Too peaceful. Like a man who had made his choice. Like a man who had accepted his fate. Like a man who was ready. Ruby's breath caught. "No, no, not yet," she whispered. But the sun didn't stop. It kept sinking. The kids don't notice. Hope giggled as she leaned against him. George played with the grass. Eli rested his head on Wolf's knee. Amelia traced shapes in the dirt. Jake and Liam sat close, talking quietly. They were happy. Safe. Content. They didn't know this was the last sunset they would ever share with him. Ruby felt tears sting her eyes. She forced herself to smile. She didn't want to ruin this moment for them. She starts filming again. Her hands shook as she lifted her phone. She zoomed in on her dad's face, the soft smile, the gentle eyes, the way he held Hope close. She whispered to herself, "Please, just a little longer." But the sun kept falling. She filmed the kids laughing. She filmed her dad looking at them with so much love it hurt to see. She filmed the sky turning darker and darker. Every second felt like a countdown. Her dad looks at her. He turned his head slightly. Their eyes met. And Ruby knew he understood. He gave her a small, soft smile, the kind that said, "It's time." Ruby shook her head, tears spilling over. She mouthed, "Please don't go." He mouthed back, "I love you." Her heart shattered. She walks closer. Ruby sat down beside him, leaning her head on his shoulder. He wrapped an arm around her without saying a word. Hope looked up. "Ruby, are you okay?" Ruby forced a smile. "Yeah, sweetheart. I'm just happy." Hope grinned and hugged her. Ruby held her tightly, knowing she would one day carry the weight of the world. The last light touches the horizon. Ruby watched the sun sink lower, 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 until only a thin line of gold remained. Her breath trembled. Her hands shook. Her heart pounded. This was the moment Silas had warned him about. This was the moment her dad had chosen. This was the moment she had to accept. Even though she wasn't ready. Even though she would never be ready. Ruby's final thought. As the last sliver of sunlight disappeared, Ruby whispered, "Goodbye, Dad. I love you." And the world shifted. Everything changed. The night began. And so did the moment she feared most. Chapter 330, Dr. Wolf's POV, the moment Silas returns. The last sliver of sunlight vanished. And with it, the world seemed to exhale. The colors faded from gold to blue. The warmth slipped away. The shadows deepened. Dr. Wolf felt the shift immediately. A coldness, not frightening, but ancient, brushed against his skin. He knew what it meant. Silas was here. The air changes. The kids were still curled around him, unaware of the moment unfolding. Hope leaned against his chest. George played with a blade of grass. Eli and Amelia whispered quietly. Jake and Liam sat close, watching the sky. Ruby sat beside him, holding her breath. And then, the wind stopped. The world went still. Even the birds fell silent. Wolf lifted his head. He didn't need to turn around. He felt him. Silas. Silas appears. A soft glow formed at the edge of the garden, near the old tree. Not bright. Not blinding. Just enough to make the shadows bend. Silas stepped forward, his expression heavy, sorrowful, and full of something Wolf had never seen before. Regret. "Dr. Wolf," Silas said quietly. "It's time." Ruby's breath hitched. Wolf squeezed her hand gently. The kids didn't notice yet. Not fully. But they felt something. Hope looked up. "Dad, why is it cold?" Wolf kissed her forehead. "It's okay, sweetheart." Wolf stands up slowly. He moved carefully, gently lifting Hope off his lap and placing her beside Ruby. Ruby grabbed Hope's hand immediately. Wolf rose to his feet, knees trembling not from fear, but from the weight of the moment. Silas watched him with soft eyes. "You kept your promise," Silas said. "You spent your last day with them." Wolf nodded. "I did." He looked at his children, his pack, one last time. Jake frowned. "Dad, what's happening?" Eli's eyes widened. "Why is that man glowing?" Amelia whispered, "Is he an angel?" George hid behind Ruby. Liam stood up, protective. Ruby didn't move. She couldn't. Wolf faces Silas. He stepped closer to Silas, voice steady. I'm ready. Silas nodded slowly. You chose this path with love. And because of that, the world will be safer than it has ever been. Wolf swallowed. Will they be okay? Silas looked at the children. They will be protected. By your story. By your sacrifice. By hope, when her time comes. Wolf's chest tightened. He whispered. Take care of them. Silas's voice softened. I always have. The kids begin to understand. Hope tugged on Ruby's sleeve. Ruby, what's happening to Dad? Ruby's voice cracked. He's going somewhere. Hope's eyes filled with tears. No. He can't. Dad. Wolf turned, heartbreaking, but he forced a gentle smile. Hope, my brave girl. I love you. Hope ran toward him, but Ruby held her back, sobbing. Jake shouted, Dad, don't go. Eli cried openly. Amelia covered her mouth. George screamed his name. Liam stood frozen, shaking. Wolf's heart shattered. But he didn't step back. He stepped forward. Toward Silas. Toward his fate. Silas reaches out. Silas extended his hand. Are you ready, Dr. Wolf? Wolf looked at his family one last time. His voice was soft. I'm ready. He took Silas's hand. A warm light wrapped around him, gentle, peaceful, loving. The kids cried out. Ruby fell to her knees. Hope screamed his name. And Wolf whispered, as the light lifted him. I love you. All of you. Forever. Dr. Wolf's final thought of the chapter. As the world faded into light, he felt no fear. Only love. Only peace. Only the certainty that his pack would survive. And that hope his daughter would one day rise. The next Dr. Wolf. Chapter 331, Silas's POV, carrying Wolf to the light. Silas held Dr. Wolf's hand as the light wrapped around them, both warm, soft, and impossibly gentle. Not like fire. Not like lightning. Not like judgment. Like a blanket. Like a sunrise. Like the first breath a newborn takes. Wolf's body grew lighter, the weight of pain and fear falling away piece by piece. Silas felt it all. And it broke him. The moment Wolf leaves the ground. Wolf's feet lifted from the grass, his form glowing faintly. The children's cries echoed behind them, Hope screaming his name, Ruby sobbing, Jake shouting, Eli shaking, Amelia covering her face, George reaching out, Liam frozen in shock. Silas heard every sound. He felt every heartbreak. But he didn't let go. He couldn't. This was the destiny he had set in motion the day Wolf died as a child. Silas whispered. You're safe now. I've got you. Wolf didn't speak, he couldn't. But Silas felt the answer in his soul. Thank you. Silas looks down at the family. From above, the garden looked small. The children looked tiny. Ruby knelt on the grass, holding Hope tightly as she screamed. Silas's chest tightened. He had watched this family grow. He had watched Wolf save them, love them, protect them. He had watched them become his pack. And now he was taking their protector away. He whispered to the wind. I'm sorry. The light opens. Ahead of them, the sky split into a soft, shimmering doorway, not a tunnel, not a gate, but a warm horizon of pure light. It pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Wolf's soul glowed brighter as they approached. Silas felt the shift the moment Wolf's earthly pain dissolved. The trauma. The nightmares. The fear. The burden. All of it fell away. Wolf's voice finally returned, soft and awed. It doesn't hurt anymore. Silas smiled sadly. It never will again. Silas remembers the boy. As they moved through the light, Silas saw a memory flicker beside them. A small boy, 7 years old, lying still on the ground. Bruised. Broken. Gone. The day Wolf died. The day Silas broke the rules. The day he begged the heavens to let the boy live. Silas whispered. I saved you once, and now I'm bringing you home. Wolf looked at him, eyes soft. You gave me a life, a family, a purpose. Silas's voice cracked. You gave the world hope. The light embraces Wolf. They reached the center of the glowing horizon. Wolf's form brightened, becoming almost transparent. Silas felt the moment coming, the moment Wolf would pass fully into the light. He tightened his grip one last time. Dr. Wolf, Silas said softly, your story will protect children for generations. Your sacrifice will save more lives than you will ever know. Wolf's voice was steady. Take care of them. Silas nodded. I will. And hope, she will rise when the world needs her. Wolf closed his eyes. I believe in her. The final step. Silas let go. Wolf drifted forward, weightless, peaceful, glowing like a star. The light wrapped around him, pulling him gently into its embrace. Silas whispered, Goodbye, my friend. And Dr. Wolf was gone. Not vanished. Not erased. Ascended. Home. Silas's final thought of the chapter. Silas turned back toward the world below, toward the garden, the children, the grief, the future. His wings unfurled, shimmering with the same light that had taken Wolf. He whispered to the night. Your pack will be protected. Your daughter will rise. And your legacy will never fade. Then he descended toward the earth. Because his work was not done. Not yet. Chapter 332, Kids POV, watching him disappear, and the fireworks. The moment Dr. Wolf vanished into the light, everything stopped. The garden was silent. The air was cold. The world felt wrong. Hope screamed his name. Jake shouted and tried to run forward. Eli collapsed to his knees. Amelia covered her face and sobbed. George clung to Ruby, shaking. Liam stood frozen, tears streaming silently down his cheeks. Their dad, their hero, their protector, was gone. And they had watched it happen. Hope, bring him back. Hope tore herself from Ruby's arms and ran to the spot where the light had been. She fell to the grass, pounding her fists into the ground. Dad, Dad, come back, please. Her voice cracked into a scream. Ruby rushed to her, pulling her close, whispering, He loved you. He loved you so much. But Hope shook her head violently. No. He can't leave. He can't. Her cries echoed through the garden. Jake, he promised he'd stay. Jake stood there, fists clenched so tight his knuckles turned white. He promised, Jake whispered. He promised he'd stay with us. His voice broke. He promised. Liam put a hand on his shoulder, but Jake shoved it away, falling to the ground. He can't be gone. He can't. Eli, I didn't get to say goodbye. Eli curled into himself, shaking. I didn't get to say goodbye, he whispered. I didn't get to tell him thank you. Amelia wrapped her arms around him, crying softly. He knew, she whispered. He knew you loved him. But Eli just cried harder. George, where did he go? George looked up at Ruby with wide, terrified eyes. Ruby, where did Dad go? Why did he go? When is he coming back? Ruby's heart shattered. She knelt down and hugged him tightly. He's not coming back, George. George screamed. No, no, no. Liam, silent grief. Liam didn't move. Didn't speak. Didn't cry loudly. He just stared at the sky where the light had been. His tears fell silently, one after another. He whispered, I'll protect them. I'll protect all of them. I promise, Dad. And then, the fireworks begin. Just when the grief felt too heavy to breathe. A loud boom echoed across the sky. The kids flinched. Ruby looked up. And then, fireworks exploded above them. Huge, bright, colorful bursts of light. Gold, blue, white, silver. The entire sky lit up. The fireworks weren't random. They formed shapes. Wolves. Stars. Hearts. Light. People from the town were gathered outside the garden fence, watching, crying, cheering. Someone shouted. This is for Dr. Wolf. Another voice. Thank you for everything. Children's voices. We love you, Dr. Wolf. The fireworks grew bigger, brighter, louder, a tribute to the man who saved them all. The kids watch in awe and heartbreak. Hope looked up, tears streaming. They're for Dad. Jake nodded, voice shaking. They're saying goodbye. Eli whispered. No, they're saying thank you. Amelia held George close as he watched the sky with wide eyes. Liam stood tall, watching every burst of light with a trembling jaw. Ruby wrapped her arms around all of them. The fireworks reflected in their tears. The final firework. The last firework shot into the sky higher than all the others. It exploded into a giant glowing wolf made of golden light. The crowd gasped. The kids stared. Ruby covered her mouth. Hope whispered. That's Dad. And for a moment, just a moment, they felt him there. Watching. Loving. Protecting. Kids' final thought. As the golden wolf faded into the night sky, the kids held on to Ruby tightly. Their hearts were broken. Their world had changed. But they knew one thing. Dr. Wolf didn't leave them alone. He left them loved. He left them strong. He left them ready. And one day, hope would rise. Chapter 333 Ruby's POV, Finding the Letters. The house felt wrong without him. Too quiet. Too still. Too empty. The fireworks had faded. The crowd had gone home. The night sky was dark again. But the kids were still crying. Ruby held them all together on the living room floor, Hope shaking in her arms, George clinging to her shirt, Eli curled against her side, Amelia sobbing softly, Jake punching the sofa in anger, Liam staring blankly at the wall. She stroked Hope's hair, whispering, "It's okay. I've got you. I've got all of you." But inside, she was breaking. When the kids finally fall asleep, one by one, exhaustion pulled them under. Hope fell asleep first, still clutching Ruby's shirt. George curled up beside her. Eli and Amelia lay on the rug, holding hands. Jake fell asleep sitting up, head against the sofa. Liam stayed awake the longest, eyes red, but eventually he drifted off too. Ruby gently covered them with blankets. She kissed each of their heads. Then she stood up. Her legs felt weak. Her chest felt hollow. But she knew what she had to do. She walked to his room. The hallway felt colder than usual. She pushed open his bedroom door slowly, half expecting him to be there. But the room was empty. His scent still lingered warm, familiar, comforting. Ruby's eyes filled with tears. She whispered, "Dad, why did you have to go?" She stepped inside. And then she saw it. The drawer. The one he had closed quickly earlier that day. Her heart pounded. The letters. Ruby opened the drawer with trembling hands. Inside were envelopes. Neatly stacked. Each one with a name written in her dad's handwriting. Ruby, Hope, Jake, Eli, Liam, Amelia, George. And one more. Hope, open on your 20th birthday. Ruby covered her mouth, a sob escaping her. She picked up her own letter first. Her name looked so soft, so careful, so full of love. She pressed it to her chest. Then she gathered the rest, holding them like they were pieces of him, because they were. The video folder. On his desk, his phone sat unlocked. Ruby hesitated. Then she picked it up. The screen showed a folder titled, "For My Pack." Her breath caught. She opened it. Videos. One for each child. One for her. One final message from him. Ruby sank onto his bed, shaking. She whispered, "You really planned everything, didn't you?" She breaks down. Ruby pressed her forehead to the stack of letters. She cried, not quietly, not controlled, not hidden. She cried like a daughter who had lost her father. Like a girl who had lost her hero. Like a protector who had been left with the weight of the world. Her sobs filled the room. Her tears soaked the envelopes. But she didn't stop. Because this was the last thing he left behind. His words. His love. His goodbye. Ruby's final thought. When she finally lifted her head, she wiped her face and whispered, "I'll give them their letters tomorrow. I'll protect them. I'll protect Hope. I'll protect your legacy." She looked at the final envelope, the one for Hope at 20. She touched it gently. "And when she's ready, I'll help her become who she's meant to be." Ruby stood, holding the letters close. She wasn't ready. But she would be. Because he believed in her. Because he trusted her. Because she was his daughter. Chapter 334, Ruby's POV, giving the kids their letters. Morning came too quickly. Ruby hadn't slept. Not even for a minute. She sat on the sofa with the letters in her lap, staring at the names written in her dad's handwriting. Her chest felt tight. Her eyes were raw. Her heart felt bruised. But she knew what she had to do. The kids deserved to hear his words. They deserved to feel his love one more time. Even if it broke her. The kids wake up slowly. Hope was the first to stir. She blinked, confused, then remembered everything at once. "Ruby, is Dad really gone?" Ruby pulled her into her arms. "Yes, sweetheart." Hope cried quietly into her chest. Jake woke next, rubbing his eyes, then freezing as the memories hit him. Eli sat up silently, tears already falling. Amelia hugged her knees. George crawled into Ruby's lap. Liam stood up slowly, trying to be strong for everyone. Ruby looked at all of them. Her family. Her responsibility now. "I have something for you." Ruby took a deep breath. I found something in Dad's room last night." The kids looked up. Hope sniffed. "What is it?" Ruby held up the stack of envelopes. "Letters. He wrote one for each of you." The room went silent. Jake's breath caught. Eli covered his mouth. Amelia whispered, "He wrote to us?" George reached out with trembling hands. Liam stepped closer, eyes wide. Ruby nodded. "He wanted you to have them today. She gives them out one by one." Ruby knelt on the floor and handed each child their envelope. "Hope." Her tiny hands shook as she held it. "Is it from Dad?" Ruby nodded. Hope hugged the letter to her chest. "Jake." He took his slowly, staring at his name. "He wrote this, knowing he was leaving." Ruby whispered. "He wrote it because he loved you." Jake wiped his eyes and nodded. "Eli." He held the envelope like it was fragile. "I'm scared to open it." Ruby stroked his hair. "It's okay. Take your time." Liam. He didn't cry. He didn't speak. He just held the letter tightly, jaw trembling. Ruby touched his shoulder. "He trusted you so much." Liam nodded once. "Amelia." She traced her name with her finger. "He made it pretty." Ruby smiled softly. "He always made things gentle for you." "George." He looked up at Ruby. "Will it make me sad?" Ruby kissed his forehead. "It will make you feel loved." George nodded bravely. Ruby opens her own letter last. The kids sat in a circle, holding their envelopes. Some opened them immediately. Some held them close. Some cried before they even read a word. Ruby sat with them, her own letter trembling in her hands. She opened it slowly. Her dad's handwriting filled the page. Her breath broke. Her tears fell. But she kept reading. Because these were his last words to her. His love. His pride. His goodbye. The kids react. Hope read hers out loud, voice shaking. "He said I'm brave. He said I'm his sunshine." Jake cried openly, clutching his letter to his chest. Eli whispered parts of his, smiling through tears. Amelia hugged hers like a teddy bear. George asked Ruby to read his to him, and she did, voice soft and breaking. Liam didn't read his out loud. He just held it, staring at the words, letting silent tears fall. Ruby holds them all. When they were done, or when they couldn't read anymore, Ruby gathered them into her arms. All of them. Hope on her lap. George tucked under her arm. Eli leaning against her. Amelia holding her hand. Jake resting his head on her shoulder. Liam sitting close, letter still in his grip. Ruby whispered, "He loved you. He loved all of you so much." Hope cried into her chest. Jake whispered, "I miss him." Eli said, "I want him back." Amelia sobbed quietly. George asked, "Is he watching us?" Ruby nodded. "Yes. He always will." Ruby's final thought. As she held them, Ruby realized something. Her dad didn't leave them alone. He left them with his words, his love, his guidance, his legacy. And she would carry the rest. For him. For them. For Hope. Because one day, Hope would rise. Final chapter. Ruby's POV. The night the world changed. The house was quiet. Too quiet. Ruby stood in the doorway of the living room, watching the kids sleep in a tangled pile of blankets and tear-stained cheeks. Hope clutched her letter. George held Ruby's sleeve even in sleep. Jake's fist was still closed around his. Eli's letter lay on his chest. Amelia had hers under her pillow. Liam kept his in his hand, even now. Ruby wiped her eyes. She had cried so much she didn't think she had anything left. But she did. Because when she looked at them, her family, her pack, she felt something new. Not just grief. Not just pain. Strength. The same strength her dad had carried all his life. The same strength he had passed to her. The same strength he believed she had. Ruby stepped outside into the cool night air. The garden was still glowing faintly from the fireworks. Ash drifted gently through the air like falling snow. The grass shimmered where the light had touched it. And there, in the back corner, the place where the boy was buried. The place where her dad asked to be. Ruby walked toward it slowly. She knelt in the grass. She placed her hand on the earth. And she whispered, "You're home now." The wind stirred softly, brushing her hair back like a gentle hand. Ruby closed her eyes. For the first time since he vanished, she didn't cry. She breathed. She let the night hold her. She let the silence speak. And she felt him. Not as a ghost. Not as a shadow. Not as a memory. As love. Pure, warm, unbreakable love. The kind that doesn't fade. The kind that doesn't die. The kind that stays. Always. She stands up. Ruby looked at the house, at the warm lights glowing through the windows, at the silhouettes of the children sleeping inside. Her family. Her responsibility. Her future. She wiped her face and whispered, "I'll protect them. I'll protect Hope. I'll protect your story." She looked up at the sky. The stars shimmered. One star, brighter than the rest, flickered softly. Ruby smiled. "Good night, Dad." The final lines of the book. Ruby walked back inside, closing the door gently behind her. The house was quiet. But it wasn't empty. Because Dr. Wolf had left something behind. Not his body. Not his voice. Not his shadow. His legacy. And Ruby carried it now. Hope would carry it one day. And the world, every child he saved, would carry it forever. Dr. Wolf was gone. But Dr. Wolf would never leave. The end.